Oh my goodness. Okay. It's an endearing thing. Oh, I could just whoa. Could just go to Twitch and see if he is streaming. Okay. I might like my own thing to boost the numbers of... Hello, Lenitas. Are you here now or are you here in the past? Hey, maybe it's a YouTube. Sort of assumed it would be a Twitch. Oh.
The third, just 6'2". No monkey business. Oh, Discord handle. Wait, that's changed. What the fuck? Huh? How do I give people my Discord handle nowadays?
My goodness.
It's all changed.
My goodness.
What the fuck?
Okay.
What's my Discord handle?
I can give you mine. Wait.
That's a really good question. Someone's just asked me. Wait.
So you do it by disabling the streamer mode. Or can you? Oh my god.
I think before we do this content, God, that Russia stuff was insane. I don't think I got like a proper grasp of exactly what happened because there was just so much different information. But I think it'd be fun to figure out what happened together. I think that'll be a good adventure.
Have I gotten the handle?
I really wonder. I wonder if historians are going to be talking about the one-day Russian Civil War. You know that whole thing, history repeats itself, first as tragedy, then as farce. The last time a shouty, baldy man tried to take over Russia, they went into a fucking 4-year civil war that ended with a famine. You know? Whereas now, Prigozhin went there, screamed, and then left. Was it? No, it wasn't a civil war. Obviously it wasn't. Will it just be called the Wagner affair of 2023? The Prigozhin troll. Do you think historians will actually call it the Prigozhin meme of 2023? He's a very exceptional character, isn't he? He's entertaining, he's mental, he's definitely a bit of a slime. Gonna be busy taking over African politics full time now. Yeah, because they have a lot of interest there. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Oh, we're not talking yet. We're trying to establish a thing. Listening on another person's...
I heard he started in restaurants. Yeah, he's Gordon Ramsay, but without any checks and balances. If you put Gordon Ramsay in a country without any checks and balances,
Okay,
he
that's
would eventually
a
become
bit funny.
a serial war crime committing mercenary
How do I...
leader. Oh God. No, I can't add you with that. What the fuck? Why? Why? Someone tell me. Sorry. Oh shit. Okay, I got a friend request. What the fuck?
Oh, that worked.
God,
That
thank
actually worked.
God. That would have made things very difficult.
Did that actually work?
Lucy, I think it's pronounced Haza. Okay.
It worked. All right.
I don't even know what we're talking about. I think she watched me doing a fucking Molotov-Ribbentrop debate on Destiny stream and wanted to talk about that because she's Polish. I think that's the gist.
Okay, I'm gonna turn back the whole streamer mode. Damn.
Let me see. How many wankers do we have in the stream? 128. That's quick. That's nice. Okay. Okay. That's really quick. Normally it takes a wee while to go over 100. 3 minutes 50. Okay. Rob Vibbentrop. True, those guys. Who'd win in a boxing match between Tanky Thought Slime and Based Anastasia? Is Thought Slime a tanky? Is that true? I don't think Thought Slime's a tanky. No, he's an anarchist. He's like an actual. He's like a very extreme anarchist, though. He's very like every system is bad.
Okay, I'm just gonna call in now.
Praxis anarchist, like just everything. Yeah.
Boom. Just gonna bam. Just gonna start voice call. And I'm gonna have to do some fixing. Boom. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I am quite okay. I had my first panel yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a panel on a subject on which I am not super good, affirmative action.
Okay.
And
Yeah, what happened there?
apparently it went pretty okay. I used the debate strategy of letting people talk and calmly inserting my thoughts in whenever I could.
Yeah, that's the best you can expect. Who is it with?
Oh my gosh, there was the only person I knew beforehand was not so erudite,
Ah, okay.
but the rest
Cool.
of the
Well,
people. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I should say I can hear myself echoing.
Oh.
Headphones on.
I think I know what's happening. I will fix this momentarily. Okay, can you say something?
Something.
Can you still hear yourself?
It's a bit quieter, so you've done something right.
Okay, how about now?
Hello. Yeah, that's low enough. That's fine. Yeah,
Okay, that should be fixed.
that's not gonna bother me. Okay.
And now I'm gonna add you. Wait, you're not able to turn your camera on, right?
No, my camera's old and grumpy, so if I
Okay.
try to split it, it'll scream.
I can. Well, I have to switch between cameras whenever I do that. So I will turn myself on your end, sort of.
Yeah. Okay.
Boom. I will do the attempt to make my face visible. Okay, I think it worked. Did it work?
Am
Am
I?
I?
can see it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now
Actually, I
will,
can probably pop this out and use it. That'll be something from my end. Okay.
now I have to show myself via a video capture. My camera is technically speaking not super old. Well, 10 years old is old, I guess. The Logitech something camera. It's widely used, but it
Okay.
also cannot do the thing, the split.
Oh, I know the lot. Yeah, I used the. I think that's the second camera I ever had. The first one did like a kind of fishbowl thing, so it made me really wide. It was really stupid. But yeah, that one you've got is good. Yeah,
Really,
it's like the best webcam you can use.
I still cannot switch I still, have to switch between sources. I cannot use two at once.
Yeah, that's different technology. Anyway, I was maybe going to do a bit of reading about the stuff that you mentioned, but I got very, very busy. So hopefully, I mean, it's not a topic I know nothing about, so
Yeah.
it should be all right.
So,
But yeah,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
you can go. I was going to say I don't really have. I kind of had the feeling that you wanted to take the lead on this, so I can just let you like.
It's okay.
Uh,
I guess I wanted to start with that. I seen your debate, which is a topic that can go into many different topics because it's very super tied to the topic of how people talk about Russia in those sort of circles and how they approach the talk about Ukraine, the Ukrainian Russian war, and the different strange arguments that they use to, again, delegitimize Ukraine. And we can even start within that Ribbentrop-Molotov pact debate. Because there were some things that I've heard there that probably neither you or Destiny know, but become sort of traps that people try to put people in to make a historical argument as to why the USSR was good with what it's done, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like that's just there's such a consensus on that idea amongst like sort of especially Marxist or Marxist-Leninist spheres that it was like at best it was completely fine and like at worst it was a nuanced decision that had to happen anyway, right? But there's not really much of a version of no, they shouldn't have done it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think Destiny did the best thing that he could have done in that situation by just saying that he doesn't care. But the thing is, the person at some point used the argument of, oh, it was okay to attack Poland because those lands were basically USSR lands to begin with, which is totally incorrect because he used the arguments of those lands were part of the Russian Empire before, therefore part of the USSR, which I guess I could start with pointing out that the parts that Poland itself was also part of the Russian Empire, you know,
Yeah.
and Austrian Prussia. And you could ask, well, how did these lands become part of the Russian Empire to begin with? You do know that, right?
I don't know when, but I'm guessing it was like conquest, right? Was it like the fall of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which is falsely called Poland a lot of the times, which no actual historian will do. It's a lot more complicated topic. There are good books on this. It was a union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania, and the Kingdom of Poland is not an equivalent to the Polish nation state, right? And the same goes with the Great Duchy of Lithuania, for which the Rus language was the dominating language for the longest time. So that's...
Okay.
And you had Ukraine within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as the broader Ruthwania. Are you familiar with the name Ruthwania?
No, actually.
So Ruthwania was basically the Rus part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It encompassed Ukraine and Belarus, you know? And at the end of the existence of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, where the Cossacks uprisings happened, are you familiar with the Cossack uprisings?
In Poland, did you say, or Ukraine?
In the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Yeah.
So when that happened, basically, to really simplify the whole history of it, part of what is now Ukraine was incorporated into Russia, and the Cossacks said, okay, during a meeting with the Tsar, we will now swear loyalty to you, and you will swear loyalty to us, to the Tsar. And the Tsar said, well, that's not really how it works here. And the Cossacks said, well, but in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the king just swears loyalty to us as we swear loyalty to him. And the Tsar was like, well, that's not happening. So then a project was sort of created to make that whole thing go away in order to create a commonwealth of the free nations of the Kingdom of Poland, the Great Duchy of Lithuania, and the Great Duchy of Ruthwania, which is Ruś. Wielkie Księstwo Ruskie. And that would have been, basically it would have encompassed the terrains of Ukraine. It would have become its own separate entity, but united with the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania. And of course, Russia could not have that happen because that would basically means a revival of a form of Kiev, Ruś, right under the noses of Russia. So they invaded and that whole thing crumbled, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as a result became irreparably crippled, and what commenced later was the infamous partitions of the Commonwealth, and that is how those lands became part of the Russian Empire.
Is this the Treaty of Pereyaslav as well? Is that kind of when that happened?
No, that's...
or is that before?
I'm gonna... Oh my gosh. That was during the so-called, I'm really, it was called, because the Pereslavska thing was what made parts of Ukraine parts of Russia, right? But what I'm talking about is the, oh my gosh, Unia Hadziecka, the Hadziecka Pact. Hadyach Pact. We're gonna see if this has...
like trying to, because I definitely have like a very mixed up image of the timeline.
Treaty of Hadyach, I think, as you would read it in English. The Treaty of Hadyach, Polish Ugoda Hadziecka, between representatives of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, representatives of Zaporozhian Cossacks, and Starszyzna Yuri Nemirich, the architect of the Treaty of the Pavlov Teteria. It was designed to elevate the Cossacks and Ruthenians, which later become Ukrainians, to position equal to that of Poland and Lithuania in the Polish-Lithuanian Union, and in fact transforming the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth into a Polish-Lithuanian-Ruthenian Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Free Nations. So that did not end up happening, but it was a pretty big project of the time, which of course, once again, sort of undermines the whole Putin narrative of Ukraine never existing before Lenin created it, right?
Yeah.
Because it sort of almost became its own country at the end of the, I want to say 17th century.
Yeah, okay.
And then, of course, you had the... Because we are often making a mistake of looking at countries like this through the lens of nation states, if that makes sense. We looked at the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and say, oh, Poland, right? When it was a sort of a class-based state, it didn't look at citizens as, you know, like we do now, as in this country is the country of the Polish people or any sort of people. It was the country of the nobles. Then you had peasants. Then you had Jewish people actually constituted their own class within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that is it's whole different topic. But basically, it was I would say that the most correct way to look at the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is to say that it's a country that it's a shared heritage of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, and maybe partially of some more entities. You know?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like that's an argument that gets used all over when it comes to trying to invalidate sort of like movements. Is that it's always whether or not you were a nation state, but even though there was some form of like there were obviously group identities and borders and things like that before.
Yeah, ethnic. And we need to remember that the Ukrainian national identity also started forming like by the end of the 19th century, just as Polish ones or Lithuanian. And that in Austria-Hungary, because this is our like starting point, that there was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and there were many mixed people in the terrains, and that created conflict as the new nations were forming. The conflict between which terrains of this old Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth should belong to which newly formed nation state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it created big conflicts between the newly formed Poland and the newly formed People's Republic of Ukraine. As an example, Lviv used to be a majority Polish city with majority Polish citizens, and the outskirts of Lviv would be majority Ukrainian citizens. And the question becomes, okay, who should this terrain go to?
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, there isn't a correct answer to this question. There isn't like obviously it should go to Ukraine or obviously it should go to Poland. Like, it was a pretty complicated situation in my opinion. So it led to war between those countries, and Lviv went, and a lot of terrain that was Ukrainian went to Poland. Before the Second World War, 15% of all citizens of Poland were Ukrainian, so we have to keep that in mind. And later, which again goes against the narrative of Putin, Poland, after winning the war right away, it created a pact with Ukraine to fight the Soviet Union. And mind you, at this point in time, Russia says that Ukraine did not exist. So Poland had a military pact with a non-existent country. And of course, that war was unfortunately lost, and Ukraine was devoured by the USSR. Basically.
This was this is during the Russian Civil War, right? 1920, 21?
Yeah. So also the Polish-Soviet War, the so-called, and the miracle, the Vistula miracle, where the USSR forces pushed to Poland and were repelled. And of course, this has ramifications for the future, because Stalin was personally responsible in a huge part for the failure for the miracle of Vistula, because he charged ahead and was cut off, and that was a whole mess, which caused them to be quite hesitant of keeping the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact when the time came. He was quite hesitant of entering to Poland because he was afraid of a repeat of 1921.
I think this is a big part of the reason why the Soviets, when they wanted to join with, when there was potentially going to be an alliance between the Soviets and the Allies, one of the terms was that the Soviets couldn't move their military through Poland because I guess Polish people didn't trust them. Is that
Yeah.
kind of the idea?
Oh, Poland had a very strong foreign affairs policy of keeping equal distance both from the USSR and from Germany. It needs to be kept in mind when discussing this. It was like the equal distance doctrine. You know, like if Germany had a non-aggression pact with Poland, so it had to make a equal pact with the USSR.
Yeah.
Which of course is interesting because that part was not mentioned by the tanky person who debated Destiny and You later. That as while Germany might have had just a non-aggression pact with Germany and the USSR, you have to keep in mind that Poland, when invaded by the USSR, had a non-aggression pact with the USSR.
Yeah, I didn't know that actually. Wait, what
Yeah.
was that pact between Poland and the USSR?
God, I have to see. It was sometime early agreed upon, and then it was just ratified. It was in effect during the 1939.
Yeah.
So they just broke the pact when they invaded.
Was it Brest? Fucking, I can never say this properly. Brest. Brest-Litovsk. Or am I thinking of something different?
I have to. There we go. 1932.
Okay. I didn't know
It
that.
was from 1932. We can look at the English. Soviet-Polish Non-Aggression Pact. The Soviet-Polish Non-Aggression Pact, transliterated as Dogovor o Napadení med USSR, was a non-aggression pact signed in 1932 by representatives of Poland and the Soviet Union. The pact was unilaterally broken by the Soviet Union on September 17, 1939, during the Soviet invasion of Poland.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So, those are the little things that the tankies like to pretend that they speak, on historical grounds, but they usually just omit all the parts that are not historically convenient. Like, that there also was, and I have a pretty nice book on this. It's actually in English, The Deadly Embrace, Hitler, Stalin, and the Nazi-Soviet Pact. You might be, I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Okay. No, I haven't. Oh, I know the David Fisher. Yeah, I know the name. I think it's. Yeah.
And it has a few quotes. Hitler, you do not make pacts with anyone whose sole aim is the destruction of his partner. And Stalin's, I know what Hitler's up to. He thinks he's outsmarted me, but actually it is I who have outsmarted him. But there is a really big quote, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to just find it right now, where Stalin receives a phone call. This is about the argument that the USSR was just, they just saw the invasion as inevitable. That Stalin received a phone call about Germany attacking, and all that was heard was heavy breathing, and that Stalin just couldn't believe it. That instead of allowing the Red Army to defend itself, he just called a special meeting during which he said not to do anything that could upset Hitler, and that he kept believing that it could be just a political stunt, and that surely he would not attack like some wild brigand without even announcing, declaring war.
Yeah.
So
reality. That was a whole thing. Yeah, that's like a. I didn't even know that until that long ago. That like he was ignoring warnings that there were people at the border and shit. Yeah.
Even as it
and
happened,
he was trying to join the Axis powers, wasn't he? He asked if you could. Yeah.
And even as it happened, he sort of was like, it has to be a political stunt, right? It's impossible that he just decided to attack like that. So
yeah, this is the one thing I don't get, and I always hesitate to ask people this because I don't know if it exists. I've seen one thing on the Wikipedia, even though it leads to like a very weird source. But the idea, if people are trying to say that the whole point in Molotov-Ribbentrop was because they were expecting to get invaded anyway, they just wanted to buy time because apparently those 2 years of industrialization were crucial. But if that were the case, I would just think, and if Moscow to this day still tries to make that argument, it's like, why don't they just release the archives and show it?
Well, there's an easier question that you can ask. If the point was to buy time, then why didn't the USSR simply support Poland when it was invaded?
Yeah,
like that would have bought time for sure.
Yeah. Or why did they invade Finland? Right, that was another one as well.
Yeah, there's a book here that I've got that's. I didn't know about this topic before, but it seems that it's an actual topic in discussion. It's called "The Soviets Do Not Enter" by Tymoteusz Pawłowski. This book makes a bold claim that Poland could have just won in 1939, which I sort of doubt. But the more realistic claim is that if the USSR did not invade from the east, then Poland would have had a much bigger chance to stall the German forces for a much longer time, because apparently, as this book also claims, the German forces did not really have the capability to penetrate deep into Polish territory all the way to places like Lviv, etc., and that the Polish army's main strategy actually did depend on retreating into the east and receiving help from countries around them. And even if Germany would have penetrated deep into the eastern part of Poland, then that would have really opened them up to an attack from places like France or even England, since
Yeah.
a stalemate would have given them a chance to prepare and send actual support.
Mm-hmm.
And that is an actual theory that is thrown around. We cannot know, of course, if it would have happened, but there is a strong, a strong chance that a stalemate would have happened, which would have also changed how the whole war would have played out.
Yeah. Wow. Um, Yeah, I never really thought about that one because I think whenever it comes to historical claims, I'm always like really hesitant because it's not like I only do it as kind of like a hobby. But yeah,
Oh, you're a historian?
yeah, I do it for YouTube videos. Yeah,
Okay.
I just like read the more like well-known books or authors and just put that in YouTube videos. I don't, but I'm always like very hesitant about every single claim because like there's just so
Yeah.
much shit out there that's like not real or
Well, it's
dishonest. Yeah.
it's usually safe to sort of make sort of not super definitive statements, but like for example, I didn't say that would have happened. I said that I saw books that claim that would have been the case, right?
Yeah.
That there's information that's especially since we're entering the realms of alternative history here, and that's very dodgy subject on its own.
Yeah, I guess like the other because there was one thing I didn't know about again until recently was that after Molotov-Ribbentrop, I think there were still communist parties in the
Yes,
UK and France, and
and
after Molotov-Ribbentrop, the
Poland.
USSR, like and after Molotov-Ribbentrop, the Central Committee of the Comintern started feeding lines to all those different parties saying that no, the actual war now is like against the imperial powers
Yeah.
of like France and Britain and shit.
Of
So
course,
I don't really know why you would do that if you were just buying time.
of course, Stalin liquidated the Polish Communist Party. That also has to be remembered, and just replace it with its own. But there's because the meme about me is that I've just got a book on everything. It seems there's a book on
Oh,
this
yeah.
as well. Like it's called State or Revolution. I've talked about this quite a lot because before World War One, there was no such thing as Poland, right? So a big discussion before World War One within Polish circles was between socialists and communists because many people treat them as the same, and they were quite in conflict actually, and the right wing. And the question was, should Poland even create a state, or should it just go straight to revolution? And was considered legitimate because both state and revolution were equally not realistic within the context of pre-World War One Europe. You know,
Yeah.
they were both utopian in a sense. And then, of course, the communists, when Poland was forming, wanted to join the Russian Revolution, and the author really puts it well by saying that the communists of Poland were really enamored by the idea of Russian Revolution, not understanding fully that the USSR was in reality a repainted form of Russian imperialism. So that's, yeah. Do you have any questions?
Yeah,
Maybe,
I think what happens, especially in the online space, is like I feel like a lot of that, like at least until recently, maybe the Ukraine war's changed that a little bit. Is so much of the World War II discourse was just kind of dominated by sort of these Reddit tanky talking points about like every little thing. So even I've been more focusing recently on the like the Third Reich stuff as well, and usually when you hear about the the communist parties or the social democrat parties in that period, all you hear about is the Spartacist uprising, right? So when the this really badly staged revolution gets squashed by the Social Democrats with some help from the Freikorps, but that's all you hear, and you get this kind of impression of the idea of like Social Democrats at that time being these like ultra conservative leaning people who just wanted to squash communism to let fascists come to power because they preferred that whole thing, like the idea like Social Democrats or liberals always give way to fascism. But then the more I read it, I was like, all the shit that the Communist Party was doing throughout the 20s in Germany, like backing the Nazis to try and dissolve the Prussian parliament, or backing the Nazis in the Berlin rail strike, or even in 1933 saying that the Nazis coming to power was actually a good thing because it destroyed the myth of social democracy. And then to a point where Communist Party officials from Germany a lot of them fled and went to Russia, but then they were killed in Stalin's purges there because they weren't trusted for being foreigners at the time. And like more German Communist Party leaders were killed in Stalin's purges than at the hands of the Gestapo. Like I didn't know any of that shit. And I feel like now, I guess with the whole Russia-Ukraine stuff, like a lot of that history kind of is getting unearthed a little bit more in discussions. And I think it's definitely a good thing because I feel like for the longest time, like the Soviet side of that history has just been like had a monopoly in our space.
Yeah.
So
Well, it gets pretty complicated. Like the socialists in Poland wanted a state, but they wanted to move more towards socialism within the state. Right, and the communists just wanted a revolution, and there were also the far right that wanted a totally different thing, and those three groups clashed, and unfortunately, the right-wing concept ended up winning out. Like, as an example, there were ideas for Poland not to be exactly Poland, and the idea would be that it would be a confederacy between Poland, Lithuania, and Belarus, and Ukraine would be a close ally. And that would have created a counterforce to Russia post-World War I. That was a pretty big idea that did not end up, unfortunately, winning. The strongly nationalist narrative won out, which caused problems because it also caused Ukrainian people to be treated extremely badly, and it caused many tensions. It's a very complicated thing, which is why I make a plea for all people that are pro-Russia in the debate about Ukraine conflict not to invoke Bandera or the murdering of Polish people, because people that do that usually don't really understand the history behind it.
Yeah, of course, because it's that thing though. Like I think and I think it works for them a lot as well, especially in like leftist circles, because there is this leftist thing where you can be like 10 degrees of separation from like a Nazi or a fascist, and then that makes you one as well, right? And I feel like that plays in quite badly. I wanted to ask you one thing actually. What was about the Polish government in 1939? What were they like? I don't even know what like were they like a right-wing government, or like what was going on there before?
I have to read more, but yes, there were. Oh god, that was a bit complicated, but yeah, the right-wing influences were winning out, especially since the Poland did a pretty big faux pas right before the war, as you recall, the Czechoslovakia thing. When Germany took over Czechoslovakia, and Poland proudly moved in and said, well, you know, these little parts of Czechoslovakia are actually primarily Polish citizens, so I guess we take that. Thank you, Yoink.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yes, so it created this huge international perception that actually Poland is an ally of the Third Reich, since they swooped in and took parts of Czechoslovakia, that it's like almost took the country apart in unison with Germany. So that was the thing, which in my opinion was the whole appeasement thing was, of course, like, of course, it was totally different than Ribbentrop-Molotov, but I don't have a problem with saying that it was a form of making alliances, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just that it's not exactly the same. But yeah, the West absolutely tried to basically tell Germany that it could have whatever it wanted as long as it will not start a war.
Yeah. I know a bit about that because I'm from Scotland, and after 39, the Polish government of the time fled and they ended
Yeah,
up here.
in
Yeah, they ended
England.
up in
Yeah,
Scotland.
that's
Yeah,
right.
Scotland. Yeah, they because they were uh, they they were stationed at the beaches to in case because I guess the idea was in case Hitler attacks from Norway, they would be ready. So even today, if you go up to those beaches, just like maybe like half hour from my house, you can
Oh,
see like the dunes and the bunkers that they'd built there, all lined across, just sitting there for I guess like 6 years waiting for the Germans to come from Norway.
yeah,
They never did. Yeah, but I think what they also did, because the Polish government was quite right wing, was they also brought their political prisoners over, and in exchange for them manning the beaches, was that they got to put those political prisoners into camps. They actually built a detention
yeah.
center.
It was a pretty complicated time in history.
Yeah, yeah. They had
Even
like a
in
detention center on one of the islands.
even
So they had like
even Karasu from the chat says, mind you, Czechoslovakia had some questionable policies around dominant Czech identity, because when nation states formed, it was like a pretty horrible time, I will say. Like a lot of, and of course, I'm not sure if I can pick the book up here, but there's a whole book about the ethnic cleansings of the 20th century when
Mhm.
nation states formed and suddenly whole groups of people that lived in the country for hundreds of years became outsiders that needed to be ousted to a different newly formed nation state.
Yeah. I guess the problem with that is that I know that's one of the justifications. I don't think the guy there said it, but people would say that it's actually okay that the USSR went into Poland because Poland was like right wing, right? And I'm just like, that's being a right wing government is bad, but it's not as bad as being invaded by another country that's going to carry
Yeah,
out like massacres and keep prison. Yeah, yeah. So,
yeah, it's also used as a justification for Ukraine as well, which
mhm.
I would say that even if you had like 100 Nazi units in the army on 100 billion gazillion, it would still be sort of like an internal Ukraine problem to solve, no?
Yeah, that's
Not
the
a
idea. Yeah,
problem
because
for Russia to swoop in and say, now we have to fix you.
yeah. But I guess that's the difficult thing, right? Because I think people just like to prey so hard on the idea that, like, oh, so you'd rather have like a far right government than like a communist takeover. But it's like, I mean, kind of like Poland was a lot worse off for being under the Soviet Union, than if they were helped by them. So, yeah,
Yeah, and of course the Soviet Union, which of course tankies are silent about, allowed to 200,000 civilians to die in the Warsaw Uprising, right?
yeah, yeah.
And
Wait,
did a
what you said before that? What happened in the Warsaw Uprising?
well, the Warsaw Uprising happened, and the Soviet forces just stationed on the other side of the river and did nothing to assist.
Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
200,000 civilians died, and the Red Army was content.
Yeah, that's one thing I wish I knew more about was like I know Soviet anti-Semitism was a thing, and I
It
think
was,
even
yes.
Stalin had like big plans for the Jews that he just never ended up carrying out. But
And there
yeah,
are
originally,
a lot
yeah.
of letters from Stalin dictating the policy, the anti-Jewish policy of Poland post World War II. So
Okay.
that's a thing as well.
Hmm.
So it's a lot. It's just a lot, And oh yes, there's another thing. Just because of course there's like I was just told that the ideal Soviet citizen was strangely aligned being Russian ethnicity, but keep in mind
Yeah.
Poland was transformed by the USSR post World War II for the first time in its entire history, basically, right?
Hmm.
Before it was a nation state, the Kingdom of Poland had multiple ethnicities and people living in it. Like it invited Jewish people and gave Jewish people special rights and privileges, which basically almost created a Jewish state within a state. So that's a whole thing in itself. And then there was the creation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was an extremely multi-ethnic, multilingual, multicultural country, right?
Yeah.
And even when Poland became a nation state, there was huge diversity when it came to its population. As I've said before, 15% of all the citizens were Ukrainian, there was a huge Jewish community, which many rabbis said would lead the world Jewish community in the future. And for the first time in its history, basically, when the USSR imposed its rule on Poland, Poland became a mono-ethnic country,
Okay.
which was sort of strengthened by the slogan of Poland for the Poles, you know?
Yeah. That's a very familiar sounding.
Yeah, and so it was even said that what's happening right now, the refugees from Ukraine have sort of, in a way, undone what Stalin has done in 1945 onward. That the Poland has changed, and there is no going back to how it was before.
I guess I know that the government in Poland right now is very right wing.
It's extremely right wing. I would use a very, very strong words to call the government of Poland. Very
Yeah.
like, oh, there's a really you probably, because I've heard you're really good on immigration and stuff like that. Yeah.
Suppose so. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're probably familiar with the Polish crisis on the Belarusian border.
Yeah. I think a few countries have been kind of putting in measures for that, but I don't know about Poland specifically. No.
Basically, mainly Afghani refugees
Oh, okay. Yeah.
being trapped on a, technically speaking, neutral land between Poland and Belarus. Are you familiar with this topic?
This was like kind of started last year, right?
In 21.
Yeah.
And, well, basically, those people were just left to die. It was called a hybrid war. They were saying that the thousands of refugees would just destabilize all of Europe, that they cannot be accepted. In fact, volunteers were not allowed to come in to help them to bring food or medical assistance. All that was barred and banned. And now the sad situation is that refugees attempt to move through the swamps and the forests on their own in order to get further to the west. And volunteers from Polish non-government organizations just sort of Metal Gear Solid style in the night with barely any light move in to bring warm food and assistance to those refugees and to guide them to safety by avoiding the border guards.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't actually know that it got to this point. That like I think like 30 or 40 people died as well, just from.
Yeah, and one child got poisoned from a mushroom as well.
Oh God.
So it's ongoing, and it's a whole horrible topic. And the worst part about it is that Poland has gotten a lot of good press from the how it handled Ukraine, which is another topic altogether. And it gets off the hook from this whole horrible mess of the, I would say, dictated primarily by racism from the Polish government. And even when it comes to Ukraine, I actually do have criticism, mainly the fact that the whole brunt of the help for Ukrainian refugees was done by citizens rather than by the government, you know?
Yeah.
People just took, I know I had like 2 refugees from Ukraine in my home, as well as, people just took, like the meme became reality that why don't you take refugees into your own home?
Yeah.
People just took, refugees into their own homes. And the government, like, if I were to name all the bad things that the government did in this whole situation, was like, for example, that the government is pushing for assimilation of the refugees rather than helping them to exist within, if you know what I mean, right? Like, there is no effort to create an education for Ukrainian children in Ukrainian, right?
Mm.
They're just being pushed into the Polish education system, which in my opinion is a huge mistake,
Mm-hmm.
especially since we go back to World War II. Iran, of all countries, accepted, I think, hundreds of thousands of Polish refugees during World War II, and Iran was capable of creating a whole Polish language educational system for Polish children refugees.
Oh.
So that's like there's even again a book about this called The Polish Orient, about how Polish people found themselves in the new Iran reality as refugees during World War II. So
I did not know that.
that's a whole that is my big criticism among others, that Ukrainian people are pushed to be assimilated rather than, you know, integrated, I guess would be the good word as an alternative.
Yeah, I think there's like a real it's really frustrating seeing that with Hungary as well, and everyone talking about like how good Hungary's being to the Ukrainian refugees, but like what were they doing just like less than 10 years ago, right? With Orban and the Kelty station and shit like that, yeah.
Well, Orban became a topic of, because since you live in UK, you're probably very familiar with Poland and Hungary working as a tag team to do it, the anti-European Union rhetoric, right?
Yeah.
And Orban became a crack in this Poland-Lithuanian marriage, so to speak. Are you familiar with this sort of crack between?
No.
So near the start of the invasion, basically Orban said because he's pretty strongly pro-Russia, it seems, he said that Zelensky is his enemy. You know? And even the most, as far right as the Polish government is, even Polish government's reaction to that was, wait, what are you saying? What are you doing? What do you mean Zelensky is your enemy? And it created this friction between Poland and Hungary, because Hungary was quite anti-Ukraine and Poland is quite strongly pro-Ukraine.
Yeah.
And which is a good thing, because I think the situation between Poland and Ukraine is quite good right now, especially the normalization of the complicated history, which I talked about a little bit before.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, from what I've been told, I can ask you about it. UK denies visas from Ukrainian refugees.
Yeah. There was a whole hold up here about that. Yeah. And I think the process was insanely slow. They were like, we took barely any Ukrainians.
You had to apply for visas, Ukrainian refugees?
Yeah. Because I think we're still under the impression of like our government hoping the war will be quick so that they can all fuck off back home. Probably the Conservatives' line on it.
Mm.
And because of Brexit, it makes the travel thing a bit more, but that shouldn't really affect it. I mean, well, yeah, I guess because the European customs deal actually smoothened movement for Ukrainians across the EU, but that wouldn't include the UK.
Yeah, of course. I basically hear Ukrainian every day now whenever I go out. You know, Ukrainian language became a very big part of my everyday life, and I personally think it's a good thing. You know, I think things like that enrich the diversity of culture, especially since Ukrainian is extremely, similar to Polish. When I hear it, I can basically make out what's being said, more or less.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, apparently Ukrainian is far more, at least when it comes to vocab, it's far more familiar, like Polish than Russian.
That's what I thought, yeah, because I know the Russians complain that they don't understand Ukrainian, yeah.
Yeah, when I hear Ukrainian, I can understand quite a lot. Sometimes, like, the word is slightly different. Sometimes the order of words is different, but I can understand basically what's being said, which is very interesting. Which again makes me frustrated about the education system. Which,
Yeah, I suppose so.
So yes, what are your thoughts on these things?
I mean, we mostly agree on things. That's why it's quite hard for me to think because I'm a lot more talkative when I disagree with someone. But yeah, no, I'm all yeah.
I mean,
There's quite a few things in there that I didn't know. Yeah.
I can throw a thing that was a big thing for you. I remember on the internet, the genocide topic.
Yeah.
The trans genocide topic. How what are your thoughts from the perspective of past time on the topic of trans genocide? Has any of it changed? Is it basically the same? Because I remember I had actually a pretty big contention with you when it came to this topic. It was about history, of course.
You can maybe talk about that, and yeah, I mean, I think my position's basically the same. I mean, I'm still a lot more like. Yeah, no, I think my position's basically the same. I think what's happening in the United States, like as far as the laws in the United States, like I oppose every single one of them. They're all really, really shit. I just think we're still a bit away from reaching the stage of like the crime to end all crimes kind of thing.
Right. Although
what was the history stuff? I feel like I have a vague memory of this, but I don't know if it was
the
you because there were like
history
20 people having.
Oh no, I didn't actually talk to you directly about it. I didn't actually direct anything directly at you. Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember like for a brief period, like the people in my community were sending me like clips and videos of like different people saying things about it, but I can't remember if you were one of them or not. But, yeah.
My big thing was that it actually does depend on how you approach this topic, right? Are you familiar with a Jewish survivor of the Holocaust called Marian Turski?
Tursky, I know the name. I don't think I know what they said.
Basically, his most famous thing is his speeches when the main thought that he wants to impart is do not be indifferent. Auschwitz did not fall from the sky, right?
Yeah.
And my sort of big contention that I had with you is when you said that the genocide of the Jewish people started in 1942. That was
41.
like my 41. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, sorry, go on.
like there's well, we can go to how people like Marian Turski view it, like when he says that basically it all started like the genocide is a very slow walk that is in those steps that first German people were refused to be able to go into the parks, and Jewish people thought, well, that's okay, we can just don't go into the park. Then Jewish people were forbidden from going to the public pool, we can just swim somewhere else. And then Jewish kids were forbidden from playing with the German kids. That's fine, they can play on their own. And that it sort of creates this slowly creates this mechanism of people finding the idea of more and more escalated methods to get rid of the issue, quote unquote, as acceptable, if that makes sense. So basically it was viewed as that these steps to normalize what happened after are sort of seen as already part of the broader genocide process, so to speak.
Okay. So it's funny because I don't really disagree with any of that. Like, I think the problem is that I think people might hear me say something like, I think this is bad, but I wouldn't call it a genocide. Is that like, first of all, I guess we probably have different understandings of what the word means, but that whole thing about like, it didn't start with the gassing. It didn't start with it started with like first, anti-Semitism, and then the specifically grouping Jews into like a racial group rather than a religious or ethnic. And then or the Aryanization of the houses or the boycotts. And then you build up to the Nuremberg laws and then Kristallnacht.
Yeah. So, and you normalize it along the way.
Yeah. But I think the problem is if I say the Nuremberg laws were not an act of genocide, I don't think that's like, or that the boycotts were not an act of genocide, even though they definitely built up to it. I don't think that's like.
Although you could say that there were components of it.
So the way I see it is genocide starts with all
Building
these
blocks.
things,
Oh, that should be.
but those building blocks don't necessarily end with genocide. But I see genocide as the specific act, like the way it's like the act of the organized and calculated special intent destruction of the group, which I would say was the ordering the final solution. And I've always understood it that way. That like was like the final solution is like synonymous with the genocide of the Jews. But I think if we go back to say, I think you used the word complacency earlier on. Like obviously, I think there's maybe
Yeah, like normalcy,
mindset.
like
Yeah,
making it normalized.
but I think what happens is that I think maybe people get into this kind of like black and white world where if you don't use the most extreme language, which I think genocide is, I don't think there is no crime worse than genocide. It's worse than war crimes. It's worse than crimes against humanity, like the massacres in Bucha and Izium. But I think if you say it's not that, that's not complacency, right? Like I don't think what happened to refugees all the way throughout 2016 onwards was a genocide, but I don't think I was complacent on it. I don't think anyone described the situation of African Americans after George Floyd as genocide, but they weren't complacent. Millions of people protested against that. I guess it's just down to defining what genocide is. And then I guess with the historical thing,
Oh, the historical thing, my argument is a
Yeah.
bit different because I said that there's the the Tursky thing, like it started with this, and there's the actual thing that I would say that like the actual genocide, the physical genocide of mass killing Jewish people started like before 1941. It started with the building of the ghetto, in Warsaw. It started like it was in 1940, I believe, and between 1940 and 1941 and 2 already like 100,000 people were died due to starvation, due to being starved out by being locked in this space without any means to survive. And of course, there were basically in the numbers are in the hundreds of thousands. People were already being executed before 1941, and there was a warning to in 1941 given to England that people are being massacred, they're being murdered. Like already we have hundreds of thousands of victims, and the person's response was, this feels exaggerated. If you've said thousands, that would have sound okay, but if you say hundreds of thousands, then it sounds a bit far-fetched,
yeah, I think so. I think I even very early on said that when I looked at different sources of when people say like the genocide began, it's like usually the answers I would get was like I would mostly see I'd mostly see 41, but then I'd see like 39 as well because of what was happening in Poland. But
some even say 33 when
as far as I know, people say 33 for dating the Holocaust because they include the persecution and the extermination, but I don't think I've ever seen any historian say the genocide of the Jews started in 1933. I don't think I've ever seen
I
a sentence
I think Marian Tursky is actually a historian. If we are
But did he
taking
definitely
them-
did they definitely say that like because when you say that it sounds like you're invoking like 10 stages, right?
It's he didn't exactly use the term 10 stages. He's a historian and a journalist. He basically he didn't use those specific terms. He said that his main speech, I even made a video about it, in which I just react to the whole thing. He says that Auschwitz did not fall from the sky, that it was a huge process that began with banning people from public spaces, etc., to sort of prepare the public for what was to come. And so in this case, it becomes a building block and an element to the thing.
So the only thing is I don't actually know if anyone would disagree with that. Even people who say the genocide started in 1941, is they're just distinguishing the building blocks from the actual act, like
to the actual act of
to the specific
killing,
order, right? Yeah. I don't know. It just seemed like a very weird semantic thing. I mean, I wouldn't have even like. Yeah, but I guess obviously because I think saying 41 got certain people to call me a genocide denier, which was very strange. But yeah, like as far as I know, that building blocks argument is like, do you know what the difference is between intentionalist and functionalist, the approaches to the Holocaust?
Can you, functionalist? Can you?
So so there's two approaches to, I think, when it comes to dating the Holocaust, and there's actually, even within them there are disputes, but it's basically that you've got the intentionalists who think that actually the elimination of Jews was like planned right, was it basically intended right from the beginning. I think if you look back to Hitler in 1919, even signaled his intent that he thought like if more Jews had died in the war, the loss would have been worth it or something like that. Like he was already very willing to like let them die and shit. But I think when it came to so that's the idea that like the boycotts and all that were just like were kind of an intended sort of like normalizing of the process. And then I think the functionalists take more of a position that Nazis were like originally trying to not kill Jews, but remove them, right? They wanted to send them out of Europe. They wanted to put them in Madagascar at one point. They wanted to ship them over to the Allies at another point with Jacques Roublé. They wanted to give them over to the Allies because the idea was that if they went over to Allied states, that would make the Allied states more anti-Semitic and more sympathetic to the Nazi cause if they saw what it was like to have loads of Jews arrive. After the Allied states didn't want them, then they realized after Barbarossa, we've got like a fuck ton of prisoners here, and then they decide to kill them in Eastern Europe. So like the functionalists, historians tend to date the Holocaust at 1941. And then the intentionalists would put it more like 33, like it includes but to me, like I see a lot of value in both of those positions. I just think it was a bit fucking insane that people decided that the second one was genocide denial, because that's like the Wiener Holocaust Library says the genocide of the Jews started in 1941. The Anne Frank Library says it. The Holocaust Encyclopedia says it. It's like, or the genocide, yeah, or even people that acknowledge both, even people say the Holocaust started in 33, will say the genocide started in 41. So it's like they just distinguish the two terms. I don't know. I just thought it was silly.
Right, of course. Like there are two things to approach this, right? I would personally say that it was probably intentional from the start, as a Polish Jewish person that lives here, surrounded by the prevailing, even within Poland, the prevailing opinion of Jewish people themselves living within Poland was that we knew from the beginning that we were sentenced to death, but we simply thought we would have more time. We didn't think that it would happen so quickly, you know?
Yeah.
And of course, there's the topic of treating removal itself as a form of genocide, right? Like we should remember that Armenian, right? Armenian, yeah. Sorry, because you call people Armenia in Polish. Armenian genocide was also, in theory, an attempt to remove a population from a certain terrain, and just ended up being a genocide in practice, right?
So I don't think I think as far as I remember, I think Lemkin argued that Armenia was a genocide, but also because it had that intent. I think the point was that they sent them on a march to, was it Syria? But they deliberately, and with documentation,
Yeah, they murdered them as well.
made sure that but also made sure that they didn't have enough food and water. So the idea was always to kill them. It was just a different way of killing them.
Right, of course. But
so yeah, but I think that's again, like although a deportation or like an ethnic cleansing is still crime against humanity. I think that's what you call it, crime against humanity is what ethnic cleansing tend to fall under. But that's like when you try to remove them, but like they can still live at the end.
Right, but the question remains if Germany would have went that route, if it would not have went the Turkish route, right?
Well, that's why I think with that one, I guess like both sides seem to have pretty strong cases. Like I don't think the intentionalist or the functionalistic cases are bad. I think the functionalists are just I've seen more
and of course,
yeah.
I've been given a pretty good thing that which is also close to home, that stateless people are usually sentenced to death, like in the Afghan refugees now trapped between Poland and Belarus. They're technically speaking, there's not an intent to kill them, but in practice they are just sentenced to death.
Yeah. Yeah, but then again, like you're broadening the definition of death, right? Like people who are stateless still survive, or they can survive. Whereas if
Well,
you're sentenced to death in like a Holocaust sense, like
in
you are
this
just
cases, they sort of can't because they are trapped in a piece of land without food, water, medical assistance, and those things are sort of forbidden from being provided.
yeah. Well, this is what I would maybe ask you then, because I guess if we broaden, because I guess like this person in your chat is trying to broaden the definition of genocide to include like stateless people. So does that mean the act of not accepting refugees or again like denying trans medication is the same thing as genocide? Like I think you're broadening that means there's a
I,
genocide against every minority, because every minority, even mentally ill people,
we
die because
could
of inadequate services. So then it's
we
like, yeah.
we could actually make it a serious discussion on whether or not that is not the case to some degree, in my opinion.
I think when we talk about different kinds of crimes or different kinds of atrocities, I think it's probably okay that we have slightly different words for different levels of specificity. I feel kind of uncomfortable grouping like the Holocaust or the Armenian genocide or the Sabra Shatila massacre, which happened where my family's from, like where people wanted to kill a specific group, they went in and did it, like under orders. It was organized, it was planned in advance, etc. But comparing that to like negligent policy, because you're like because of xenophobia, or negligent policy because of like bad economics. I think that like you can give those two things the same word if you want. I just don't think you get that much value from it. I feel like the difference is that if a state's committing genocide, that warrants like an international response, like immediately, like
I
Bosnia
sort
or
of
fucking Libya. But removing resources, like again, depending on how you do it, right? Like we're talking about I think the one like the removal of resources with intent to kill people was like that came from like Bosnia, where they put people in concentration camps and refused to treat them when they were dying of dysentery. So that's like because they wanted them to die, which I think is a bit different from saying that, oh, we're not sure about kids getting puberty blockers because like maybe it's too soon. I think calling those two things the same crime is like,
well,
it's just, I don't see that much point in that.
I would probably, well, when it comes to the puberty blockers thing and things like that, I would usually, when it comes to these things, that and it's usually not really about worrying about the children. Like it's a bit like with abortion. Poland is an extreme example of what happens when a far right government actually has the hands on the wheels and decides what happens when it comes to these things. I don't know. You're probably familiar with the whole abortion thing in Poland, right?
Yeah, it's pretty dark. Yeah.
So that like when people oftentimes say that try to be more centrist about the thing, they say, well, right wing people are just worried about life, about women not killing children. But then we look at the Polish example where women are forbidden from terminating pregnancy where when the fetus is damaged, right? And basically we have cases of women dying in the hospital because doctors are waiting for the fetus to just die inside of the woman. Like doctors are afraid to do anything so the women die. And there's the famous right-wing politician because it started a whole big women's movement, a big protest. It started a slogan called Women's Hell about Poland. And during one such protest, a far right politician from a party that's even more far right than the current government, if you can believe that,
Oh, wow.
he said, "Don't worry, we have the means to painlessly kill the baby once it's born," which betrayed a certain type of logic when it comes to these things. When the de facto leader of Poland right now said, a child should be able to be born with half a brain missing, because even if the child will die in suffering, it will have a chance to get christened. So,
Yeah.
those things are often not quite just about the worry about the well-being of children or any other group, if that makes sense.
I think it just depends on which part of the political spectrum you ask. I think maybe one of the worries now is that even people who are quite liberal otherwise, or even like center left, have like big reservations when it comes to especially like trans youth in terms of surgery and all that, which is like, I think it's a big problem, especially with all the puberty blocker restrictions and shit like that. But I don't really, yeah. So I don't know where we disagree with there. I'm sorry. Yeah. But then obviously some other people are just like, yeah, like a lot of conservatives are just disgusted by the thought of kids getting puberty
Yeah,
blockers, which
and
is like a very different argument.
because
Yeah.
the Polish government is basically a copy of the US Conservative Party in a lot of ways. Like, I'm not gonna repeat everything because I talked with Dylan Burns and it caused YouTube to just delete the video and give me a warning. But I would just say that Poland was very pro-Trump in the election, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Polish government was very unhappy when Trump lost. And it also copies all the anti-LGBT theories because the Polish party runs on the anti-LGBT rhetoric. And it also recently started copying the Think of the Children rhetoric when they said, oh, in a kindergarten, children were able to dress as any way they wanted. Like a boy could dress up as a girl. And it made a mother cry thinking of the atrocity that was happening. And
Yeah.
I mean, I think you can understand why I look at things like this with a healthy amount of skepticism.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely, yeah, like,
You know?
yeah, I do. I guess the disagreement is classing that as like what genocidal intent, but
Yeah.
otherwise, yeah, like I get, yeah, I mean,
But at the
I don't support any of it, or I don't even think
right.
a lot of it's like well intentioned, you know. Even like there is just a lot of like very hateful people out there.
I mean,
But
I can assume that if the thing goes like that, I can assume that the more these building blocks come to building something, the more increasingly strong your response to it will become, basically speaking.
it seems to be the case right now that if we're talking about LGBT stuff in the United States,
Yeah.
fortunately, one big difference, at least people do like one thing that I think is much better about the United States than somewhere like Weimar Germany is that the Constitution is like still fairly well upheld, even by conservatives. So if you look at a lot of these bills, like the Tennessee drag bill, was held off and blocked by a Republican judge, right, who was appointed by Trump. The one in Florida actually got held by an injunction just this month. So, and that's for the worst of the bills, as far as I know. That tends to be the case. Is that like they get passed if they're lucky, and then the judge comes in and says, "No, this is unconstitutional. Like fuck you."
True.
So,
But
apart from like some of the sports bans, but I do agree. I agree that the sentiment, especially people like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, with the fucking
oh yeah.
eradicate from public life. If you follow that to its logical conclusion with no hurdles in between, if those guys had the power, they would eventually end up gassing people. Of course they
Yeah.
would, because none of those solutions that they suggest like will solve the problems that they're saying they will. But right now, it seems to be the case that the best thing are these groups like Lambda Legal or the Trevor Project and all these trans rights advocacy groups, and obviously Democrats and activists, making sure that as few of these bills pass as possible, and that the ones that do pass are adequately combated. Yeah, I think right now it's a policy problem, and I guess it's like a culture war issue as well, like winning the arguments. I just don't think any of that is the same as like if there was a genocide happening, you'd be talking about like rolling in tanks or executive orders or like like even like I think killing people would be justified in that case. But this is yeah.
From my perspective, it gets a little bit complicated since from what I see from, in my opinion, the intent is sort of there in the when it comes to the parties that push for certain bills, certain laws in en masse, and that they do not have quite the means to fully sort of implement the program that they are pushing for. But I think the sort of steps are slowly moving, and that even certain people like Trump has been saying, has been talking about things like changing the constitution, which makes me a bit worried that things might very well move in a direction that will allow these steps to finish at the building blocks might end up in a building, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with any of that. I think depending on the legislators. So I do know some people who engage in activism, like to the point at legislative levels, like they go to testimonies and they have contact with legislators. The impression I seem to get for like the majority of Republican legislators, like the ones who are at a more local level, is that a lot of them are just like boomers trying to get votes. Which I think the engagement there is quite different. But there obviously are some people who I think like do have some kind of intent to like maybe I think if they had their way, every like trans youth would just get rammed into a conversion therapy center, right? There probably are people who would be okay with that. And even if they died, there are probably some legislators who at least just wouldn't care, if not maybe want to. I don't know. I can't read their minds. But yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I just think I think we're hopefully a long ways away from it, and the way we engage with it and the words we use to describe it now are different from what they would be in the future. Also, sorry, I'm only going to do this once. I know it's rude, but there's someone in your chat like saying this like institutions are not a guarantee it won't happen. Like, my friend, I've never said that. Like, I don't think it's impossible.
Oh, which chat? YouTube or the page?
Your YouTube chat. Yeah, they're just like, I don't know. This person's just shadowboxing. I don't think they could actually like accurately guess any of my positions.
There's one person in the
demons. It's okay.
There's one person in the chat that's saying a pretty good thing, in my opinion. That if I may read it to you. Okay, but institutes can be overtaking. See Hungary, where the constitutional court has been taking over the prosecution to the local councils. Institutions are not a guarantee. Yeah, that's the person, right?
Yeah. No,
calling it genocide is not about starting a war. It's about warning that people might start dying, showing that to sort of do something, right? It could be like moving from place to place. It could be because, of course, situation in the US varies from state to state because it's another layer of complication very specific to the US. So it might be even something like moving from a dangerous state to a more accommodating state. If that makes sense.
Yeah, don't disagree with any of that either. I don't think
like pointing to the dangers.
I think I even said that as well. Like, I don't I feel like I've said all this like really. I don't know. I feel
sort of like
I feel like I very early on as well. It's like like I'd never be the one to say like, oh, it could never happen here. It can happen anywhere, right?
Yeah,
like history is very unpredictable.
Yeah, it's like what the Marian Turuski person said, that he visited the U.S. Even said that he did the march with Martin Luther King, and he said that he was asked, because he said he was Jewish and a survivor, and he was asked, what do you think it is about Germany that made something like that possible there? And the response was, it could happen anywhere. It could happen here if the circumstances are right.
Yeah.
And I think,
Sorry, go on.
I think a lot of it is sort of about knowing that the building blocks are sort of like they might not be the exact act of killing, but they are sort of the building blocks at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, and those building blocks are like at some stage or another. It varies.
And that it's important to be aware that they are the building blocks of the final effect, and to sort of, be aware of it and even react to it in some way, right? To not just wait for the building to be complete.
Yeah, but I guess that's the thing, is like I don't think I feel like it's very, what am I trying to say? I feel like with BLM, description that people used there more often than any other was like systemic racism, right? That's how people described what happened with BLM and George Floyd and all that, right? And that got millions, tens of millions of people all over the world out on the streets. People in my hometown were on the streets. There's like barely any black
Yeah.
people in Scotland, and we were out doing the BLM stuff, you know. But the word they used there was systemic discrimination, you know, because systemic racism, because you know systemic racism is really bad. Transphobia is really really bad, or human rights abuses are really really horrendous. Yeah. So I feel like as far as how the engagement goes, I feel like I tend to just prefer taking like what's happening now and like just approaching it in whichever particular like way is necessary. I definitely just didn't. I don't know. Like that whole arc was like to me was just a bunch of people saying I should call it a genocide. And I'm like, okay, or even like yeah. I can't get my head around that. I just think it's weird to like demand that of people and like. But I don't know if you said that. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I would be okay if basically, as I said, would you say that they're building blocks of the genocide?
I think they're building blocks that like yeah. I think they're acts that could lead to a genocide. Yeah, like.
Okay,
I
if
said
you
that from day
take
one,
genocide
yeah.
as the act itself, I guess that's the main. Because I'm closer to how Marian Tursky sees it, that the acts of excluding Jewish people from public spaces, from public life, were already sort of the acts of the genocide, in the sense that they were preparing the society for the seemingly unthinkable act that had to happen later. You know, it's like when a robbery is not just, technically speaking, when you speak of a bank robbery, the bank robbery itself is the robbery, right? But you also have the prep, getting the gear, preparing a group of people to do it, doing the whole plan to do it, etc., right?
Yeah.
And
I
it
think
might
that would.
succeed and it might not succeed. It might be stopped before they even get to the bank.
Yeah. So again, like I would have to look through particular legislators to see if anyone's actually like being caught directly like planning anything. But I'm guessing that's probably very not as demonstrated. But yeah, like I guess it's just that thing where because the way I see it is the majority of people, and I think even this applies to legislators, who are right now. I think the worst thing they're doing is they're trying to ban puberty blockers for kids. That's like the worst thing that I've seen in America. Maybe
Yeah,
the
but
drug
of
bans as
course,
well are pretty because they
but
extend to.
w-
But and
we,
I think the majority of legislators who back that, I don't think they're doing it because they think they're killing people or because they're trying to lead up to it. I think they're doing it
yeah,
because virtue signaling to voters, because it's because they're hateful, because they are like anti-science, or because they have this like very weird fucking whatever you call it, like a weird
of
like
course,
emotional stance when it comes to kids, or because they don't think being trans is real. They think it's a social contagion, right?
yeah.
So I think that, but yeah,
But of course, we
again,
could.
if they were secretly planning something, I feel like you'd have to still just engage with it in the same way. You'd still have to just block the policies or support
Yes,
people who are
you
effective at
like.
that, you
I'm
know?
saying that, of course, depending on where you are in the building blocks, you react in a way that has the most probability of being effective, right? So you
Mhm.
can even try to block the party that is building the building on a political level by trying to oust them from the government via voting or any other means. There is no one way to deal with a situation, but we could make a case that the laws being not as overt is part of the normalization of the process. No.
Yeah, and that's been a thing for trans people for like the longest, for I guess since
Like
time
we do
immemorial,
have
right?
sort of like an analog to the excluding Jewish people from public life, where we have already seen laws being proposed that would ban people from public life who dress in a way that is not appropriate or fitting to a certain standard or mold of how people should dress. Like
Yeah, like
the
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 drag law
drag
in
queen,
Tennessee,
yeah.
right? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So we're sort of starting to see this laws that are trying to exclude a certain group of people from public life and from existing in a public sphere.
Hmm.
So I guess that would be an example of this sort of building up that people think, oh, this might be okay. It's not really overt. It's not really leading to this, and then we go one step further, and finally we get to the building, so to speak.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if I ever find an activist who has that attitude, I don't know if I have. I don't know if I've ever. Yeah, if I ever see an activist who's saying like, "Oh, you know, it's just a drag ban. How many people wear drag outdoors anyway?" Like, if someone has that attitude, or if someone says, "Oh, it's just puberty blockers for kids," you know, big deal. The research is actually like a little bit. It's not as conclusive as people say it is, even though it strongly leans in their favor. Like, yeah, if people have that attitude, I would be like, no, like this, even if you think this isn't that bad, it could get worse. Like the whole
Yes,
point of it is that it makes
yes,
more.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
like I would say that if I feel like maybe this is a problem for some people, but as far as like activists or people who talk about these issues, I think generally people who don't like these like bills want to stop them, and they do what they can to stop them. So, um, yeah, I think if that problem arises and if there is that issue where there's that complacency, then yeah, I would probably push against it. Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's
Okay.
a thing right now. I know a lot of liberals are just like perfectly fine with the puberty blocker bans
All right.
because they think it's just like a reasonable concession, but I completely don't agree with. I think that's really dumb.
All right.
So, yeah.
So I don't know. I think that I'm not sure if like I don't know. It feels sort of like you agree with what I'm saying, but just I
No,
don't know whether
the
you're
problem with this entire arc is that I tried very like I don't know, you can watch the debate again if you want. Like from my perspective, I tried pretty hard to concede like that or to make it clear that I agreed on all the empirical realities, that I opposed all the bills, that I don't have like I'm not one of those like leftists who's like, oh, I don't know, puberty blockers for kids really. No, like I oppose all like every single one of them. Like I think the problem was just I don't even know. People are just online discourse is weird. Maybe I'm not a very good communicator. Maybe it's all my fault. But yeah, I don't know. It did feel like from that debate onwards was that like I don't know if you did you even see the first did you see the first poly people debate? I guess that's what
I
kicked it
have,
all off,
yeah,
right?
I have.
Yeah, like I
I
don't know if
also
people
talked
missed it,
with
but
Dylan Burns.
yeah, but like and I don't know if people missed it, but like that debate to me was just heard like me trying to say that yeah I concede on this, I understand this, we agree on this, we agree on this, we agree on this. It's just the word, and she's like, but she just kept saying the least I can do is call it a genocide. I'm not listening to trans people unless I call it a genocide. And I was like, this is fucking wild. And thankfully everyone has realized how toxic she is now. But yeah, I
Oh,
don't know.
that is a good question.
I guess I was just ahead of the curve.
Would you agree that the framework of genocide is there?
I don't. So when people say that, like, yeah, if you want to broaden the point, the understanding of like the framework of genocide, then yeah, I would agree with that. But then I would also say that every minority is within that framework, right? Because it doesn't start with again. I could even go to you and say it didn't start with boycotts in 1933. Anti-Semitism in Germany was rife. Like they were barely equal citizens from 1870 onwards, and even that had a lot of pushback. They were excluded from like almost every party, and like
that is actually a well, it might sound ridiculous, but it's actually a very legitimate line of thinking to follow, since are you familiar with the distinction between the old type of anti-Semitism and the new?
Yeah, so the new was like when they actually started using the term anti-Semitism, right? Like before it used to be Judenhass. Yeah.
Well, what I mean is
Group, yeah.
Exactly right. Before, anti-Semitism was based more on the religious grounds. Jewish people are the Judaism and the Christianity and stuff like that, and the rise of the nation state sort of gave also as one of its effects the rise to the new type of anti-Semitism where Jewish people were seen as the outsiders to the nation itself, the people that are to be shunned or even destroyed, right? And we can actually lead a follow-through line through these, especially since the those times gave birth to things like eugenics and phrenology, right? That's the English term, phrenology. And those terms basically created the foundation for the Nazi ideology that was later used to uh, exterminate the unwanted groups such as Jewish people and Slavic people broadly as well.
Yeah.
And of course, the German Empire had its run at genocide. Oh, I don't have the book with me. Within Africa, which is treated as this test run that was later used on Jewish people by Nazi Germany.
It was the Hereros in, was it Namibia? Was
I
it?
think it might be the
Or
case,
Angola.
but right. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's a stretch to sort of, as you said, go back even before 1933 and see how those things how those sort of ideologies and mentalities developed through history and how they led to the results that we've seen.
Yeah, it's just because I'm just saying that like if you were going by this like building blocks or framework approach, then even though the character of anti-Semitism changed a lot throughout the like from the 20s over to the 30s, but even before then, it's like a lot of what was already there continued, right? Like blood libel is way older than like modern anti-Semitism.
Right.
The idea of Jews being like parasitic or scheming or like money grubbing and all that, like these are like medieval stereotypes, you know, or even before that.
Yes.
So yeah. But then you get to a certain point where like, okay, this has kind of just been like an ongoing process since the beginning of time, or so, well, at least since
Yes, but it sort of goes onto, well, it sort of speaks to a deep need to address certain processes, even if they are extremely long, hundreds or even thousands of years. I think
Yeah,
this to me
and
is like the crux of the thing, that it's about, like, this is why I think it's the genocide thing is like, to me, is like, it's recognizing that there are many deep problems that have existed for a long time, and we should sort of address them head on, if that makes sense.
yeah, it does. Yeah, I think the way I tend to approach it is that like from my experience of arguing with more center or liberal or even center right people, when it comes to a certain issue with trans people, it's usually just addressing the issue like in and of itself, right? If I want to argue with someone who's skeptical about puberty blockers, I would argue about studies that show the benefits of puberty blockers. I think if I started going into how saying something like, well, actually, what you're doing is you're laying one of the foundations for a genocide, I feel
Right.
like
But
I feel like I should be able to just oppose the thing. Yeah, but typically I tend to have better luck just opposing the thing in and of itself. Same with obviously like bathroom bills and all that like mad shit as well. Yeah,
it is true that it is important to sort of address the thing as it's going, but it is also sort of equally important to see the bigger systemic picture and sort of address that head on too. Uh, unless we want to keep the things that we deal with reappearing ad infinitum until there's so many that we just cannot physically address them all. You know, if that makes sense.
yeah, I don't disagree. I feel like, yeah,
Yeah, at some point, like, it is to a degree what in the US is being attempted by throwing like 500 bills, keep throwing the bills. Like, it is impossible to just address every single one by one.
well, people like us definitely not, but
Yes,
like
exactly.
the way that I guess the way that most of them have been blocked is because people on a state level have fought against each one. Like for
Yeah.
every bill, there's a pro trans group going in there and testifying against it in Congress, actually sometimes getting Republican legislators to change their minds just because they've heard trans people say, I'm trans, this is how this will affect me.
Right.
That's happened in a few places.
But of course,
or just like legal action.
The harm in this, and I'm saying harm in the sense of the flooding in the bills, not in the approach. The harm is that some of them will pass, right? Some of them will slip through the cracks. And from the perspective of the broader group that wants the bills to be pushed and passed, that already in itself is a victory. Even if from 400 bills 3 pass, that's a victory because you can push more. And from 3 you will get 6. Slowly with time, from 6 you will get 10, etc. If that, I'm not sure if that makes.
No, yeah, I think the big problem now, in a practical sense, was I think it was Brianna Wu was saying this. Like the problem, especially that's more specific to trans people, is that there's such a small community, which means it's very difficult for them to get any kind of like large scale systemic pushback. Like their groups that they have are good, like Trevor Project or Lambda Legal, but they're also very small. And I think one thing that is very needed in America is like maybe a more broad, like nationwide, consolidated like thing that helps to have a more focused approach on like just those issues. Like I think Lambda Legal especially is one that like is growing, but it needs to grow like a lot faster.
I have to ask you again from the chat. I'm not sure if you're watching the chat still.
Not right now, no.
Okay,
Like,
so because one person says, and it does bring me to the question. I don't think anyone here asking you, Lonerbox, that you have to talk about the issue using genocide. She's trying to say, I don't think anyone is angry at you for not using the word genocide. I think what people have been angry is that they felt that you were against them using the term genocide, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe no one in this stream, no. But yeah, like if we can look back at the clips, there were people like I think Demon Mama was saying, call it a genocide, dude. Like that was one. Polly was saying that. But yeah, as for the second thing, I mean, yeah, I disagree with people calling what's happening right now an act of genocide. Yeah, I disagree with that, and my job is to disagree with people online. So, and I like, and I'm not like, maybe it makes it a bit easier if like I've never claimed to be an activist myself, right? Like I talk about things that are interesting to me, sometimes with a social conscience and all that. But like, yeah, personally, I think going around on the internet calling what's happening a genocide right now, and like this whole like the 10 stage stuff and all that, I think it's very unconvincing. I think it's inaccurate. I think it's maybe leads people into some slightly sketchy conclusions. Like I don't like going on Twitter and seeing people saying that there's a genocide happening, we need to fight back, and they're saying it while they're holding a gun. Like that just sounds like you're maybe pursuing the answers in the wrong places. So yeah, like yeah, I disagree with it. And I'll probably continue to every time someone brings it up. But as far as I know, it's like kind of not really.
So this sort of framework, because from my sort of perspective, from the framework that I've sort of drawn out for you, it sort of is like a genocide. So would you disagree with the thing that I've sort of painted for you through this conversation?
So the framework that you've given me makes sense, and I actually agree with everything descriptive about it, everything. But that's just not how the word genocide, I think, is used in like
well, I mean,
I don't think it's how it's used in law or by historians.
It is used like that by the historian that I've sort of quoted for you.
Yeah, but I don't think I maybe did see a direct quote, but as far as I can tell, I think what you're like it sounds very similar to the 10 stages thing, right? Like but the beginning of the 10 stages is like bigotry or discrimination, right? But even if you look at the actual paragraphs of each stage in the original essay, I think even the author of that says that like the act of genocide wasn't until stage 8 with the massacres. Like it's even
right,
stage
but
7 is like the genocide is planned.
It is, yeah.
And at the very least, if we're going by common parlance, that's when the average person thinks of genocide, it's rounding people up and killing them.
Right.
Or even at a cultural level, it's like Uyghur camps or residential schools. If you like, maybe you think this, like I don't know, like I don't think it's the norm amongst historians. I'm almost 100% sure that's the case, and definitely not in common parlance. So if you want to use like a different definition of a word, that's fine. But to me, that's just like private language, you know.
Well, I'm not sure if Marian Truski is using private language, but it's like to me it's a bit like with the bank thing, right? Like the preparation, the assembling the crew, etc., the gear, the planning of the whole thing is to me, even if it's not the act itself, it is definitionally part of the thing, no?
So that analogy is, I think it's like, I know what you're saying, but I don't think it's quite the same analogy, because like that's like saying, because when the final solution was ordered, but they hadn't actually, the Einstein's group hadn't actually killed anyone yet, I would still say
when the
genocide
final
there, right?
when the final
Yeah.
solution was
Yeah.
ordered,
So,
already hundreds of thousands of people were being murdered. So
or even with the invasion of
that's
Poland.
that's a whole complicated thing.
Yeah.
In
So even with the invasion of Poland, like I would say that's maybe analogous to people like burglars or robbers getting the gear together and all that. I don't think when we're talking about genocide or like mass killing, I don't think the legislation right now is classed as, I would class that as getting the gear ready. I would class that as way earlier. But like, yeah, again, like analogies are kind of difficult like that, because it's like,
Yeah.
I'd rather just talk about the actual thing. Yeah.
Well, with Germany, it was like the I would say that the Kristallnacht would be like sort of like a big point in the genocide timeline.
Like,
no?
Yeah, I think yeah, it's a part of the timeline. Yeah, I think in between the functionalists and the intentionalists, like Kristallnacht kind of sits in the middle, because again, like it was a pogrom. Like pogroms were unfortunately quite normal in Europe, but again, like the distinction was that it was ordered by the state, or like
I think it's a
out by the
very
state,
it's a very important distinction, since as there's quite, in my opinion, correctly said by historians and by people that specialize in this, you need to have a state in order to have a genocide. The state makes is a vital component. The fact that the state is involved in the thing is a vital component to it being genocide.
Yeah. So would you say that the state's like a building block then?
Sort of, yeah, sort of.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree, but then I would never call just the fact that a state exists.
No. Because I would say that like it is, the state is not sort of like a part of going toward, but it's a necessary requirement for a genocide to occur, right? The organization that has the monopoly of violence. But of course, I've heard
like, I guess a state or a military. Yeah. I think that's usually how it's defined, as like it's either done by a state.
But of course, like because I went to a book meeting I don't have the book with me. I left it with my mom today, actually. An author that wrote the book, it's a very new book called The Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. And it goes through many different genocides. And to this author, he said that that he agrees with the view that the state is necessary for a genocide, but he has his almost opposing view, which in his opinion does not invalidate the view of most people. He said that in his view, genocide is something that happens when a state is in crisis, or almost when there is a lack of a state. So he said that Nazi Germany was an example of a state that was in crisis from the Weimar Republic and onward. And basically that there are times when a state can actually be a force that guarantees that a genocide won't occur. So that's a whole other layer to the discussion, I guess.
I think coming back to your analogy, I think the problem I have with the robbery analogy is that if a group of people plan a robbery, they've planned it, they've got the gear together, they've got like a date and time and everything, they've made sure they've got the times right and the escape and all that. If a group of people do that, they're almost definitely going to actually go and do the robbery. Like it's like almost inevitable. Whereas
unless they're stopped before, of course.
Yeah. Whereas states that put the building blocks of genocide together with like discriminatory laws or human rights abuses or bigotry and all that, like those building blocks happen all the time everywhere, and very few of them ever lead to like mass killings or sterilizations or ethnic cleansing and all that. So that's why I think it's maybe the analogy is a little bit off, is because like I guess the robbery thing is I would equate to actually like planning the killing itself, like planning the final solution or planning. Yeah. So
Well, I would say that in the case of like, for example, let's say all of the laws were stopped right now, right? All of the Republican Party was made sort of neutered, so to speak. They were made inefficient and just outside of the politics sphere. I would say in that case that that was a genocide that was just stopped before it came to its how to say bank robbery stage. There was a robbery that was stopped before it could, like the police caught wind of it and arrested all the people involved.
I mean, I disagree with using the word in that way, but I feel like I don't really want to repeat myself because I feel like I've done it quite a few times now. Yeah. I guess that's where we would agree to disagree. I feel like the frustrating thing about this conversation is I think if we dropped the word genocide, there wouldn't be any disagreement, right?
Oh,
as far
and
as I know.
of course, in the chat, someone by the name of Lettuce, which is a nice name, a very healthy name, has said, and I do agree with this, that genocides can happen without a single person dying directly. Eugenics, sterilization, deportation. Like I would say that sterilization is like a big.
No, that's again like that. Yeah, that's in the UN definition. When the UN definition says destroy, the destruction of a group, they mean biological or physical destruction. That's what they're referring to there.
Right.
Part of biological destruction is sterilizing. Yeah, like the Uyghurs. That's why that's a genocide. It's because they're sterilizing them forcibly. Yeah, no, I agree. The deportation thing is like, I guess it just depends because like some deportations are done with the intention of killing, like Armenia. Other deportations are done with the intention of moving a group to another place, like I guess like the Nakba. I guess like one is more, I guess they're just slightly different. And I don't think there's a problem with using different words to describe those things because, yeah, it's just like English language. We have like, even if acts are similar and they have things in common, we can still use different words for them. Like that's why what's happened in Russia, they're calling it crimes against humanity. They haven't really gathered the evidence to go out and call it a genocide right away because like
I would probably I have my bias, so I would probably call it a genocide. What's happening in in Ukraine by Russia? Yeah.
See, like this is sorry. Okay. The person in your chat is saying deportation is always bad. What the fuck? When I say deportation isn't the same as like deportate, like in Armenia where they deported them explicitly to kill them. I'm not saying deportation is good or it's neutral. I think it can be bad without it being genocide. It's just, I don't know, shadowboxing. It's okay. Sorry.
Oh.
I said I would only do it once, but that triggered me so much. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I've got a message, another one.
For the record, deportation is very bad. If anyone missed it.
For you, I've got another message for you from the chat because you seem to be a fan of those.
Yeah, sure.
Lonerbox needs to understand that the intent is there from the get-go. Even something as superficially non-violent as the sovereign strategy has a premeditated genocide premise. A genocide not going far enough because the perpetrators don't think it's the time for it yet, or being successful because they don't have the means to finish the job doesn't unmake the genocide.
Okay. I'm just gonna swap out the word genocide for killing because that at least because I feel like everyone I'm arguing with just like has a different understanding of the word that I do, but that's fine. I think if you're talking, I think there's an issue some people sometimes run into where I think people tend to assume that right wingers or people who are like even liberals like use discriminatory policies and the only reason they would ever do it is because they want X group to die. I think that's a very like weird place to be. I think if you can't imagine like a certain legislator trying to ban puberty blockers or engaging in Southern strategy or something like that, if you can't imagine them doing it for any other reason then because they want to kill people, then it's like, well, half the population is just like demonic to you. Then like half the population just they don't even deserve the vote.
Well,
They're just evil. But the problem is right wingers believe in different things for all different kinds of reasons. Like people genuinely do believe that puberty blockers are harmful, and it's like there are some studies that like suggest that for some kids it actually is like it's not perfect. It's like there are outliers and they get a lot of media attention. So same with immigration. There are some people who genuinely believe that like immigration is just like too damaging to a country to allow it like in the form of refugees and shit like that. So like I think the problem is like especially if you're in the business of converting people or changing people's minds, not converting. Like if you're in the business of changing people's minds, you actually need to understand why people believe the things that they do. And when people do things like I'm not shadowboxing person in chat. Like this is sorry, but yeah, like when people talk about intent, are you meaning they're trying to kill them? Are you meaning they're intending to harm them? Are they intending to be hateful, or are they just intentional in the sense that they just wouldn't care if it happened? I think these are all very different things, and you would engage with each one in a different way. I think if a politician does a thing because they don't care that some people will die, maybe like laws on lead paint because they want to save some money, right? I think you would engage with that legislator in a very different way if they were passing a policy because they wanted black people to die, right?
I would the lead paint I would sort of characterize as like a disregard for human life or safety, because they must be aware of the effect of the lead paint on, even if it's just for saving money. But I think we're going back a bit to the normalization aspect, that even if half of the population is not demonic, it's sort of, you know the saying that the way to hell is paved through good intentions, right? That some people might be going for certain legislation because they think it will bring about better outcomes, and that might even cause them to see certain steps as acceptable, and then people that push for the laws that don't necessarily have those good intentions, and we by now do know that many of them collude sort of together. There have been those leaked documents that they're sort of colluding to push as far as many of the things as possible. They might steer that good intentions of half the population to sort of normalize the solutions to their worries. More and more radical solutions to these worries, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's much more generally how I see. That's how I think like hateful and like destructive actions actually take place. I think it starts with maybe not even a good intention, just like like an ill-informed intention or an ignorant intention. I think that's usually how it starts, and then like the solution doesn't solve the problem, so they have to amp things up, and then I think that's generally how hate works.
We do need to distinguish between the intentions of people who are sort of in the public and react to the thing, and the intentions of people who are pushing certain laws and solutions. And I would usually I would say that the people that push very aggressively for those things, a lot of the time they are motivated by hate, such as disgust for a group, seeing the group as less than human, seeing them as like quite frankly a group that deserves to die, and then normalizing within the society solutions that would lead to that outcome de facto.
Yeah, so that's why, like, I think when it comes to intent, and that's like the whole thing about like even in the definition of genocide, it's like I think the Latin word they use is like dolus specialis, it's like special intent, which means it's like very, as in like they know exactly what the outcome's going to be, and that's what they're pursuing. They're pursuing like
I believe
kind of, like,
so,
biological or physical destruction.
I believe
think
so.
intent, and I think intent really matters, because I think if there was a legislator, say like Republicans, who are trying to block access to vaccines, right, or they're fucking about with lockdowns, like in Florida, and having really bad restriction. The result of what they do is that loads of their own voters will die.
Yes.
And that's what happened. Republicans actually, like, they killed a bunch of their own voters by doing those policies. But that's why I think intent matters, because I think they did it because they believed in bad science and because it got them votes. if they were doing it because they were secretly trying to murder their own voters or genocide their own voters, then then you would treat that very differently. You'd probably try to arrest them, or even get the international criminal courts involved or something. Or there would be a certain point where it would be justified, I think, if that was what was happening, for a civilian to get too fucking fed up and just decide to kill them. So I think the engagement with intent is very
Well,
different.
I think a lot of it was just a blatant disregard with human life, like pushing for lockdowns not to be a thing, for the workforce to continue chugging along. Whether or not it dies is sort of, in the short term, irrelevant to the need of profit to keep flowing.
Yeah, I think there's there's a different kind of, I guess, levels of disregard, because I know there was a debate over whether the Great Indian Famine was a genocide, right? Under the British Empire, and I think the big bit of proof, or the strongest argument that I heard in favor of saying that it was because I think it was the Viceroy who said that that this famine was basically God's way of removing undesirables. So they allowed it to continue. They didn't send in aid.
Right.
And I think that's not really doing the killing yourself, but it was using your power to allow that course to continue.
Yes.
I think that is safe to call intent. Someone in your chat's asking about Zachariah on the Florida Medical Board. If you watch that clip and you think that guy was engaging in genocidal intent, I think you've lost the plot. Sorry. Anyway, sorry. I keep doing the thing with your chat. It's so rude. I'm sorry. All right. I think there's definitely a degree of disregard, and I think even that's the argument with the Holodomor, right? It wasn't deliberately. I don't think it was deliberately caused, but it was definitely deliberately allowed to continue. It was allowed to.
It's like it was weaponized.
They let it continue.
It was weaponized against specific groups, especially Ukrainian people. And people, when discussing Holodomor, seems to ignore a very important fact, that at the very same time, by a very convenient coincidence, I guess, all of the intelligentsia was being executed for being, anti-revolutionaries, as the peasants starved. So.
Yeah, as far as I know, those executions were being carried out even before the the famine started. Yeah.
And I have here, again, because I have a book on everything, a book called The Great Hunger on Ukraine. Ukraine.
Yeah, there it is.
It's both in Ukrainian and in Polish. It's basically done in cooperation of the two governments. And this is just a collection of sources. It's not narrativized in any way. It's just a collection of raw sources, documents, letters, orders, which on their own create the picture of genocide. You don't have to really add much else. The documents speak for themselves when it comes to this topic. But that's
Yeah. Yeah. So I think what was the point there was about disregard. Yeah, I think there's absolutely a level of almost conscious negligence.
Well, in a case,
I think two good examples of that would be the Great Indian Famine and the Holodomor, because again, they knew people were dying and they let it happen anyway. Or actually, I think in Holodomor they made it worse, right? They food.
Yes, in the Holodomor there was confiscation of grain, confiscation of food, etc. So that was basically targeting an area for death, basically, specifically targeting the area for death. And to me, it's not really an argument, because again, Soviet apologists will say that many different groups died in the Holodomor than just Ukrainian people. It's basically like saying that the Holocaust was not genocide because the Roma people were also targeted and Polish people were also targeted. It's not really, especially since the big number is that 6 million Polish people were killed, and out of them 3 million were, out of the 6 million Polish people killed, 3 million were Jewish people.
Yeah. And I think, what was I saying? Yeah, I think because it almost makes the argument worse with the Holodomor, because it was like those requisitions were from Ukraine and Kazakhstan into Russia. It wasn't the other way around, right? So yeah, even though Russians died, it's like one part of the world was getting food taken away from them, and it wasn't Russia. It was like the other two. So yeah.
So would you be okay with adopting the stance of, I don't agree to call it that myself, but I can just agree to disagree with those who do call it a genocide?
I think that's been my
Like,
position from the beginning. Yeah, yeah. Like, I'm gonna keep disagreeing with it because if anyone brings it up,
But you're not gonna exactly
bored.
try to make people not say themselves, right?
well, I mean, if they want to disagree with me, then I'm probably have to make arguments for why I don't think it is. So, incidentally, I might convince a few people not to say it, but it's not exactly like a big mission of mine. I can't hold back the tide.
I see. Well,
But yeah, like I'll say, yeah, like I don't think it's a very good idea to use it. But you guys can do you. Like yeah.
it's true. Well, it seems like we've had our big angry disagreement about this topic, which you said you wanted because you get more talkative when that happens. It seems we had
I
our
wasn't expecting that topic, but it's okay.
it seems like we had our big debate,
Yeah.
which in my humble opinion, of course, I won through my rhetoric and my wits and data driven things. And yeah, thank you for walking everything back and for what's the word? Sorry. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm running out of words.
Backpedaling, or
Yeah, that too. But for your concessions. Oh yes, that's. Thank you for your concessions on this topic.
okay, no, stop. Okay.
I'm gonna have to prepare a big video with a thumbnail saying Lucy Rex, Lonerbox in a heated debate.
It's okay. I feel like if there's anything YouTube needs, it's another fucking Lonerbox fucking genocide video. I guess there's not nearly enough of them on the internet.
It's true. It needs
Also-
one from me.
This Kafka person, I'm gonna assume this is directly at me. I was attacking them as content. Like, the debate started because someone else called into my stream. Like, I didn't call anyone a genocide denier. That came in my direction. Fuck you, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I don't like your mod. They're annoying me. Sorry. All right.
No,
You're cool though. Sorry.
Shadowbox and painting intent in people's minds is not there.
No, they're saying that I was attacking them as content. It's like I was responding to attacks. Like, I can show you the timeline if you want. Like, fuck off, Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Well, let's not get heated. I can understand where Karasu is coming from. So, it's like I understand where she's coming from.
Yeah. I don't, but it's okay. We're all human at the end of the day.
Yes.
Was there anything else you want to talk about?
Oh, there are always tons of topics to talk about.
Yeah, my stream wasn't
Actually-
like particularly well planned today, so if there's anything else, you can absolutely like.
I see. So, what do you think of the Russian thing from yesterday, which you said you don't know much about?
That was probably one of the most entertaining 24 hours I've ever had. Like, yeah, like I always wonder. I'm trying to wonder what exactly historians are going to call it.
Well, there are already several big theories. At least I've seen specialists talk on the Polish media live about it when they say that. God, I keep forgetting the name of the Wagner leader.
Prigozhin. Oh no,
Prigozhin, yeah, Prigozhin, that he's basically not the brain of this entire thing. That they are all part of this joint elite, so to speak, right? And that there were probably people behind them that just wanted to use this as a tool to either pressure Putin or to send a message to him that he's not as firmly in control as he would like to believe, and to also to force him to make certain changes that they want him to make.
Yeah, I feel like reading the intention of those people is so difficult because, like, especially with Prigozhin, is like, I think everyone knows that he's like a bit of a slime, like in the way from within the Russian system, the way that he worked his way
they
up
all
and,
are,
placed people
to
off
be
of each
fair.
other. Yeah, and I think like he's very convincing in the fact that he just like with that video that he took from outside of Bakhmut, and the way that he just comes off so much as like he just looks like a very convincing soldier who's very angry that his men are dying, right? And that must be really, and I can see why like a lot of Russian people are taken in by that. Like they're very, they're very like I know he's really popular as well because he's like a Russian elite who actually talks like who they consider a regular person. Yeah. So I think it's what the actual outcome or what the intent was is very, very, very confusing. But I don't really know if the fact that Putin called them traitors and then you see videos like an hour later of him in the town just like shaking hands with people and getting cheered on and everything. I think
they brought him
one of the big lessons is
food
that
and drinks.
yeah. I think one of the big lessons is that one of the things that has helped keep Putin in power for so long, especially recently, in Russia has been like a sort of complacency, like a hopeless
Yeah,
complacency.
but keep in.
But
I'll let you continue because there is a huge component to this whole thing, like the Prigozhin.
Prigozhin, yeah.
An explicit part of this whole operation was that he never attacked Putin directly, verbally or otherwise. He never sort of made any statements that were directly anti-Putin. He made statements that were against people around him, Shoigu and other people like that. But he was very careful not to make any anti-Putin rhetoric. And he adds to that he did his thing without spilling any Russian blood. And then you get this whole specific situation that you're in. This whole situation is actually being framed again by experts that were given a chance to speak on it as not really an anti-Putin thing, but more an anti-Prigozhin versus Shoigu thing.
Yeah, although I think wasn't there one particular one with I think there was one speech where he mentioned the president, but I can't remember exactly what it was. But it's funny that he's saying that we did it without spilling any of I think he said our people's blood, but they shot down like 3 helicopters with Russians in them. And they just like
that's true. I did note that there was actually blood spilled, but
the Russian propaganda.
The rhetoric is sort of being pushed nonetheless. What really disappoints me in this whole situation is that it just ended. I expected them to fight and to sort of, to be quite frank, to tear each other apart, and for Ukraine to just be able to calmly win the war, which was my big, I was rooting for that to happen, but now I'm just disappointed, quite frankly.
Yeah, I think the problem is that so much of the complacency that Putin depended on for so long is now turning completely the other way on him. The fact that no one really cared to take him up on the idea that Wagner were behaving like traitors, or even just the fact that like Russia's 11th biggest town, just everyone just let Wagner roll in.
Right,
no bother,
yeah.
So that's the double-edged sword of complacency.
Although
it might keep you in power for a bit, but it also means that
of course
you're quite vulnerable as well. Yeah.
Prigozhin didn't lose, but he did actually sort of lost, and at the end of this situation, it's Putin lost, but Prigozhin lost more. Because it does look like Wagner is just gonna be made part of the regular military now. That's looking to be the main outcome of this. They're just gonna be incorporated into the military, and Prigozhin.
Yeah, and I do wonder, because I can't tell if maybe, like, I know Shoigu and Gerasimov were like particularly pointed out for just being very very upper class, like just partying and going to expensive clubs, and like what he called out their kids for making YouTube videos. But like, I think that is maybe part of the problem. But another part of the problem is that Russia just doesn't have the resources for their military. Like, it's not that they're getting their soldiers to what was it? It's not that they're getting their soldiers to buy their own thermals in the winter because
keep in mind,
they don't care. It's because they can't afford it, right? Yeah.
Our main source of the lack of resources of Russia about when it comes to the war comes actually from Putin himself, who has recently started saying that Russia does not have enough planes, ammunition, or drones for the war. So Putin has been pretty open lately about the lack of equipment of Russia. And that was before this whole situation. He was saying that Russia is trying to fill the void that it's experiencing, that they're producing more. But he did say that it's still not enough. That his rhetoric has changed drastically from last year, when he was saying that that it's all good, that the weapons are the newest in the world, and that Russia has enough of the best equipment to just win.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be the inevitable conclusion, though, is that it just seems to be there's so much. It just seems to be like there's so much of a diminishing return with all of their supplies, right? Like they're having to, they lose tanks, they have to bring out older tanks until you're back to like the 1950s ones, or they fire ammunition, they have to like be sparing with their ammunition. They send in troops, they have to raise the conscription age and bring worse troops in later. I think right now one of the funniest things was that they were having to import a bunch of like washing machines and breast pumps, electric breast pumps, from Kazakhstan because they couldn't, they didn't have enough chips for their ammunition. So you have to buy a washing machine to get a chip out of it. I'm like, God.
I think the only way that just Russia could win against Ukraine at this point is that if it would get just heavy support from China or something, which I'm glad to report is probably not gonna happen. And I'm quite glad that Russia is not gonna win, since I'm, as you may imagine, quite heavily pro-Ukraine. We have a shared history after all.
Yeah, I do. Like, I guess it's just making me wonder. The thing that happened with Prigozhin does make me a bit more optimistic that the war won't last that much longer.
Yeah.
I know that, and it's not going to be the first time that Russia has fucked a war because of internal dissent, right? When they invaded Afghanistan, they were there for what, 10 years? And one of the big things that pushed them to pull out was the protests that were mostly spearheaded by the mothers of dead soldiers.
Oh.
Like they were just so fed up of like these dead bodies coming back that they just made it their mission to stop the war, and like they caused so much agitation and popular discontent against the war that the Russians had to pull out. But that took 10 years. But I think now this war is like 1 year, but the information is traveling so much quicker.
Unfortunately, the population seems to be extremely pro-war.
Yeah, they are. And I think the problem with Prigozhin, is part of what he was saying was that he's fine with the war. He just thinks it's not being fought well enough.
Yeah, exactly. That is my read on some of his speeches, that he said that. Basically,
what he didn't take over, because he probably is the kind of guy that would be firing tactical nukes and shit. Yeah.
Basically, what he was saying is that he could just do it better. Which plays into the point that it was a private war between him and Shoigu, you know?
Yeah.
And Shoigu was the mess up that doesn't do well enough of a job, and I could just do it better. But as it stands, he's just gonna be pushed aside, probably assassinated quietly, and the Wagner is just gonna be incorporated into the army. Those are the predictions
for that. Someone said that Putin, when he alluded to the Wagner Group, he specifically didn't name Prigozhin, which I think the way he delivered the speech, there was an analyst who said that there was something about the way he delivered the speech, and by not mentioning Prigozhin directly, is that Putin has maybe already ordered for him to get assassinated. Like,
yeah, it's gonna happen like the Russian quiet way, probably.
Yeah. Well, honestly, if he does get assassinated, someone will probably upload it to Telegram. We're just in that stage right now.
Oh, yes, and there was a big talk about Lukashenko in all of this, that he actually is the biggest winner of this whole situation, it seems.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because he earned, although, again, from what I've heard from the media this morning, it wasn't actually Lukashenko that did the negotiations himself. It was apparently a man of a name, Alexei Dunin, who is supposedly the the closest person to replacing Putin, and apparently he was the one that actually did the negotiation and Lukashenko is just taking the credit for it.
Right. I mean, he needs something because he's had some pretty shit moments during the war. As far as I know, there's still the internal opposition to Belarus isn't really going away. I know there have been like rebel groups destroying their supply lines and their train tracks.
And there's been the whole situation when the rightful president had to flee the country. You're probably familiar, and the whole nation basically stood up to oppose Lukashenko's reign as president. You remember that, right? When it was a part of a bigger situation. That was during the last election that happened in Belarus. First there was a counter candidate who was arrested, right? And then his wife stood up to take the mantle from him and continue the election. And instead he ran as to be president, and she became extremely popular in the country. Like, more people than ever before went to vote for her to be chosen as president. And it became really evident that more people support her than Lukashenko, right?
Yeah.
And everybody expected the thing to be rigged. I personally expected it to be something like 51 to 49%, and for Lukashenko to say, I'm sorry, it happens. It was really close. I know you were a strong candidate, but that's maybe next time, the better person won, something like that, right? To make it a bit believable. But no, the results were 80% or more for Lukashenko and a measly few percent for her. It was so blatantly rigged that the entire nation stood up in protest. Like, the factories stopped working. Everything was just grinded to a halt, And of course Russia intervened and the whole thing ended up being squashed.
Yeah, I think that's especially threatening for Russia because they just recently moved their tactical nukes over to Belarus as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, the instability there is actually quite a big deal now because that could have pretty bad consequences if those weapons are in the wrong hands and shit. Yeah, but I don't think we're quite there with them getting actually used. They're just
Belarus is just a puppet state of Russia at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel really bad for what happened to them because, the idea when people talk about people their language and all that, Belarus, they don't maybe 5% of them can speak Belarusian.
No, Belarus is basically the logical end of what Russia wants for Ukraine, and probably Poland as well, and Lithuania.
Yeah.
So
that's when people say Russian sphere of influence. Well, the result is it's Belarus.
Yeah, so this is why Belarus just deserves to be free and become a part of the Lublin Square. Because the Lublin Triangle. Do you know what the Lublin Triangle is?
The Lublin Triangle? No, I don't.
So the Lublin Pact has formed the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and sort of looking back to this pact, to this tradition, Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine has created a pact called the Lublin Pact. And this pact, one of its main goals is to get Ukraine to NATO and European Union as fast as possible. So we should get the Belarus into the square, since it was also part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Okay.
The Lublin Square.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture of it now, actually. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Anastasia, right?
Yeah, we talked twice on stream.
She wants to join this call.
Okay.
To talk about Prigozhin. I think if you DM her, because she'll be because you've started this call, haven't you?
Yeah. How do I
this
add
is your
a
call,
person?
not mine, yeah.
How do I add? How do you add a person?
I have no idea.
I have no idea how to add a person to a call.
Oh god, I'm trying so hard not to get one guide by your. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
How can you mischaracterize me so badly? What the anyway, sorry.
Okay.
Maybe, maybe I can do it. Wait. Do I know how to do this?
You
I
might
should.
do it.
Well, actually, I'm not a professional streamer anymore. I don't do it that much anymore. How do you?
Don't. You're retired.
No, I stream like once a week now. It's kind of, I prefer making video essays.
Oh. I wanted to make a video essay, but I do still want to make a video essay.
What have you ever used like editing software before?
Yes, a bit.
Well, if you're using Premiere and you have any questions, you can let me know because I can
usually use the I think it's called DaVinci. Yeah.
DaVinci.
So how do I add you?
Hang on, I'll figure it out. I think you can just add them to a call.
Well,
Otherwise, we can
how
jump
do I
into.
add her into a call? I don't. Where is the option?
Oh, you do a group DM. Okay, hang on. I'll fix that for us.
So we could finish this call and just start a new one, right?
Yeah, well, double check I know how to do it. So I'll add you, and then I'll add Anna. Yeah, I'll make a group call.
Okay, make us a group, and I'll just disconnect.
Cool. Yeah, all right, see you in a minute.
See you in a minute, yeah.
Well, hopefully she's still here.
Are you here, Anastasia?
Yeah. You speak on it? You hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. We can't hear her though. She's muted. But I think that's just part of the routine for her.
It is? Wait. Whenever we talked, it was just fine from the get-go.
You hear me, so she knows, but we can't hear her. This is just part of her journey.
That's a first. We spoke 2 times and it was always fine.
Okay.
Oh, now I can.
Stop. It works. Oh, yeah. Lonerbox, what the fuck? I never. It never happened. All lies. You know. I was never muted.
I know. I was there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Lucy is on my side, so you know it works.
Of course.
So hey guys, I wanted to join because you started talking about Prigozhin tea, hottest tea on the universe. Yeah. Well, why my camera is not focusing? What the heck? Not my day, apparently. Oh, whatever. Yeah. So, Lonerbox, what do you think? What a shit show.
I want to know. I want to know what people are going to call it. Right, that's all I care about. I want to know what it's going to be like in 50 years when people remember where were you during the 24-hour civil war. Right, the one-day coup.
The shit fest is what they're going to call it, and it'd be very accurate.
Yeah, the Prigozhin troll of 23. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just just a prank, guys. Just a prank. Never mind that 15 pilots died and 6.
Hello?
Currently aware
it's
of.
Just like it's like the backfire of Russian propaganda, though, right? Like because the whole point of Russian propaganda is you just make shit up, right? You just say whatever, and Prigozhin can just kill 15 people and be like, "It's thankfully no one died." Yeah, thankfully none of our people died.
He made a very good statement. I think he was like, "Not a blood, like a drop of our blood was spilled," which is very accurate, I think, because there's no like information about Wagner people dying anywhere. But he kind of like kindly forgot to mention the pilots they killed in those helicopters and the plane as well. and also the civilian car that was shot at, and which was not done by them, which was done by actually like Russian army, but they also kind of died, 2 people in that car. So for nothing, it seems like.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I can repeat from my side that I'm just disappointed that it couldn't last longer, that they couldn't just eat each other more, and then Ukraine could just calmly do a counter-offensive and just end the thing. That was my big hope for this whole situation.
Well, that would be a bit too easy, right?
Yeah.
Nothing is easy, it seems. But
Well, like if they
but
had
yeah,
if they had a Battle of Moscow, like if they had their own internal Battle of Moscow.
Like apparently they had
Yeah, but-
whole... Yes, continue.
what do you think about like the theories around it and everything? Like what the fuck happened actually?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
what's your
well-
opinion?
Who's mine or...
Yeah, both, I guess.
So I've been watching a lot of Polish media, I guess, around it. There were a lot of experts talking live, and a lot of them pointed out that the Pierożek person did not really... Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. I bite.
did not
sorry.
really do any direct anti-Putin speech or stuff like that. That it was
true.
basically more a little bit battle between him and Shoigu. That it was more like an attempt for him to replace Shoigu and maybe get a deal with Putin, stuff like that. And he wanted to
Well, I don't really think though,
Yeah,
to be honest. But I heard theories like
yeah, I heard
it's
theories.
just many people like speculate. Most people like in Ukraine, it seems are like of the two opinion, which is basically saying that either it all happened as it was, so there was actual intent to do a coup, and it ended up being negotiated because Putin basically caved in and decided to sort of appease this whole thing without losing the reputation of an actual fucking civil war becoming
Sort
a thing
of,
in
yeah.
Russia, which makes sense. Yeah, but also there's like this theory that also many people say that Prigozhin actually never intended to attack Moscow, and it was more like a threat, like to give me what I want, basically, like a charity act,
Yeah.
or sort of. Yeah.
Well,
So
there's
both can be true, I guess.
also a theory that could be part of both, but it's not exactly. That Mr. Pierożek himself was not the brain of the operation, that he was just a tool of people that were using him to get from Putin what they wanted. And
Well, most of our like right sector dudes and people who actually fight with Wagner in Bakhmut, they are hardcore of the opinion that Prigozhin is basically like a facade. So like
yes,
brand
that
or
is a
Yeah.
big theory around. Yes, that is a prevailing theory, that he was basically just a figurehead that had a brain behind him that actually ran the whole operation. Yeah, that is actually a big theory. And of course,
Also one thing. Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
No, continue. I'll just,
I just never heard anyone bring it up, so I will probably bring it up.
It's brought up in the
yeah?
Polish media quite a lot, actually.
No, I meant the point I'm going to bring up now.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah. Is the
I'm
one
sorry.
that some people like speculate about the fact that Prigozhin never actually kind of meaningfully challenged Putin.
Yes.
He mostly made for months now. Actually, he was making like incompetent fucks, in like
Yes.
Ministry of Defense, like Shoigu, Gerasimov. They're like sabotaging this whole war. They're making us all like look like fools. They're like because of them, Russian soldiers and Wagner people are dying, and all of that shit.
Yes.
And he kind of is not wrong, to be honest. They're
Yes,
like
and-
wholly incompetent. So many people in the army actually support those claims quite a lot, in Russian army, I mean. But also the most importantly, I think that people forget to mention is actual Russians themselves, which because challenging Putin is a bit too much. Most people
Yeah.
still support him. Whereas challenging Shoigu and Gerasimov is henki-dory, because most Russians already hate them. They already blame them
Yeah.
for the incompetence. They're like, how can we lose to those khakli,
Yeah.
So yeah, they're like very mad about that.
Yeah, those are basically things that are being spoken about in the Polish media at least by the experts that are being invited. What makes me like sort of very amused by what's happening is how the Polish media, and I'm talking about it in comparison to the debates, even the ones that you've listened to, when people say, how dare you call Russia a fascist country? How dare you? And the Polish media is like, well, I think it's pretty proper to basically just compare Russia to Nazi Germany. So what if Putin gets assassinated like Hitler? Because I think it's good to compare Putin to Hitler. That's basically where Polish media is at right now, which would probably give the debaters a heart attack.
That's true. Yeah, but I
Mm-hmm.
do love it, I do love my Polish bros, and sisters.
True.
Sounds bad, yeah, but this is just, this is a very, like, actually, like, a topic I wanted to talk with Lonerbox about. I don't know if he's up to it now, because there's, like, it was not scheduled exactly for today, but about, like, fascism and why it's pretty fucking obvious that Russia is currently a very much a fascist state. Yeah, but
I'll give you the
actually,
floor.
yeah, one of the funniest things right now for me personally that came out of this disappointing coup is the fact that how many people actually stan Wagner in Russia. Now that is something I actually didn't take into account that much. First of all, the groups that were like cheering on like them, like their rock stars in Rostov, they were basically literally their fans, who they called. I saw like a bunch of videos of Wagner people saying, "If you support us, come to the city center." So it's not like you shouldn't like judge like all Russians, I guess, by those people, because there was people were literally like summoned there by Wagner. But I read their forums and media and shit like that, and it is seemed to be like there's a huge support for Prigozhin right now in Russia. So that's what makes him, I guess, a bit more bold, you could say, because people sometimes say like, "Oh, Russians, they don't matter, they don't decide anything," but it's not true actually. Like quite a lot of propaganda is produced in mind with the opinions of Russian people. So it's not like it's completely fucking random. They actually do appeal to the population. It just seems like very ridiculous to any normal person, but it does appeal to Russian as well. And I think Prigozhin is now viewed by many Russians as this war hero, as this like actually competent person, because most gains they made were made because of Wagner.
Which ironically enough, is partially an image that Putin has helped building at the beginning of the war. So
That's true.
like he did build, he did paint him as this great war hero that actually gets results for Russia in the war. So that was and we did.
It is a bit cringe to see like people like cheering on like sledgehammer enthusiasts, and
there was the whole thing giving them food and water. And you
also like their hands touching their hands like
I think
Elvis.
I think you've made a really good point on Twitter when you said that people should really remember that at the end of the day we should not just cheer for Wagner as it was some group of good guys, that at the end of the day there's still the people that tortured and massacred people in Ukraine. So let's not get like
in Africa, in Syria, in Mali,
exactly. Well, they have many units all across the world. So let's not get to
their massacres was actually 500 people, I believe, in Mali, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So so it's pretty like fucking bad. There's like footage, there's like videos of them, decapitating people alive and killing people with hammers, burning their bodies. So talking about shooting 5-year-olds in the face,
Yes, it's pretty horrible to cheer for a group like that, to be pretty honest, right? Like the situation would be great if it continued, but let's be honest, it's like you said, frog and a snake, right?
I explained that to Lonerbox. Ебала жаба гадюку, a classic one. It's basically like when the one.
I'm learning the language one word at a time. Like this whole Prigozhin fiasco, I've learned, was it prepasa for ammunition?
Oh, pripasy, yeah.
Yeah. So I know that now. I'm
Yeah,
never going to
good.
forget the word
job.
prepasa because of the fucking Prigozhin videos. But like, this has been this like the case as far as I know before any of this even happened. Is that like the Wagner Group's Telegram channel and Prigozhin's uploads are kind of seen by the rest of the Russian army and even people in the countries as like they have like a very regular following because it's like they see it as like inspiring and they look up to like the other soldiers look up to them and shit. So yeah, like they've had that reputation for a long time and even just like especially in Russia because like the whole reputation of Prigozhin is that he's like the common man's man, you know, like he talks like I guess how they imagine like a normal person should talk rather than like an elite
prison person.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, since he's not really an army man. He did all of his like army thing in prisons.
Well, like 4/5 of Wagner people are ex-convicts,
yeah,
right?
criminals.
Like in prison, yeah.
But the thing
There's
is,
also like this criminal culture in Russia, so they really like enjoy this whole lexicon. I know,
but
it's kinda, like, French,
the
but
whole
it is what it is.
the whole situation is ending in a pretty awkward situation for Pierożek, since it really looks like he'll just be sidelined and quietly assassinated or something. Wagner will be incorporated into the army, and that's...
I don't know about the assassination thing, to be honest with you. I think it might happen, but probably not now exactly.
Well, you know, Russia, they take their time and just do their thing
Yeah,
when the
but
time comes.
first of all, he's still popular. Second of all, he's
Yeah, I agree. But I think sooner or later it's just gonna be like you know, it's just gonna happen off screen quietly without anyone noticing.
yeah, he'll maybe do a little tumble from a window at some point.
Yeah,
But
not necessarily now because people would say, "Oh, you've killed him," but in time.
yeah,
probably,
yeah. I don't think Putin wants to like bring attention to this clusterfuck anymore.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, yes. Plus, I think they are going to replace Shoigu. Actually, I'm not sure about Gerasimov, but Shoigu seems to be like in the cards, and it's just I don't know, like what the fuck? Like, do you negotiate with terrorists and actually cave in like to everything they ask? Like, it shows like such a weakness of the like regime, so to speak.
Unless
just very
unless of course the assassination thing happens with a big spin of, oh my gosh, those evil Ukrainians attacked us and killed our brave Pierożek. Now we have to double and triple our efforts on the war front to, I don't know, avenge him.
Pirozhok is something nice in our language. It's like you know.
I know. I should stop. I should stop.
Yeah, don't
You can
call
just,
him that.
I just keep forgetting what the name is. To be quite honest,
You can just call him Pringles if it's
Pringles.
I could call him a prick if it's better.
Mr. Pringles.
Yeah.
Mr. Prick.
Yeah. I actually taught Lonerbox how to say his name correctly. I take the credit. He's the only person who says it correctly on the
Did
internet
you?
now. Yeah.
Did you tell me how to say
you were like,
Prigozhin?
yeah, in Kadyrov as well. Yeah. So you you said, oh, so that's how you say it. And I was like, oh, so didn't you know before? And you were like, of course I knew, you know. You would lie about it.
Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we know what's going to happen to Shoigu and Gerasimov's YouTuber children? Because that was remember that was one of Prigozhin's rambles about how their kids are making YouTube videos during the war.
Oh Jesus!
I think those YouTuber kids are somewhere buried like lower than Saddam right now in a little hole, hiding.
Maybe.
That's what
yeah,
I want to know. I want to know the fate of the YouTuber children. You know how like Lenin, he killed all the fucking czars, like royal families' kids in a basement. Well, I don't know.
Oh
the
my God.
YouTuber children of Shoigu and Gerasimov might be in trouble.
Okay, I'm gonna
I don't know.
I'm gonna read a thing. I'm not sure if swear words are similar in Polish and Ukrainian, but I'm gonna read a thing from a chatter who sort of proposed a little bit of a compromise for the name.
Pirozhok situation.
Prigozhin. Got him.
Yeah, it seems like it's like perdosh, which is like farting basically.
Spierdolin. From in Polish there's the spierdalaj, so which means fuck off.
Yeah, works. I think.
Spierdolin.
Oh, works as well. Yeah. Also, Lonerbox, I'm about to make you superior to literally all the leftoids and tankies in the world. Do you want to know how? It's not Tsar. It's Tsar.
Tsar.
You can be Tsar.
Tsar, yeah. Yeah, Tsar. Tsar.
Well, I
Yeah.
was Scottish
so
enough
you
to
can,
roll my R's like that. Tsar. Tsar.
oh, you can flex it on them like so
Tsar,
hard.
yeah.
Like do it next time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tsar.
Yeah.
So it's a thing that was
Tsar.
told a lot in the Polish media today. The Tsar is naked
Yeah. Yeah.
about
But
Putin.
it is like very weird. I honestly must say, I didn't expect this shit to happen. Obviously, but
Yeah.
the way it went down was a bit crazy.
I can-
Although I laughed like non-stop, so it
can-
makes
I can
for a
just-
good evening.
I can just add that
Yeah.
it's identical in Polish. Tsar. Yeah, Tsar. Tsaryca Katarzyna II, Tsar Alexander.
Yeah. And you guys all say zar, so z, not ts
Yeah.
for some reason. I don't
I've
know.
actually always wondered why we do that.
Like
'cause
in English,
it's
it's
not
like
hard to pronounce.
it's
Tsar.
this weird. It's this
Tsar.
weird, like almost jar. Sometimes it becomes, but
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like zar or zar.
Yeah.
Who says it like that? He says like zar, you know?
Yeah, like TS. I think it's from
Yeah.
the fact that it's written in English. TSRAR.
Yeah.
And
But
Yeah, I don't
in
know where
the
that was
next-
the case.
Polish
The
will
actual
just
step up above everyone will be if you say babushka. not
babushka. Babushka.
Yeah, this will be
Okay.
babushka will be like a slaughter. They love this word. They have some like babushka fetish.
Babushka.
So yeah, you know how all English people like to say babushka. You must know this, Lucy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
that would be a step up in the game, like literally, and no one will be above you. I think.
Nice.
Yeah. That's about it, I
Babushka.
guess. Fascist stuff will take some time, so we don't know if you have it, Loner, or not. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I would like to hear it. It's important, I think.
We can do that now if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty
I
important.
can. I just asking your like, if you maybe had some like other stuff to do.
I do,
Yes.
but I can just be here all day. It's fine. Yeah, I'm only 2 hours into this
Ooh.
stream, so
I see.
No big
Well,
deal.
I have like 40 minutes or so, and then I have to
Okay.
go deliver some shit, which is still the most important thing, despite all the Russian shenanigans.
You should
Yeah,
tell us a
Ukrainian
bit more
armed
about that as well
Yeah.
once you have the chance to maybe.
It's nothing like exciting. I just need to meet up with the lads to give them stuff. Basically, they're in Kharkiv temporarily for like a day or two. So.
I mean, I find
I
it
will be able
plenty
to-
exciting, to be honest, considering the goal of it.
Yeah, I mean, I just do it like so many times that it's no longer like a, it's a routine basically.
Yeah, but it's
Daily
a
routine,
pretty
yes.
important routine.
Yeah,
all
for
things
sure. Yeah,
considered.
that's basically most Ukrainians were like, so forget all this Russian nonsense. Let's return to buying like drones and like scopes and medical aid for our soldiers
Yeah.
because that's actually what's important at the end of the day. So yeah, like this whole thing about the fascist shit is just pisses me off. I already like told Loner about it, but like I heard like a panel basically where nobody could like literally identify. So there's non-smoker person who I'm going to talk about with tomorrow for me. But
Wait, who? I'm sorry,
yeah,
who?
that the non-smoker bald person.
You're gonna talk to him.
Like, yes, not to him personally, but on the panel like tomorrow in the night.
What's
Who
the
else is on
panel
this
gonna
panel?
be? Wait.
Yeah, there was like Dylan there, me, Stardust for some reason.
Oh,
I
that's
don't even know
the
if
that's
he's, like,
the panel from the past.
Yeah, no, it's this one tomorrow. Like
Wait, who's
week panel, another week panel.
another week? And I'm not invited. Oh, I'm gonna have to message
No,
Rick.
you're not. I'm sorry.
I'm
He
gonna
invited me, Dylan, and Stardust for some reason, and
Stardust
Also,
over me.
Ooh.
seems like so. Yeah.
That's a
Shots
faux
fired.
pas. That's a faux pas. I'm gonna have to DM. What's with the lack of Slavic representation? Sorry, just one person.
Well, I count, I guess.
Yeah, but you're one person. You're outgunned. You need support.
Well, yeah, but it is what it is. So basically, I'm with that guy soon. But one of the things I was like kind of miffed about is when he was on the panel saying like it's outrageous, like ridiculous to call like Russia fascist, and like why are you calling it that? And everyone on the panel who's supposed to be like I guess pro-Ukraine aid in that panel was like, oh, mom, I don't know, like markets
Mm.
are controlled by the state, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like pulling my hair at that point because nothing is easier, honestly, than this. Yeah, and Dylan said like he doesn't want to call it fascist, which I had words with him afterwards, but that's like another topic. But yeah, but basically, like what I meant is like very pretty much easy to do because it's like far right authoritarianism, ultranationalism is the definitions basically, and also like dictatorial leader, like autocracy, things like that. So forced suppression of the like opposition, any opposition, wherever it be, like people, just on the streets, or political organizations, journalists are being suppressed physically, literally, like put in jail, beaten up, killed, all sorts of stuff. Also, yeah, militarism, extreme militarism, like it basically like fits like everything like you could imagine.
Fetishism
I
of
think-
power, etc., etc.
Subordination of interests of individuals to the state, like the supremacy of Russian people towards other like Slavic people, and in general, like people in general, in
Racial
Europe as well,
supremacy.
and in
Yeah.
yeah. So it's just, it's very weird. And I wanted to do this whole like Umberto Eco shit, but I don't know if you have guys don't have time. I wanted to basically just provide like
Point by point.
basically
Yeah.
Russian context to it, if I may, because I think it's interesting. And the only person I want to talk about first was Vosh, but he would take 10 years to reply. So, and I like Lonerbox better. Sorry, Vosh fans.
Wow.
So I decided, yeah, that's the declaration right there. So I decided to basically, approach you about this shit.
Not even counted in this.
So
you
what
wanna-
first thing is let me tell. Like the first point he made was the cult of tradition.
Oh, punkt.
One has the cult of tradition. One has only to look at the syllables of every fascist movement to find the major traditional thinkers. The Nazi gnosis was nourished by traditionalists, occult elements and stuff like that.
Syncretistic, yeah.
Yeah. So basic. Yeah, thank you. Caught me. But basically is I think this point applies sort of, but not like 100% like other points as well, because they do appeal to like tradition and to, I guess you could say, traditional values, traditional like relationships. They often talk about like degeneracy in that context as well. So like, but I wouldn't say they're like occultism, I wouldn't like exactly say it, but there's like this thing about Putin being super like into like fortune tellers and shit like that, but it's not like on the nose, this punkt, I wouldn't say, like, honestly.
I think
guess it's because
sorry.
yeah, go on.
I was gonna say before, if you're I think actually Karazu Kafka in your in Lucy's chat actually said something that I agree with. I still hate you, but
Don't hate people just because
I'm
they don't.
joking, okay? So yeah, the thing with the echo thing is like I think the problem with and maybe why that difficulty came in, especially talking to leftists about Russia and fascism, is that I think a lot of there used to be this trend online where people would use the 14 points to kind of like shoehorn like almost any right winger into being a fascist. Because I think what Karazu Kafka said in Lizzie's chat was that like Echo's essay was like if you just read the bullet points, it's very easy to see fascist tendencies in quite a lot of different political groups. Like even populists could be fascist. But like if you look at the full essay, there's a lot more elaboration. So I think the thing that you said there about the cult of tradition, that word being syncretistic, like different elements of tradition that actually clash with each other and come from different times. So there's a whole bit in that essay where he talks about that Nazis had this very sort of confused sense of tradition, where on the one hand it was like the traditional German Volk of like going back to the Russian of the Roman Empire, and then but on the other end you had like this very futuristic like moving forward thing, right? Or with Trump, when he talks about make America great again, no one knows exactly when he means. Like, does he mean 50s or does he mean like 30s or 20s? Or even now, when he says make America great again now, all he talks about is his past presidency.
Of course.
He's like, so his cult of tradition now is for like 4 years ago, you know? So it's like, and I think that's the same with Russia as well.
If I may,
view of like the Russian, like,
if I may interject, just to, of course, it's of course like I want to say both for Karasu and myself that we of course both still think that Russia does fit the bill when we also take into consideration the wider essay. So that's important to remember that Russia still sort of fits the bill of.
I wouldn't like use this with everyone, I just know you guys are smart and stuff, and it's interesting to talk about, but with general people, just the definition I just, talked about in the beginning is enough. You don't have to like appeal to 14 points of like echoes, shit.
Yeah.
It's just I'm doing it because I think it's interesting. So the cult of tradition is a bit more murky, kind of fits, but it's not like 100%.
No, sorry, just yeah, sorry, but before you go to the next one, I was going to say the way you would do the cult of tradition with Russia, and the way I think it actually fits really well is when Russians have like nostalgia, like Russian nationalists have nostalgia. That whole thing about it being syncretistic, it makes so much sense because you never really know whether they're talking about the Soviet Union or the Tsar
or the Kiev Rus.
Yeah, like it's just like the Kievan Rus. Yeah. It's like you have no idea what exactly they're referring to, which is why you've got like lots of like Russian Empire rhetoric, but then you also have people going down with like hammer and sickle flags and shit. So that's like actually that fits Russia perfectly because
Putin
tradition is like nebulous. Yeah.
Putin actually leads with that. He talks about the empire. Like in his speech just before the invasion, he referenced the USSR, he referenced the empire, he referenced how, and that was part that a lot of people missed, that he referenced returning Russia to the empire borders, which would include Poland, Lithuania, and a bunch of other. So yes, that's exactly. We don't really know what is meant.
Exactly, even talking about Putin here, I'm talking about Russia.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that Putin is sort of echoes that wider sentiment, so to speak. Like he's a spokesperson for the wider sentiment, if that makes sense.
I think I should allow Lonerbox to read the actual things because he sounds way better than me.
The British accent.
What?
Yeah.
You want me to dance, monkey dance? Okay.
Yeah, you do,
all right,
please.
okay.
It sounds pleasing.
All right, pay attention, everyone. Okay. The rejection of modernism. The Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. In this sense, Eurofascism can be defined as irrationalism. All right, go.
Holy shit, this fits, dude.
Yeah.
This one fits like a fucking glove. Let's put it like that. Because they're like obsessed with this whole degeneracy, like modernity, everything about it is like they mostly talk about like LGBT, but also like women's rights. They also talk about like, I guess you could say, deprived values of the West, which is, I guess you could say, like sexual aspects, like feminism, like sexual liberation of women or whatever the fuck it is. All of it is considered like depravity that will rot like the traditional values of like strong, stable Russia, and things like that. They also talk about like rejection, I guess you could say, of even things like democracy, for example.
Yeah.
Also, some Russian consider to be like part of the modernity. So like the actual like old rule when one strong leader like Tsar, if you will, like he's they are very much all about that.
Russia doesn't have to reject it. Russia doesn't have democracy, so the problem of rejecting it is not. It's not a problem for Russia to reject,
I mean the people themselves. So I talked with like a lot of Russians who would like, we don't need democracy. It's like this modern day shit that doesn't work,
Yeah.
They don't have it, but they reject it without even having it, which is kind of fun.
I mean, it's basically a way to say that the things are good the way they are. It's like complacency.
Yeah, so appeal to traditionalism in that way as well, by the way, because like it works. If it works, don't fix it, basically, is what they say. Yeah. Also, like the third, Lonerbox, please.
Okay. The cult of action for action's sake. Action being beautiful in itself, it must be taken before or without any previous reflection. Thinking is a form of emasculation.
Do I need to? This one literally like is word for word, like this basically is Russia, like in one sentence. So the cult of action for the action's sake is incredibly like, I don't know, like prevalent in their culture in general. So you don't have to have like a good result even for them.
I mean, the current invasion would be an example of that, wouldn't it?
Yes, exactly. only that, like any kind of like mission that failed for them is action for the action's sake, and people are like, you don't have to like think about it, like just accept it. Like it's kind of like weak to consider shit, emasculating, if you will, right? So yeah, so this is very much them. So when you ask them like, what good does this particular action or policy actually brought you as people, right? So you are like have sanctions, you don't have access to like some type of like products, quite a lot actually, like
Oh
no
yeah.
longer to Russia. So you don't have like your liberties at all. You can't go to the fucking vacations. You you were like saving money for years to go. You can go like anywhere. You have like restriction of your liberties in a very very strong way, even stronger than it was before. So right now, even saying anything against like Kremlin and could be said like as discrediting the military, basically, right? So you'd be branded like a foreign agent and things like that. So you have like a bunch of things, and you ask them like, is it like worth it in any way, shape or form? How does this invasion of Ukraine benefits you? And they're like, we just do it because we must. We just have to.
It's our mission. It's for the greater good, which was, by the way, the lady's thing in the interview you've posted on Twitter. It's just for the greater good of Russia. You remember that one, right? The interview with the lady.
Yeah, exactly. This is like very fascist shit to say, by the way. They all say it like, and at the end of the day, it's for the greater good of Russia. And you're like,
Yes, of course.
You
And it's sad that people die. Laughter. So
yeah. Things like that. Yeah. The next.
Okay. 4 now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Disagreement is treason. The critical spirit makes distinctions, and to distinguish is a sign of modernism. In modern culture, the scientific community praises disagreement as a way to improve knowledge.
as cool as it sounded,
Yeah,
I
well.
couldn't hear much of it
Why? What? What are you talking about?
because of the echo.
What echo?
The church-like echo.
I don't know what you're talking
There was
about.
no echo. You imagined it. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, basically disagreement is treason is like the, I don't know, like the bulk of like modern day, and not just modern day in Russia. So as I talked before, like if you like express any disagreement with the policy, with the regime, you are either branded as traitor or like a foreign agent, which is basically their way of saying you're like working for like evil West or some shit, right? So any disagreement is met with either just your mouth will be shut, or you will be imprisoned or even killed if you're like loud enough. So yeah, so this is pretty common, and also they like have this idea that any like critique of Kremlin and of Putin is basically undermines Russia. So it's threatening, dangerous to Russian power. So yeah, same kind of thing they did in like Soviet Union times in a way. Doesn't really like change that much in my opinion. And also like even like there was like this bit about sciences, I think. Modern culture, the scientific community praises. What is it? Yeah, so basically it makes distinctions, and people should be unified in their opinion. So there should be like distinction of your opinion, because it leads to the weakening of the country. Is a very Russian like kind of vibe. The next is
as an expert, I might add that there's a game called Evil West by a Polish developer.
Oh,
Evil
yeah?
West.
It's like it's a Western game. It's a first-person shooter. I've actually known a person from Japan in real life who worked on all of the map designs for that game. Evil West. But it's not the same. It's a Western type game. It's not the Evil West in the Russian sense. It's Evil West as in it's a Western game. I just added this little trivia because the title is the same as the Russian propaganda thing. But yeah.
Let's do the 5 and read it, please, without the thing.
Without what thing?
No,
without the church echo thing.
Don't fuck around.
Fear of difference. The first appeal of a fascist or prematurely fascist movement is an appeal against the intruders. Thus, your fascism is racist by definition.
Well, like again, this like the probably one of the most fitting ones. So, fear of like difference. It's basically like all people are enemies of Russia. Everyone is out to get Russia, whether it is Baltics, Ukraine, America, Europe, NATO. Also, fear of difference in regards to LGBT community. So, any like divergency, I guess, from what is considered the social norm is treated as dangerous, as rotten, as like degrading to Russia, and so it's quite prominent, and it also like plays with the difference of the opinions as well, like the previous point, of course. But I think like but I think like this like is also kind of like one of the most xenophobic countries probably I personally know of. So there's that as well. So this point I think fits pretty well in both like internal business in terms of like LGBT and any like difference, but also in terms of like foreign like difference and like treating countries as like basically enemies and stuff.
Well, with Ukraine itself, of course, a little bit more complicated because Ukraine is treated at the same time apparently without having problems with this with the logic of it, that Ukraine is at the same time basically Russia and Ukrainian people are basically Russians, but at the same time Ukrainians are the dangerous evil outsiders that should be, I don't know. So there are these two things that are pushed at the same time, which don't make
it's like very irrational. They kind of like can't decide in their like propaganda machine whether Ukraine is fraternal brotherly nation. They kind of dropped it, to be honest. With some, it was like more prominent before. Yeah, so like paternal friendly nation that just needs to be like returned to Mother Russia and liberated from evil Zelensky regime, or they're like those alien Banderite fucks who hate Russia and want to destroy it. So they basically just can't fucking decide. But I think
well, now it's just
on the second one. So the next bit.
Appeal to social frustration. One of the most typical features of the historical fascism was the appeal to a frustrated middle class, a class suffering from an economic crisis or feelings of political humiliation, and frightened by the pressure of lower social groups.
Well, this one, in my opinion, is not as present in Russia as the previous points that I mentioned. Those are like just fit like a glove.
I would agree that this
exactly
was,
not exactly like fitting for them in my opinion. But again, Echo didn't say you have to like fit all points.
Yeah, it's not a checklist exactly.
Yeah. But I say that this is just you could, I guess, try to kind of like drag it to the appeal of frustration. Maybe sometimes people say like we are not like as strong economically as we could be because people are like dragging us down, like European Union and the West are not allowed.
Yeah, but it's not exactly the same as with but
it's very minor. You have to like do gymnastics to.
But I think it's because of how the thing is structured. Like Russia doesn't really feel the need to appeal to the middle class of frustration because just basically Russian society is being held firmly in the grip of at this point. There is no need for this, in my opinion.
Yeah, also you don't even need to talk about social frustration. Like everything is good. Right?
Yeah.
Awesome, everything
like
works. So they they don't really
usually
talk about that.
the whole social frustration is usually used as a tool of control, right? And this is not really a thing that Russia needs to do at this point.
The social frustration thing tends to be used more often on the way to power.
Yeah, I think so.
Number 6 is like a very big Nazi thing, right? Like it was appealing to the middle classes on the humiliation of like the Treaty of Versailles, right? Or like even the middle class thing, like the fear, because like middle class people in Germany were very scared of the Communist Party when they started to grow during the Great Depression because they thought the communists would come to power and just kill them all. So it was like, and that's like pressure of lower social groups is like a thing, that they appeal to a lot. But yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Shall I go for 7?
Yep.
The obsession with a plot. Thus, at the root of the Eurofascist psychology, there is the obsession with a plot, possibly an international one. The followers must feel besieged. Can I comment on this one first? I think I know from people I've spoken to, one of the popular things about Russian fear comes from the idea that Russia keeps on getting attacked from Europe, right? Like, so from
Yes,
Napoleon
yes.
going in through Ukraine, going to Russia, getting cold, then leaving, and then fucking the German Empire, as well as like 15 other armies during the Russian Revolution and the Civil War went into Russia through Europe, and then Barbarossa, obviously the Nazis went in through there, and I guess we have a fourth one now, which is Prigozhin went in from Ukraine towards Russia, towards Moscow, so they've got that too. But yeah, anyway.
This one literally like fits like a fucking glove, because this is they also, the easiest way to solve the plot is the appeal to xenophobia, it says in my like points, which is exactly what they do. Basically everyone is out to get them, like I said. Everyone is always attacking them first, like this. There's this famous cringe Russian phrase that they use all the time, is Russia never starts wars, it finishes it. It finishes them. It's like ends them, the wars, right? So they never started a war in their entire life,
Oh,
the
yeah.
narrative is they're always the saviors, always the good guys at the end of the day, like even like yourself, Lonerbox, you talked with the tankies that always appeal to, they attacked Finland because Soviet Union, right? Soviet Russia, that because they just wanted to protect themselves from the attack from the Finnish territory and like against Hitler and shit like that. So they always appeal to that. This is one of the main things. So now like the obsession with the plot is like NATO is up against it, us. It's not like Ukraine. There was like secret NATO soldiers actually fighting against us. There's like this cabal of like different countries that are trying to replace like Putin and trying to destroy Russia from, and things like that. They like appeal to that all the time, pretty much in almost everything, in my opinion. So this one fits.
And to sort of bolster this point, there was a huge speech of Putin at the start of this year, when he basically said that this war, just like World War II, and he was incorrect about World War II as well as about right now, he basically said that just as during World War II, Russia is once again fighting alone against the entire Nazi world.
Yeah.
And against the whole world, which is Nazi adjacent, which is okay. So they sort of moved on from calling Ukraine the Nazi country to calling the whole world a Nazi world that just fights against Russia. It's important to note when
They
discussing.
basically like define Nazism like that, to be honest. So everyone who's like not us, who's against us, and who defines Russia is basically a Nazi at this point. So
Yeah,
it's like
that is true. That is
basically our
indeed.
enemies, so to speak, are Nazis. So yeah, so there's
And
that.
that is reflected in the speeches that Putin makes.
I hear it a lot, yeah, from Russians, just general Russians as well. Yeah, the next.
The enemy is both strong and weak. By a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak.
Oh Jesus, this one. Where do I begin even? So Ukrainians have been through history, like of Russian Empire and Soviet Union, depicted as this laughable, weak, like rural, silly, whatever. Vasil is like common, Ukrainian name. So they would say like this, like silly, stupid Vasil, who is like, so he's like basically like subordinate to great Russian Ivan. So let's put it like that, right? So they basically always made fun of us and Ukrainians as people. But at the same time, we're super dangerous. Like that Bandera guy, he was like basically Hitler, in terms of like damage and like, the gravitas, I guess you could say, in history. So we're like at the same time, they again treat us like that now. They say like, chachol is like a slur against Ukrainians. Basically, he would say like, oh, those like stupid, like weak chachli, But at the same time, look at them marching to conquer Russia, We must strike before they do it. And you're like, so are we weak or are we not? Yeah.
That insult was what? Hahol? What was that?
Hahol, yeah, that's like a slur Russians use against.
With an L at the end. Hahol.
Hahol. Yeah.
Hahol. It sounds like you're saying cuckold with a Ukrainian accent.
Pretty much. Yeah.
So, of course, the whole weak thing is pretty silly historically. If we like go to the, of course, it's a very big simplification to say that, but I think it's not unfair to include in Ukrainian historiography the history of the Zaporozhian Cossacks. And when you introduce that important part of Ukrainian history, it becomes suddenly extremely silly to frame Ukrainian
Yeah,
people as weak
that's
or
true.
anything of the like, right?
They
So,
actually did that when I was at school. We had this extremely pro-Russian history teacher. So she was like full on like Vatnik, that lady. And she was like, those like Zaporozhye Kazaki, they were like alcoholics and drunkards and thieves, you know? And I was like, huh? You know, it's a common Russian narrative apparently. But I
well,
was like, they didn't drink. It was
but then,
prohibited in Zaporozhye City.
well, it
And I was
was
like,
okay.
the
It was
fuck?
like that. Okay, so this is like a book. That's like
Yeah, I know those
I
books.
do, yeah, I do
It's no
disagree
big,
with
but
it in
like,
some parts because it's, but
yeah.
basically when it comes to the Cossacks, and I read it in a few other, like they did like to drink, but, and it's an important but
Yeah,
when it came to military action, when it came to doing
yeah, it was
anything,
dry. Yeah,
then it was just prohibited, as you said. Drinking did happen in free time,
obviously they're
like,
Ukrainians. You
yeah, in free time, of
know?
course. But when it
Yeah,
came to
yeah.
wartime, they became quite the disciplined unit, actually. They became
Mm-hmm.
a force to be reckoned with, which the Ottoman Empire can attest to, which if it
Yeah.
existed. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's
But
like,
yeah, not to mention the
and
fact that they were treated like she basically tried to paint them as like the silly
yeah,
drunkards who didn't know
and
what they were doing.
it
Yeah.
is an important thing to note that, and I don't disagree with this. Like when the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth tried to form the Polish-Lithuanian-Ruthenian Commonwealth, it is important to note that the the Cossacks, which would have been the military arm of the newly formed Ruthenian uh, duchy, without them, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth became crippled, basically. They were an important part of the whole military might of the Commonwealth as a whole because they had units that complemented, like, the Cossacks lacked certain types of units like the cavalry, etc. But the Cossacks had excellent riflemen, excellent cannons, and those things complemented each other perfectly. And the the lack of Cossacks caused, for example, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth to become crippled irreparably, as historians
Yep.
say. So
We
much
can all
for,
agree they were badass.
yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah, but basically, is this thing about the enemy is weak and strong also applies to the West, I think, very much when it comes to Russian rhetoric against the West, because it's like weak LGBT, like non-binary trans degenerates. I apologize, Lucy, but you know that's what they say. Yeah, so there's like this thing. So they're like not even men. They're like feeble, but at the same time they're like coming to get us. NATO is coming to get us, and like America is going to march and destroy Russia, right? So at the same time they're like incapable because they're like degenerate and feminized, but at the same time they're like very strong and very capable and are trying to destroy Russia. So
Yeah.
again, like both at the same time. They did the same thing with Chechens, I think, with Chechene. They also called them
Oh,
like like barbarian, like uneducated, like stupid-minded, like barbarians. But at the same time, they were like barbarians who were like strong and brutal, that who would like rape and slaughter Russian people. So it's like at the same time again.
also, this
Yes,
might be a
it's like
weird, it
with the
might be
West
a
as well.
very weird insert. I've been meaning to tell you this at some point, and now is as good chance as any. I've noticed in Poland ever since the invasion started that there also has been a pretty big influx of uh, a lot of, I'm not sure if it's correlated and related, that heard there have been a lot of new businesses of Georgian origin opening in Poland ever since the war started, which I found to be interesting as well. I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
that's
it's,
you mean like now after 22 or
yeah, like started like traditional Georgian cuisine, traditional Georgian this, traditional Georgian that in Poland and
well,
Warsaw.
lucky you, it's pretty good in terms of food. Yeah, I
Yeah.
grew up on that
So
shit
I've been
because my
wondering
parents
if
are
it's
graduate there.
just Georgians trying to also get away from Russia, to be honest. I've been thinking, but maybe it's a
Maybe, I
far-fetched
don't know.
theory. Because Georgia, as we know, has also been screwed a lot.
That's true.
Hard. Okay,
Georgian
so
dumplings. Georgian dumplings are the best dumplings. I think
Oh,
it's called
khinkali, you mean?
khinkali, yeah.
Yes, fuck yes, they're so good. Yeah, yeah.
I had
Anyhow,
a bunch of those in
I've been
fucking
Yeah.
Riga, yeah. Couldn't get enough of the khinkali. Yeah.
yeah, they're very good. Yeah.
They're better than
Hey,
Zeppelins. Zeppelins are weird. They're just too carby anyway. Okay.
it's a matter of taste.
Next.
That's true. Okay, fuck. We're at 9. Pacifism is tracking.
Nine.
Jesus Christ. Pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. For your fascism, there is no struggle for life, but rather life is lived for struggle.
Oh yes.
Well,
I mean, we have the conflict that's going on right now to illustrate it. So all the people that said there shouldn't be war just ended up in jail, and from jail they were drafted to the armies.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep. And also there's like idea about the struggle itself. I think it also like kind of applies to Soviet Union as well, not just like today, but there's like this idea just that like the struggle itself is like your life shouldn't be like easy. It should be like a struggle all the time.
Do you know the famous Soviet saying about war?
Which one? There's a bunch.
We will fight for peace even if there's not a rock left standing.
Yeah, well, pretty much. Yeah, so you don't like need that like luxury shit. Who needs it? Just live in constant struggle. That what makes you strong.
It makes you noble.
Yeah. Suffering is based actually. That's pretty much Russia. Yeah. Any next?
Okay. Contempt for the weak. Elitism is a typical aspect of any reactionary ideology.
I'd say this one is not exactly like as the most prominent as we mentioned the previous ones. The only thing that comes to mind is that the weakness like is despised in like a bigger sense. So not like particular even like individuals. Oh, I guess you could say LGBT they see as weak, and gay man as weak.
I think.
Yeah, but
I think there is an element of fetishization of strength in Russia. We're the strongest, we're the best, and the rest. The others are weak and therefore must be sort of ruled by us. I think that's a pretty prevalent narrative within
it also
Russia.
applies to their vision of who should rule them. So strength is what is the most important, right? So the perceived strength. So, for example, we talked about it before, why people are standing Wagner and Prigozhin. Because most of them consider, that's strength. That's like a show of strength, right?
Yeah.
So this is the unit that is feared around the world, that people are like afraid of, and it shows Russia as strong. Because if people perceive us as weak, they will like attack us, basically. So for them, go on.
I think this is where where the essay definitely helps, because if you just looked at that point, the way it's written down there is like every conservative could be like, have a point of fascism with that. But I think the difference is, I think in the essay, he talks about how when they say elitism, they mean like quite specifically like aristocratic and like militaristic elitism. And,
I mean, that does fit Russia. Be honest.
Yeah. But then they also talk about but then there's also like popular elitism, which is that even if you're not like aristocratic or like a military leader and all that, but you are part of the nation that has that. And like I think Russia definitely has like a very like elitist thing about like that's where all the culture is, and all the like the fine art, like all that stuff. Like their aesthetics are very like monarchistic. With what the fuck do you call them? The eggs.
The eggs.
Every like Russian restaurant or whatever you go to, the fucking eggs, like that, It's just so like, it's so there's so much like grandeur about it.
They're like very much in the mindset that they are like the strong, the most important, like the most elite culture compared to the rest of plebs, I guess.
And
so
there's
other people are rural, like uncultured, whereas Russia culture is great. All the great authors are Russian. All the great like painters are Russian, and they also are kind of culturally appropriated. I think I told you about that Lonerbox when we first talked, I think. So basically, they would like just literally steal like other people's like Ukrainian artists, Georgian artists, like Greek artists. So people like, for example, like Arvazovsky, I told you about. He's actually Ayvazyan. He's Armenian. Like most people don't know about it. For example, like Winji is a Ukrainian dude who was Greek ethnically, and he's like Russian painter for some reason, Russian artist. So yeah, so they would basically like, because only Russians could be great in comparison.
Yeah.
We talked with Lucy about it actually, I think, when the famous picture about when like Soviets put their flag on Reichstag.
We did talk. Yeah.
And yeah. So this is not, they were not Russians, They were like actually Ukrainians. Two of them were Ukrainians, one was Georgian. The Georgian was cut off from the picture entirely. I don't know why exactly, but yeah, but the Ukrainian dudes were not given any medals, although people were promised if you place that flag you will be awarded as with a hero medal, and they actually gave medal to dudes from, I believe, Moscow. No, Russians anyhow, Russian surnames and Russians from Russia, exactly. So they were never on that roof even. But they were awarded because they couldn't allow Ukrainians or Georgians to be above Russia.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Is this pronounced Fabergé, the eggs?
Yeah.
Fabergé egg.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Good job.
Which is interesting
Thanks.
considering how the USSR was supposed to be like an above nation place, but they.
Well, it wasn't.
Yeah, it
You know
wasn't.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, we do, and that could be a whole stream debate and talk on its own. So
Like
Next
Soviet.
point.
That's gonna be a whole
Soviet
topic on its
chauvinism,
own.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
it's basically was Russians are above everyone. Everyone else
yeah,
is like
basically like the perfect Soviet citizen was basically Russian. That's how it went.
Yeah, it became kind of like an umbrella term in a way. So it's like not even like it's like you can part of Russian world basically. If you accept Russian identity, so you speak Russian, you are part of Russian culture. You like hate and denounce your own culture, which was kind of like a demand, I guess you could say. And then you can be part of this great Russian people,
Like the Russian
never really
dream.
treat you as equal. Yeah, but you can try to fit in, but yeah, it's just pretty much like that. The next point, yay.
Okay. Everybody is educated to become a hero. In your fascist ideology, heroism is the norm. This cult of heroism is strictly linked with the cult of death.
Well. Another thing that links to the conflict right now directly.
Yeah, do I need to? Yeah. So basically, one of the main, like calls, as you heard it from Solovyov and people like that, the spokespeople of Kremlin, is to die for the motherland. It's a glorious death. Anyone should be like proud to fight for their own land and to achieve this like glory of Russian, expansionism. He doesn't say, but we all know what he means. Yeah. So it's just very prominent. It's considered to be like it's nothing particularly wrong, I think, to talk about like heroes and heroic figures. For example, in Ukraine, people are consider, of course, like our soldiers to be heroic, but the heroic aspect is not them going to find someone. It's them defending our homeland, our country, our people. That's the heroic bit.
Yeah.
Not like the conquest, not the imperialist shit, not that, but basically protection.
Not just dying in battle to win or something. It's a different, And
it reminds me of this like very Asian shit, no offense to anyone, but it's like go die for your like vassal, I don't know, or go die for your like lord or something, like in the name of like some person who would never know about you or your like sacrifice whatsoever, right? So who are they dying for at the end of the day, right? Russians now.
I think
not themselves, that's for sure.
It's because I think in most societies, death is usually seen as like a bad, like an unpleasant thing that you maybe face sometimes if you had to be dignified and shit. But in Russia, I think with Putin, his whole thing was like he was doing this thing where he was going around to the families of men who died in the war, like just this one. And part of his routine was always to like, they would have a reception with like the high ranking people in the Kremlin. They'd have like dinner and shit. And a big part of why he was doing that and meeting with them others wasn't to like apologize or anything. It was to reassure them that their kids had died for a good cause,
Yeah.
And we also have the report from the institute that we got from Anastasia primarily. The person, from the institute that gave us data about how even though so many people have died, how society is still firmly in, support of the war. So that's basically
Yeah.
almost also part of it, I
It's
think.
basically like in a way like a cult of death. I don't like to use this term very much because people, for example, like Wash like talk about it all the time. Like fascism is like a cult of death. But in this regard, it's kind of fits because when you talk about like people in Russia, and they're like, well, yeah, it's not good. It's kind of bad that our soldiers are dying, but at the end of the day, they're dying for the greater good of the nation. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter their death that much because it's worth it at the end of the day. And you're like listening to it and you're like, what the fuck? It's just
I
it
think
is what it is. I mean.
there's like a really pathetic example of that in the Republican Party, where the voters there was a documentary of voters who refused to take the vaccine and were in hospital.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And there are these guys on ventilators, barely able to put a sentence together without coughing, saying how proud they are that they stuck by their principles of freedom and like how they were. Like,
I think.
Fuck, seriously.
I think in defense of Vosh, I think he is basically.
basically.
Basically he is pointing to examples such as this when he says that fascism is a cult of death.
Holy fuck! Seriously, what? He was like dying, and then like, oh, at least I'm not a sheep who got the vaccine. Am I right?
Yeah, basically. So I think in defense of Vosh, I think he's pointing to things like that when he says.
I didn't mean that he's wrong on that. I was just saying he uses like that point a lot, and I like don't think he always applies it in the best way, to be honest. But I'm not saying like it's not applicable.
We're human.
I think also like a good way to use it is I think people sometimes just use it like hyperbolically because Republican policies kill lots of people, even if they're not like death cults.
It's a bit of a. It's a very specific. And like it's a bit off topic, but the Republican Party also sort of downstreams to other right-wing parties around the world, which they parrot their policies around. That becomes a mess.
Next.
Machismo and weaponry. Machismo implies both disdain for women and intolerance and condemnation of non-standard sexual habits, from chastity to homosexuality.
Well.
Do we need to?
I mean, I think all I need to say is that Poland is the worst country in the entirety of the EU when it comes to LGBT, and people as an argument to sort of stress this say that Poland is moving in the direction of being like Russia. Just moving, even though it's the worst in the entirety of the EU. So that should give us like an image of how Russia operates when it comes to these things.
Well, where do I start, for fuck's sake? This is like their entire propaganda machine is pretty much built upon the disdain for LGBT. It's like what they use as a red rag to show to their people because they're afraid of it, and they're like very homophobic in like a traditional sense, I guess you could say, because they're like literally afraid of them, of these people. Not just hate them, but afraid of them. They think they're like a disease, basically. So there's that, and it's very prominent. And also, not to even say alpha machismo, obviously, right? So they're like all of their like have you ever seen like Lonerbox? They're like advertisement to join the military. They're like the cringiest shit like on earth, basically. Like appeal to this alpha macho, great warrior, Russian super soldier who will, conquer everything for the motherland. It's just very much, and weaponry, they're obsessed with it. There's Lucy probably knows, but this is like there's like this term победобесие, which is like basically hysteria around of the day of the victory. So 9th of May. We call it like obsession with this aesthetic of being the victorious, the strong, and they're like in their parades are like the most fascist, like overt fascist, cringiest shit you probably have ever seen in your entire life.
And of course, Putin has cited like that trans people are basically responsible for the invasion.
In one of his speeches, he was like, "They're going to trans your children."
And that poor J.K. Rowling is being cancelled by the degenerate West. So
the fact that he brought her up, it just took me out.
Weird.
It was like,
it's
why the
It's
fuck
just
are we talking
crazy.
about Harry Potter?
Like
And you're
from
like, she wrote this book for children, and now she's being prosecuted. And like,
from my perspective, that is the worst sort of how to say endorsement that you can receive from anyone. Imagine that Putin says something nice about you. Your immediate gut reaction is to be like, wait, this person must be horrible if Putin is sort of praising them, right? Like at least
I
to
know if
me,
I was J.K. Rowling, I would be like, oh, like what the
I'd be
fuck am I
like,
doing wrong in my life, huh?
like
Yeah,
that's some bad PR in my opinion, being
yeah.
like used
It's like,
by Putin like that.
yeah, it's pretty cringe, I must say. But I understand why he appealed to it because it's like a very popular narrative. So she's like a popular figure. It's a popular story. Most people know about it, right? So she even in Russia, people like in Ukraine, even people know about this whole like they don't know even that much about like trans people to be honest, but they will be like, oh yeah, J.K. Rowling is being prosecuted for saying that men are men, women are women, you know? So yeah,
It
yeah,
just shows you that, like, even these like presidents, they still watch media. You know, I'm just like Putin just watching a Fox News item on J.K. Rowling getting cancelled and just sitting there in his bed
yeah,
getting angry about it. Like, oh no,
yeah. I
like the
mean,
trans people cancel J.K. Rowling.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it was like the cringiest moment in probably in all of his speeches, in my opinion. But that's like another story, and it's a low bar as well. So there's that. Yeah, well, yeah, basically like prosecution of gay people. Like if you ever talked with a Russian person, you will never escape them using the word "pider." I'm sorry, which is also the affliction that has Ukraine. You know, Russian speaking Ukraine is also
Hmm.
has this affliction. This basically is the F word, you know, for gay people. So this
Okay.
is like such a common thing. Most people in Ukraine don't even think about gay people when they use it. They use it like as a fuck, basically, like as a you know, as a, like a general slur. But it's such a deep thing in the culture. So you would even see like Prigozhin and Wagner people. They would just always call Shoigu like you know this word. So they would call him like a homosexual, basically as an insult, and they threaten rape all the time, like publicly. And you're
Well,
like, what the fuck? You know, yeah. So it's very, very, very
I think
strange in Russian culture.
I think it's worth recognizing that the Russian aggressive rhetoric, especially during the war, has pushed a lot of Ukrainian society in a very pro LGBT direction, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's true.
leave the homophobia to Russia and other
Hmm.
slogans such as that, which is um,
Super based.
yeah, which is a very positive thing that is born out of a very horrible situation, I would
I don't
say.
remember who I told this to. I think might be both of you or one of you, but I use this now as a trick. When I talk to like homophobic people or my homophobic friends or something, they would say some like typical like Russian homophobic shit. Let's put it like that, right? Very brutal, like not like you know West
Yeah,
people homophobia, like Eastern Europeans homophobia. So I was like, and I was like, oh, you sound like Russian right now. Like, what's up with that? You
yeah.
know? And they will
I
be like,
mean,
what?
I've been
No.
thinking
And I'm like,
about
you do.
I've been thinking about this a bit because you said you translated the right sector person talk with Dylan, right?
Mhm.
And there was the topic of the LGBT that he said, why should I care about the LGBT? And I realized that it might be a bit more um, tense to use this line of argumentation with a person that where you said you felt the tension in the air, right? But one line of
Yeah, that was all the
argumentation,
time.
yeah, but one
That was
line
all
of
the time.
but I would say that one line of argumentation would be like, well, because they're the people you're protecting from Russia, right?
Yeah, that would might made him think actually. I might bring it up to him because
You know, they're
I thought
Ukrainians that you protect.
yeah.
There might be also your comrades in arms, etc. You're right.
I think if pressed, he would say that he would be more for like LGBT shit if it means like being part of European Union because he's I think is up to that now. He wasn't
Yeah,
before. He was like against European Union, but now he's into that. So I think he would make this sorry to say, but this sacrifice, so to speak, if it means to being further away from Russia, which is
right.
pretty good. But overall, it works. People like are just so like disgusted with everything Russian right now,
Yeah.
so they see this like obsession with like. And my friend even who's pretty homophobic, he was like, you know what? I thought about it, and I really like have no idea why I'm so obsessed with this gay shit.
Wait,
Like,
but
okay, thanks, but
didn't you say you were gay?
I'm bi, yeah.
Yeah, so okay. I'm surprised a bit.
Ah, yeah, it's just it was very, interesting. He's like pretty homophobic, and he was like very, very like he thought about it, and he was like, yeah, you know what? I actually think I think they icky, like gay people are like gay men. He doesn't care about gay women, but that's like part of this alpha macho thing, obviously, right? And he was like, gay men like are disgusting and shit, but at the end of the day, why I'm so concerned about them? It like doesn't have to do anything with me. And I was like, oh, that's a progress right there, yeah, yeah.
I mean, that is a move in the better direction.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, next, please.
I'm probably going to hijack this one for a bit, but like selective populism. There is in our future a TV or internet populism in which the emotional response of a selected group of citizens can be presented and accepted as the voice of the people. I think a really good example of this is, again, in the essay when they talk about appealing to the idea of like rotten governments and states that don't really represent the people. One person who did that quite effectively was Mussolini, who said that the Italian government was
Thank
like
you for all the subscriptions. Thank you very much.
transform it
Thank
into
you.
this like grand representation of the masses, right? Like the state would be like the voice and the arm of the people. But as soon as he went in, he put his ministers into very, very, very nice houses, and then he liquidated the parliament. So it makes me think of like Trump talking about, I'm going to drain the swamp, and how the how the White House doesn't, and the American government doesn't represent the people, but he comes in, appoints a bunch of like criminals and friends to high positions, and then gives tax cuts to the richest people in the country.
Right.
Like there's such a parallel there with like Mussolini and drain the swamp. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Anyway.
say this is the most accurate point when it comes to Russia because, like I said, like those points before were like much more applicable. But the only thing I can say is that it's not really part of Russian aesthetic or culture to be like very populist. Because for them, it's like they want a Tsar, So it's not like Putin is not equal to them and he doesn't need to be. So the great leader, so like Stalin or Putin or whatever, whoever it is, he doesn't need to be one of the people. Like at all. It's not what I guess you could say what appeals to Russian people. So it's not exactly. But Prigozhin, for example, uses some leverage of that. He like presents himself as one of the people, which is kind of weird because he's the rich as fuck dude with literal caves with gold in Africa that he acquired by killing and massacring people in African countries, which is not your regular guy, I think. Also, he was like a chef for Putin.
That is the nickname, yeah.
The chef.
So,
Putin's chef.
Yeah. So he also like very much inside the inner circles of like Kremlin elite. So friends with Solovyov, for example, and shit like that. So I don't know how the fuck that works, but yeah, I wouldn't say. Like,
thank you so much. So gifted subs. Thank you.
I guess you could say it's not a value. Not that value.
Of course, I will.
I would say Prigozhin is a really good example of a populist because his rhetoric is just so much like Shoigu and Gerasimov. You guys are fine dining and your kids are making YouTube videos. I can't get over that. But then at the same time, he's like an oligarch.
Yeah,
he was like very close to Putin. Yeah.
It is what I was. It's a little bit of an insert, but it is important, as many people have pointed out, to remember that at the end of the day, it is basically an internal struggle, internal beef, so to speak, between the elites of Russia, and that all of them are pretty darn horrible,
Yeah, that's true. But like I said, Prigozhin does appeal to populist things, but it's like a recent thing in Russia due to, I guess, dissatisfaction with how this war is going.
Because this is also a thing that has been pointed out, I'm sure, at least in this region, that at the end of the day, he was doing the populist thing, but it was still firmly within the elite sphere. He didn't really want or oppose Putin himself in any way. He just wanted to, do the beef with the other people. So it's sort of like
talking for a while about like the Tsar is misled. He basically was saying like it's not Putin's fault, it's like the Russian people and our like great leader are being like misled, but those like Asian agents. He basically always appeals to Shoigu being from Tuva, which is I don't know what the fuck, but this like Russian racism, I guess. He will always like call him like names because he's Asian, basically, openly. I don't know.
Right,
It
yeah.
happens like yeah. Well, anyhow, the last bit is what's the last bit?
Fascism speaks Newspeak. All the Nazi or fascist schoolbooks made use of an impoverished vocabulary and an elementary syntax in order to limit the instruments for complex and critical reasoning.
Well, I guess you could say it kind of works, but it's not like the most. They create new definitions, new names, shit like that, but it's
So
not.
I would insert that a big part of this, because I assume this includes. Okay.
I can still hear you.
Yeah. Should I speak or should I be silent for? Right. So I would say that a big part of this point, if I understand it correctly, is the falsification of history. And that is a thing that Russia has done extensively, which also brings me back to the point of, the debate about Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, that it was all good in service of buying time, which in Poland between 1945 or plus to to the end of the so-called Polish People's Republic, this topic was forbidden in history. It was forbidden to teach that Poland was actually invaded by the USSR. So this sort of historical lying about history is very much a part of Russia and was part of the USSR. So I think that's a huge.
It has to do with falsification of history. If it does, then they do it all the time. It's not even
yes. It's like a part of the narrative of what Russia is, was, and will be, I guess.
I always the whole thing about buying time. I don't even I've struggled to find this, but I'm trying to find like a chart just showing like what was Russia's military strength like in 1939 versus 41, because I don't think it even grew that much. I mean, they went into Finland and lost a bunch of people.
Interestingly,
their 5-year plans were like 10 years earlier.
Interestingly enough, a big reason why Russia, the USSR, did so bad when Germany attacked, because Stalin had just done the purge of all the higher ups in the army, right? Like the army lacked generals and high officers because Stalin did his thing and they were just erased. So if the USSR was seeing the invasion of Germany as something inevitable and something that they just needed to prepare for, then purging like all of your higher officers and generals from the army was a pretty weird move as preparation.
Yeah, it's almost as if you were unpreparing rather than preparing.
Yeah. And they had to be like quickly promoted from within the military during the invasion of Germany. So that's a bit of a weird one, right?
Yeah, and didn't Stalin have like a mental breakdown after hearing about Barbarossa? Like he locked himself away.
Yeah, although there are mixed sort of reports about that, but yeah, definitely he was not very stable about it. Like he
didn't issue orders for a while, did he? Yeah,
because he kept thinking that it might just be a political stunt, that Hitler might still be a friendo, basically.
It's a shame, right? Because
did you hear all of that?
Yeah, I hear all of that. I just didn't.
So what are your thoughts on what I've just said?
I didn't know what. Yeah, sorry. I didn't know it has to do with falsification of history. If it does, then they are just basically that's their job.
Yeah.
They like lie about literally like everything, because I take it back that it doesn't apply then. Because first of all, the Kiev and Rus history and their Ukrainian part of it, and how that it's Russia, basically Russians are the only and the main descendants of that whole thing.
When
Russian history of Russian Empire is lied about. Soviet Union, they basically still think they were they deny pact Molotov-Ribbentrop. They don't talk
Right.
about it. The war, according to them, didn't even begun before 42,
Right.
pretty much. Yeah, so there's like a much of it. They're
Right.
always, like I said, the saviors, the good guys. For example, like Donbass situation is a rewriting of history, live action, basically. Yeah, so
And
a lot of that, yeah.
if I could insert myself a bit into the
Yeah.
Kiev Rush, because that's a thing that a lot of countries do, which is a huge mistake, like talking about Russians or Ukrainians as we understand them now when it comes to history, like the Kiev Rush, when Russians and Ukrainians as like a national identity didn't really exist back then, like those things, like national identity is a very fresh concept, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like the idea of being part of like a coherent nation. And of course, Ukrainians did exist before that as an ethnic group within Ukraine, as a place, but it was a bit different from the Ukrainian national identity. Same with Poland,
Yeah.
same with all other groups, of course.
Yeah, but you can say that like literally about anyone. Like
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Russians,
that's
yeah,
that
for
is
example,
of course.
I'm like Greek basically, ethnically mostly. So when I was to Greece, I was just they couldn't stop talking about how great they were because they're like basically Aristotle, in Greek.
Yeah.
And I was like, what
And
the fuck, dudes? You have nothing to do with
yeah.
that guy at this point, But at the same time, I couldn't say that Greece now has absolutely nothing to do because of course there's language, there's like history, there's
Right.
traditions, there's cuisine,
Right.
there's a lot of things, right? But to say it's like both things at the same time, saying we have nothing to do with Kiev and Rus is silly because we have
Yeah,
the
of course. Yes.
capital, the same like
Yes.
even currency, the same like literally figures that we consider Ukrainians, same like traditions, many
Yeah.
things, but like heraldics, so like trident and things like that. So
Yeah.
of course there's like a lot of history there, but at the same time, of course, it's not directly that, obviously.
Yeah.
And that
It's
applies
like
to everyone, I think.
I like to give this example of people after World War One when the new nations were forming, who were basically like, "Oh, technically speaking, I am Lithuanian, but I'm Polish," or people are like, "Oh, the People's Republic of Ukraine is forming. I am technically speaking Polish, but the project of Ukraine appeals to me. I want to be Ukrainian. I'm going there. I'm gonna go help create the country, and I'm gonna be like a part of this." You know, the concept
we talked
of
about it, I think,
these concepts were very fluid, and I think it's very
But
significant
to
to
me,
remember.
nationality and to many Ukrainian nationalists, by the way, who are so very hated by people, civic nationalism is what it's all about. So basically, I'm not a nationalist, but when I talk to nationalists, I hear
Yeah.
them mostly speak about identity. So national identity that has very little to do with ethnicity at the end of the day.
Right.
So, yeah. Well, how many
That's
did
a
we got?
really That's a really difficult one about national identity because it's like a very right-wing thing, but if you're a country that doesn't really have a very strong national identity, that's like a big problem, and it's usually a sign of like some kind of repression, right? So it means like a lot of nationalisms that appear right-wing are really not. So yeah, so it's like it's almost like a sort of like a point of privilege, right? It's like people who have money don't care about money, and people who have a national identity that's kind of got them through, like the fucking Scotland or whatever. It's like we don't really care that much about it, but
it can get
people
a
in
bit.
Ukraine
It can get a bit complicated. For example, my biggest complaint about the Polish government, as I've said before, is like this horrible push for like assimilation, right? Like not providing Ukrainian children with proper Ukrainian education in Poland. That's a huge mistake in my book,
I think what Lonerbox was kind of saying is that when people are kind of confused, when you hear people like Yaroslav, for example, the guy from Right Sector, he doesn't talk about ethnicity much,
Yeah.
And for some people, it's very confusing because they think about it. For example, United States. One of the main figures what nationalists talk about is like this Anglo-Saxon white identity of like United States, right? But it's not the point of a conversation here that much because we're already like a homogenous pretty much country. So, it's not like, not to say that there are no like not ethnic Ukrainians here. Of course there are, right? There are like a bunch of people. There are Georgians, Armenians, Tatari. There are like Greek people like me, for example. There are like a lot of people, obviously, right?
Jewish people.
Jews, obviously. Yeah, Jews, quite a lot of Jews, right? So it's fine and so dandy, but at the end of the day, most of us kind of look similar, and we kind of like the majority is still, ethnically Ukrainian. So there's that, right? So for us, it's not that big of a conversation here. It might be, for example, I would say like most of those nationalist types would be against, let's say, vast immigration. I assume like most of them would be against, quite a vast immigration to Ukraine of other people, especially people from like other cultural, spheres. So there's that, of course, but they are not really hell bent on this like I don't know, ethnicity shit that most people in the Western nationalists seems to be. So there's that. How many points we got?
I think
guys?
14 is probably my least favorite one of all those ones.
Wait, are we already at 14?
Yeah. We just did 14.
We're already at 14.
We're going for it fast.
I'm just not a big fan of 14 because like that whole thing about impoverished vocabulary and elementary syntax, like I feel like every populist does that. Like left-wing populists do that, right-wing populists, probably even like some liberals do it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just too broad.
Well, I think I know what the 14 point means, actually. If you could read it, I think I know what it sort of is talking about.
Well, the impoverished vocabulary and elementary syntax.
Yeah, I think if you could reread it.
Speaks
wait, it's all that is the thing that you said. That's the whole point. There's nothing else.
Yeah, there's like basically he says fascism speaks newspeak. All the Nazi or fascist school books made use of the impoverished vocabulary and an elementary syntax in order to limit the instruments for complex and critical reasoning.
Like, for example, in my mind, it speaks of when people, instead of introducing others to what's happening, it's basically saying, if we win, we get the bad people out who are causing you to suffer. We give you a lot of money, and that's basically our program. Vote for us or be for us. That's basically what I think of when I think of this point.
Yeah,
like Jewish people are bad, for example, and also we will get tons of money if we are in charge.
I think the problem is that, like, I agree with it. I just think I think it applies quite a lot to a lot of like populist left-wingers as well, because like especially with the whole thought terminating thing and like it's more like vulgar Marxism that just kind of like everything's just down to like either like worker or bourgeois, and then you get into like all these like very loosely used words like it's called like colonizer and all that shit. Yeah,
I would sort of agree that even that goes into some level of analysis that usually far-right populists don't.
Say that you could say newspeak in regards of like Russians tend to create like new words that they they like integrated in a grand narrative, so to speak. So, for example, at the back in the day, it was like Banderites. So it was like a new word, but it was like incorporated and it became kind of synonymous with Ukrainians at some point. And it kind of is to many people, who are very pro-Russian still. So, for example, they will use things like that. So from that, they created other like words like that they will use and apply. They have like new, if it comes to mind, I will say, but in Russian language, there's like so many new words created to describe different groups in a very negative way. So yeah, there's like a bunch of meaning attached to each word and like history as well. So maybe that kind of like maybe fits because they use like a lot of, I'd say they're like their own language, their new words they create to describe like a certain phenomena and things like that. But it's not like the most, I'd say. I think we got like how many? We got the first we said it's like kind of applies, but really is not that much. Second is works. Third works, fourth works, 5 works, 6 works. No, 6 doesn't work that much. Yeah, so -2, I guess. 7 works, 8 works, 9 works, 10 kind of works. So basically, like most all of them, without 2 or 3, we got. We got pretty. Those are pretty on the nose. Yeah, well, guys, that's about
And
it. I
you
guess.
you read out 14 very well, actually. You didn't need me at all. When you read
No,
out number 14, right?
it was way
Okay.
better without my accent. Yeah, you
Well,
made it sound posh, which is what we
True.
need in
We
life.
need
think,
Yeah.
the poshness.
you know, my background's like actually from like fucking dirt poor as well. It's really weird. But anyway.
Yeah, but
you sound posh, you
yeah,
know.
but the
Yeah,
British
at the end
people
of
are
the day.
usually just considered posh even when poor.
Just enough television, you know, to yeah.
I mean,
The problem is
it
with being
doesn't really
Scottish
matter.
is if I used my like organic accent from when I was a kid and shit, like no one would understand what I'm saying. That's a big
You
problem
should
as well.
try it now.
I can't.
I like
I've lost
Scottish
it.
accent.
It'll happen one day, but
I
it's not
think it's
happening.
cute.
Okay. Aye.
Yeah, yeah, I
Aye.
do actually. Many actors like I watch like a bunch of like Scottish stuff. I, for example, really like Trainspotting, and I watch it in original, but with the subtitles because
Yeah.
otherwise I can't understand shit. So yeah, but I still like it.
Well,
So I watched it like a bunch of times. Yeah, it's one of my
but
favorite movies.
even train spotting is quite posh Scottish because they're from Edinburgh. But
I
I guess
guess
I guess maybe Spud and fucking Begbeer.
Ah, it's
I
not
guess I
so much.
just I
Yeah,
guess I
Spud
just
is
like
fine,
the
it's hard to
super
understand.
mainstream actors like David Tennant, the Scottish
Mhm.
representative.
Yeah,
Have
the
you
Ewan
ever?
McGregor I can understand,
Yeah.
but like the guy who plays Spud is very hard.
The
And yeah,
whatever.
Have you ever
Ewan
seen that
McGregor, I
show
think, right?
called? Yeah. Have you ever seen a show called Burniston?
No.
Mm.
That's like the most authentic Scottish accent.
Wow.
What's it called
I'll have
again?
to send you something one day. Burnistoun.
Aw, I need
Burn
to watch some
is
Scottish stuff.
Toun. Yeah, that'll set you
Uh-huh.
off. Yeah.
I guess
find it,
I
yeah.
guess what I've learned through the years is that Scottish people are extremely good actors.
Yep.
Because
There's
that's
a lot of actors that
can
are actually
you
very good at pretending not be Scottish. Yeah.
is
so
it
that's
like
better.
is can you confirm as a Scot?
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. There's a
Like
really
James
popular thing
McAvoy is
in
Scottish, right?
there's a really popular thing in like Scottish working class culture where with guys where you just pretend to be very very angry with someone to the point that they think you're going to fight them and then they stop and it's like some people are just insanely good at it. Yeah. That's definitely a thing.
Yeah, well, I kind of think it's very kind of cool. I like movies, and I used to watch. Now I don't have much time, but used to watch quite a bit. And always was fun for me that like how bad Americans are at pretending to have British accent, and how good British
Mhm.
people are at pretending to
Or
have
like
African accent. Yeah, yeah.
House MD, Hugh Laurie,
yeah.
was it?
Yeah.
How was it?
He's a
was
posh
the
Englishman.
movie?
Yeah.
Fuck, what was
House.
the it
Dr.
was,
House.
House,
it was
yeah.
Guy.
House
Yeah, I know.
MD.
It's Guy Ritchie's Sherlock Holmes films. Like
Okay.
Robert Downey plays there like Sherlock Holmes, you know? And
Oh,
fuck, he doesn't sound English at all. yeah, he sounds like someone who's trying way too hard.
but oh
Yeah,
my
it's
god,
just
I'm
yeah.
a bit embarrassed that I'm misremembering one of the biggest comedians. Like
Have you
Hugh
ever
Laurie. Hugh Laurie was in a duo with, and you must remind me the name now.
Stephen Fry?
Stephen Fry. Yeah, I actually like
Stephen Fry,
their.
I know him.
I like their old stuff when they were still in a duo.
Mm.
Personally, you know their sketches when they were
You wanted to say
young
something,
and spry.
Lonerbox, I think.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
But
Snatch?
No.
It's the
I
Guy
didn't.
Ritchie film
What's
where
that?
Brad Pitt plays an Irish traveler fighter.
Oh no! I'm
And
not gonna watch that.
He does
It's gonna be
everyone else in
awful.
it. Everyone else in it is like London geezers. But yeah, no,
Uh-huh.
Brad Pitt actually does a really good job at playing an Irish traveler. Like his
Oh
accent
yeah,
is,
he does.
yeah, it's very funny. Yeah, I'll fight you for it.
I mean, I saw like some movies, like I said, when like American actors were trying to do an accent, it was bad. And sometimes it's like English or like Irish or Scottish people. They're like so good at like hiding their
Well,
accent.
I was supposed to have a debate with Chad Logic about the Travelers.
Oh,
Yeah. I can't imagine why. Oh no.
Yeah,
About the
because of
movie
his
or-
because of his video on, yeah, on the topic.
Oh, can I give you some British insults that you can just sneak into him throughout the debate?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I mean,
So, do you know Cockney rhyming slang?
no.
So, so in London they have like you do rhyming slang. So, bees is like money because it's bees and honey for money, right? So if you were like, God damn it, Chud, these travelers, they don't have any fucking bees. Just say shit like that, you know? Or apples for stairs, apples and stairs. They need to climb the social ladder. They're struggling to get up the apples. If you just throw shit like that in, or there's Tadger. A Tadger is just like an asshole in Scottish.
The context of the whole thing is that basically I made fun of him in a video, and I just sort of parodied his voice, and he sort of made a video about me, and he thought he had like a lol cow type of person on his hands with me. And then he sort of invited me to talk, and then he sort of, in the middle of the talk, realized that's not really what he's gonna get. And then he said, "Well, we should talk in a week. We should talk in a week. We should, we should have a discussion about the grievances you have with me in a week. Let's talk about the whole travelers thing." And then it just never materialized.
You know how some people watch like trashy, like how to say it, like real like talk shows, not talk shows, but reality TV. Oh, right, reality TV, shit like that, right? That's how I watch Chad. He's like a guilty pleasure, basically.
Right.
I made a video of me talking to Vosh when we had like.
Oh yeah, that was one of the videos that I criticized actually.
He made the thumbnail, and he made the thumbnail like Vosh makes like, I don't know, like Ukrainian like war like victim cry or something.
Yeah, she's like a woman cries, he doesn't care.
It was
that.
Voss makes women cry.
Yeah, he doesn't. Keep on debating. Yeah, exactly. That was
so funny.
And I was like that. They're like on the picture, like oh, like that.
It's like doesn't care. I even made a parody thumbnail of this. Like it was something like Polish person makes him cry, doesn't care, continues to debate.
I actually made a tweet. I think about it. I said like this thumbnail made me cry or something like. Yeah.
But yeah, we did have a strange little thing with Chad Logic. Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah, well, guys, I gotta go. It was, cool to join in. Thank you for letting me in.
Thank you.
I gotta go do the, the important shit right now. Not that talking to you is not important. It's very important, obviously, right?
But there are priorities, and the freedom of Ukraine, I would say, trumps a nice talking on the internet.
Yeah, seems to be important somewhat. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Bye bye. Talk to you sometime soon, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
So yeah, that's maybe once Chad Logic watches our heated debate today, his interest will peak again.
Yeah. What have you been trying to chase him up for a debate?
Thank you. Chase him? Not really, no.
Okay. Well,
like I'm not gonna force it. If he just avoids it, then I'm just gonna,
Yeah, if you maybe drop him a message, he probably will. I can give you a list of British insults that you can call him to get his attention. You could try calling him, I'll just type them to you. You could try calling him a walloper. You could try calling him a tadger or a rock. Some of these are Scottish, but rocket snapper. That's a good one as well.
Rocket snapper.
These all just mean like, they all just mean like asshole or degenerate or whatever. Like
sounds like whippersnapper.
Yeah, it is, yeah. But rocket snappers are just like very, very quite deprived.
Why do I suck?
Like, troublemaking kids.
Why do I suck? Fake Alec Carl Parker. Snapper. Why do I suck?
Hosser, that's a good one. Yeah. Porky pies for lies.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it even will happen.
Okay, if you delete that DM and make me look like an asshole, like I'm just calling you names, that would be really funny. Anyway.
But honestly, it's like just, basically Chad Logic thought that he'd have a all cow to milk, and then it just didn't. And I disappointed him in that regard.
Damn, shots fired.
Yeah.
Well, what other plans do you have for your streaming video career in the near future?
Career in general. Yeah. Well, I mainly do history stuff and political commentary and video games. There's a combination that I do. Maybe languages as well. I will do. So that's like
Cool.
my main specialization is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth period, but I'm probably going to go into other ones as well since there's a lot of books here on basically everything. And I strangely keep receiving more because they were sent to my father and he died of COVID in 2020, but the books are still being sent to him post-mortem.
Oh.
Yeah, I've received quite a few boxes with books for him, even though he has been dead.
Yeah, that must be. Sorry, I don't know what to say to that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's a situation, but I do appreciate the books, especially since some of them are like from the topics, like some of them like were on Ukraine. I think one of them was again a collection of sources on how the USSR purged people in the former eastern parts of Poland, and it's also done with the cooperation of the Ukrainian government.
Okay. Oh. Did not know that. Well, yeah, that's definitely something that no one else talks about, so that's cool.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
If I could.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. So I guess we had everything for today. We had a talk. We had a heated debate. We had a freeway collab.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we've done it all.
Quite a successful stream. If you do you want to shout out your channel?
Yes. I am Lucy Hazeh. I can even give you
Spelled Hayes, H-A-Z-E. Yeah.
Yeah. Can even give you like the YouTube link. Also have a White Forest page. I'm a White Forester. That's right.
Cool.
Where are you as an individual? Here. I'm gonna send it to you individually.
Okay.
And also the White Forest thing as well. So yes, history, video games, politics. I'm probably gonna add languages to that as well. I did a Japanese lesson on one stream once, but there were not many people. So maybe if I do it again now, there will be more takers.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, cool. I think my next thing is to watch a Tim Pool debate, so I'll probably jump off and do that now.
Right. I'm probably gonna play FF16. Yes?
Good. No, I was going to say it was just nice talking to you.
Thank you.
If there's anything else you wanted to go on stream about, you can just let me know because I'm usually up for chatting.
Okay.
All right.
I'll see you.
Yeah, take care then. Bye-bye.
Now I'm gonna turn this off. Okay. I'm gonna... Am I disjointed? Disconnect. All right. See, we have won our debate. What did you think? What are your impressions? Have I won this debate or have I won this debate? So this is my, I guess, debate style. I suppose this is me in a one-on-one debate setting. #1. Also check out Lonerbox's video essays. Amazing, mostly. We might have to do a react to a video essay react. Oh yeah, we might have to look into that. So how are we all feeling? How are we all feeling about how this went? Did I do well? Did it suck? Did I do well? Give me your feedbacks, everyone. Give me your harsh feedbacks. I depend on the feedbacks in life. Chris. I hate this emote thing on YouTube that just obscures messages. Ah, thank you. Thank you for the subscription. You're doing well, no need to change. Yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I will do my best. We'll see how people will uh, think has gotten too much too strong, poorly delivered pushback to change his position on that. Like he's had so to dig his heels. Maybe, yeah. Deep to keep the conversation. Well, I mean, I think it's about wanting to talk and not looking to fight, right? Like, in my opinion, a talk, especially when you can expect a person to, the term is good faith, to approach the thing in good faith is to treat it as like a exploratory conversation rather than an argument or a, well, heated debate, even though I did. Maybe I should do the thing. Maybe I should just call it a heated debate and do some wild thumbnail with me with a red face and a big, like, you know, in comic books, people have those veins and on their faces. I should make myself really angry on the thumbnail to sort of do the you know, people will expect one thing and then the conversation itself is gonna be like the way it was. I think it's a funny idea. The text on the thumbnail should say something like me with an angry face and a caption, "You're full of shit," or something. "You're full of shit." That would be interesting to do. Ah, my goodness. See, because it's important to have like those thumbnail things that are super clickbaity, or at least that is what the famous editor DK would tell me, that it's important to keep form in that way, you know? True, I should. Like, appreciate the approach. This is why I don't understand why he's ready to fight. I said about teachers that never stated is what he said. Right. Well, you know, it's... He did later say that you are correct on the 14 points and the essay. Okay, so the plan now is that I will change the channel on the TV. And we might play some FF. Although, of course, I do need to... Oh my god, I have to change the channel again. I'm such a... Gotta go, have a good day. I hope you have a good day as well. And I hope to see you on the next stream that I do, which is gonna be a lot of cool stuff. You know? So I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Oh no, the stream continues. If you wanna stay, stay. The stream continues. We're just gonna play Final Fantasy now. FF16. We're gonna play FF16 and later we're gonna talk to Demon Mama. Because that's a thing as well today. So I'm gonna... That's right. I'm gonna be going and then I'm gonna be back. I'm just going to the toilet to do toilet related things. Even though some people would like to ban me from all toilets. True. So I'm gonna be back and then we're gonna play FF16. I hope you're all big FF fans here. Be right back. Don't go anywhere, okay? Don't go anywhere. Okay, it is time. It is time. No, what? No, what? What? No, it didn't. Oh my god. I come back to such rumors about myself. I cannot believe the rumors that I come back to. Karasu is the best giggler. That is true. Karasu is forever the best giggler. Which is why he's always appreciated as like a part of the stream experience. Whippersnapper, but with R. Okay, I might as well not. Where's the... There we go. FF16. The game that we're gonna... What I thought I was of the best gigglers. You are. It's a group. It's not just a one person. Best giggler is a group of people, okay? It's a group of people. It's true. Tyranno's lair. I don't think there was anything especially that you needed to do. I don't think there's like anything in particular that you needed to do there. One moment. There's I have to, okay. Okay. Wow, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, 4 p.m. So if you could remind me of my doctor's appointment, and that would be swell. Okay, let's continue with the FF experience. My gosh. The British insults to Chud Logic about the debate that may or may not happen ever. Right now we're playing the new Final Fantasy game. Look at this. I borrowed a PS5 from a friend just to stream this. It's not even my own PS5, it's a friend's. Because I'm too poor to have a PS5.
You reckon he's a soldier then? I'd be surprised if he wasn't. The smell of war is thick about him.
Oh, say. Should have done a British accent and asked Lonerbox to rate it from 1 to 10. Thick of war is surrounds him. Surrounds this laddie. It's not showing up on stream. I think I know why. There we go. I have fixed the problem that I have caused myself. Once again, I am fixing the problems that I caused by my own hand.
Think he'd have time for a nip with old August before scampering back to his solar, but no.
No.
Lonely, are we, August?
True. It's true. I am lonely. You could call me a loner box of sorts. The scalpers are not a problem anymore. The scalpers are now the biggest problems to themselves because the prices have plummeted and all the scalpers have to sell at a loss now. Pre-made. It's a pre-made story, so the character is pre-made. Like, it's a narrative game, so you don't really... Like, the character is very fitted into an existing story. Wow, that's a great idea.
Careful, you. I've spent the whole morning on these steps.
I say, well, I have you know that I do not care much about your thing. That's a bit different than Noctis, to be fair. There's a lot more swearing and blood in this one as well. It's the bloodiest Final Fantasy to date.
Just working on a pet project of mine. Though she's not above biting the hand that feeds her.
And yes, it's the same voice as Diablo 4.
Alright. I was hoping we might try and solve the mystery of poor Clyde Rossfield. A bearer of the Sambrequois Imperial Army sent behind enemy lines. With orders to wait until it turned into a brawl, then slit the dominant's throat in the chaos.
I didn't know it was her. How could it be?
And so, to save her neck, you slit your sergeants, then set your sights on the hills. Conveniently forgetting how the Empire deals with deserters. Because with that on your chop, my friend, We both know you won't be getting far. You've fallen a long way, Lord Rossfield.
True, I guess.
I'll not have it said that I'm a poor host.
What do you mean to do with her?
Do with her? Why, nothing. Her life is her own now. If I wanted to use her, do you think I'd be talking to you? All I want to do is help. Dominants like her, branded like you. Of course, the realm doesn't approve, which is why we live in a cave. And it's also why we need help. From branded who know one end of a sword from the other. What say you, Clive? Will you join us?
Maybe. Damn.
Sid, was it? I trust that you'll do right by Jill. But until my brother is avenged, I must walk my own path.
Avenged?
My brother was murdered by a second dominant of fire.
Phoenix's evil twin. Oh, bugger me. Another rumour proven true.
I only stand here
Ifrit.
today because of Joshua. 13 years I've waited for this chance. I've slept in filth, drunk from a gutter, killed more men than I can count. You're right. The Empire will not suffer a deserter. This will be my best opportunity. My last.
Which is why you should join us.
I told you I'm not.
Interested, I know.
Damn.
One of my scouts sent word there's a group of branded fugitives north of here, in the imperial village of Lostwing. Among them is one he believes to be a dominant of fire.
Is he certain?
What say we go and ask him?
This doesn't mean I'm joining you.
He'll join them. It's a Sid. It's a Sid in a Final Fantasy game. He'll join them.
Let's make ready then. You'll find everything you need down in the main hall, as well as a few things you don't. Have fun.
I like this game. But then again, I just like Final Fantasy, so I didn't expect to hate this game. Maybe I should have expected to hate this game. I should have went in all hateful and angry. Can I? No, I can. I actually cannot.
It's downstairs. Try not to get lost. It's downstairs. Try not
It's
to get
so
lost.
funny that this person also voices a character in Diablo 4 and speaks in basically the exact same manner as here. And has a very similar personality as well. This is so bizarre. Sidolphus. Oh my god, Sid's full name is Sidolphus. Oh my goodness. Cornered by a battalion of Iron Kingdom's crusaders in the depths of the Nisa defile, Clive thought his end was nigh until Sid appeared and spirited him and Jill away to his secret hideaway in the Deadlands. Sidolphus. Sidolphus's hideaway. Yeah, that's true, Karasu. It can be helpful, but it could make the understanding murky, yeah. Typecasted actor, I mean, basically, yeah. Refuge hidden in the blighted lands of Central Storm, from which Sid operates, or Sidolphus as we should call him henceforth. His secretive community of freed bearers, while survival in the Deadlands is widely considered impossible, a combination of near indestructible fallen ruins and considerable ingenuity have led to the establishment of a safe haven where those who rally to their leader's cause are only just about able to eke out an albeit meager existence. I'm not against flavor text like this in games. I'm not against getting most of the story in the game and being able to get some extra in a text like this. Maybe we should just read the essay on stream one day. Maybe we should just read the essay on stream. I think that would be a very worthwhile thing to do. To have a stream and go over the Echo essay. A person with the power to cast magics without a crystal. In Valshistea, men and women who awaken as bearers are enslaved. They are marked with a brand upon their cheek and used as tools, a cheaper alternative to the scarce and precious shards. This system of slavery has persisted for centuries and has become so ingrained in Valishtian life that few take pity upon the bearers' plight, seeing them as less than human. Interesting, huh? A fire, second icon of fire. A fire-aspected icon that first emerged in the year of the realm 860. It's Ifrit. When Imperial forces attacked the Rosarian stronghold of Phoenix Gate, clad in infernal flame, the fiendish creature flying itself against the Phoenix, overpowering the icon with a strength and ferocity never seen before or since. Oh, that's a nice mini-map. It's a bit like the one in FF14. Are there shops in this game?
Oh no. Goots was it? Perhaps you can help. Sid asked me to make ready for our mission. How does one go about that here?
There's old Nan's place. On second thoughts, you maybe want to see Blackthorn first.
I guess those are the...
To the Forge it is then.
I guess the game just answered my question after I asked
hold
you.
on. You'll be needing this. Blackthorn won't take no notice of you otherwise. Might not anyway.
Oh my god.
Forge is down the end. Just follow the sound of Blackthorn's hammer.
Sidolphus. So what do you think? I think it's pretty nice. It feels... I don't know why, but it makes me feel Final Fantasy XI a lot.
Are you Blackthorn?
Well, if I am, there's no time for idle chatter.
I'm not here to talk. I'll be accompanying Sid to Lost Wing and I need you to see to my equipment.
You could be accompanying the goddess Krieger to our holy bedchamber for all I care. I'm not lifting a finger for you.
Is that so?
Handover. Continental Ram. A noisome spirit better suited to stripping oil from a painter's canvas than consumption. Grants overwork conscripts a few rare moments of sweet oblivion on their long, arduous sea journeys north from the continent.
Do you want that or not? I can take it back.
Damn you, Coots. Alright. No need to be hasty. Let's have a look at you.
True. Let's take a look at me.
I doubt that lot can stay a Moogle's fart. Bloody Imperials. They'd rather see their bearers dead than kitted out properly. I'll do what I can, as a favour to Goot's mind.
The crafting of new gear as well as upgrading of existing gear can be done at a blacksmith, as long as you have the recipe and the proper materials. Select a highlighted item from the list and hold X to craft or upgrade. Iron belt +1. More leather than iron, it is nonetheless considered an improvement from the crude carding worn by Ackerman and acolytes. Oh, so I can just buy this and nothing else.
And the belt, Caesar Square. You want anything else, you bring your own materials.
I'll bear that in mind. Thank you.
A word of advice. Don't let Sid decide what's best for you.
Notices. When something has changed in the hideaway, a notice will appear in the upper right hand corner of the screen. In addition to stock updates for Charon stall and new foraging recipes for the Black Hammer, there are also notices for new quests, new missives, and many other things. A thing icon will appear in game as well as on the local map to indicate recent updates. Alright.
I suppose I should thank Boots.
Oh, this is Imperial Infantry belt. Wow.
Make it quick.
Sorry.
So, will it be?
Ooh. I'm missing items. I've got a meteorite.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Fancy a mug of Kenneth Coldest, Marilla?
You take it back and tell that blockhead I'm not paying for stuff I didn't ask for.
Huh. I don't really see anything else on the map. Just... I guess I'll just gonna have to unlock the stores one by one.
The gift worked. You have my thanks.
Come on, nearly there.
Demon Mama when Demon Mama actually streams so much later.
You, blankets, quick as you like. Right, we make it comfortable while the bed's made up. Well, you're just gonna stand there? Someone fetch some water.
I'll get the bucket. You go and see if I don't needs out, eh?
Wait, me?
Of course you... Wow. So useless. So bad. I'm disgusted by...
What the hell have I got myself into?
helping others! My gosh. This is such disappointment. I am disappointed. But yes, we are going to be talking to Demon Mama. I have to check the registration process actually.
Who are they?
Huh? They're freed Imperial bearers. Who the hell are you? Shit, at this rate you won't make it through the night. Think you can find your way up them stairs to the infirmary? We need Tyre. Well, go on. Shift your ass.
Was Ty the one looking after Jill?
Shift your ass.
Your friend needs her rest. There'll be time for tearful reunions when she's recovered.
I'm not here for Jill. You're wanted downstairs. There are injured bearers in need of attention.
Well, why didn't you say so?
I did say so.
Damn.
He's going to be all right. But I'll need to examine them both in the infirmary.
True.
My work's just begun.
Another fine day at the hideaway.
Do many of the bearers who come here arrive in this state?
It's no easy thing, casting off your chains. By the time most pluck up the courage, they're already too far gone. These two here are the lucky ones. The name's Otto. You need anything? You ask me.
I need...
Otto, I do need some supplies.
True. I was about to say.
Then Lady Karen over there will be more than happy to help you.
Okay.
Right.
Oh. And thanks. Be seeing you.
Not likely. I won't be staying.
Is that right? Well, for as long as you are here, consider yourself welcome. You helped us today.
He's gonna stay.
We won't forget it.
He's gonna stay. He's like a Cloud Strife type character, I guess. I'm not staying. You are. You're staying. Side quests unlocked. Keep an eye out for the green exclamation mark icon above the heads of certain NPCs. These indicate that they have a quest to offer. A list of current and completed quests can be viewed on the Journal tab in the main menu. To-do list. After accepting a quest objectives will appear in the to-do list located on the right side of the screen. So like in Final Fantasy XIV. That's right, Maya Major. Objectives for the red main scenario and then up to 3 side quests can be displayed simultaneously. So the system is FF14-ish like. Any quest can be prioritized on the Journal tab in the main menu by highlighting it and pressing X. Objectives for prioritized quests will remain displayed in the to-do list until the quest is completed or another quest is given priority. Priority status for a quest can be removed by highlighting it and pressing X again. New hideaway features. The following hideaway features are also now available. The 1,000 Tomes and ever-growing Compendium of All Things Valishtia. The orchestration, a personal jukebox for songs collected throughout the game, so that's a Final Fantasy feature. Right there, FF14 feature, specifically. Both are located in the hideaways eatery. The Fat Chocobo can be found on the local map, open by pressing. Okay, that's cool. We're gonna go to the quest. Okay, we might do the main quest for now, get some...
I need supplies for my journey to Lost Wing. Otto said you could provide them.
What's that? Does the newcomer think it proper to make demands of a poor old matron before even introducing himself?
It's Clive.
Well, Clive, I hear that dog is yours. Since he followed Sid home one night, I've seen to it that his chin's rubbed and his belly fed. Though I suppose that's your job now. Unless you lose him again.
I won't. Not again. Thank you for watching him.
So, were you going to buy something?
Maybe.
You didn't think I'd shower your lordship with my hard-won wares while you swagger about with a pocket full of gil? Life doesn't work that way, lad. Now, let's see some coin.
Damn. Both consumable items and gear can be purchased at the stores, shops around Vaishya. Shop stock changes as the story progresses, so be sure to check in frequently. That is what I need. Alright, we're gonna get it and upgrade it. Oh, there's a limit.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, well, never mind then. I'm not...
That's all.
Why, you've barely a gil to your name. You're taking his side now. And after all I've done for you. All right. All right, I can make an exception. But just this once, mind. My stores are getting cluttered and I need to make room for the next shipment.
Thank you.
Thank me? Thank your dog.
This dog became the most popular character in Final Fantasy, by the way. Thank you, me dog. Thank you, me dog. Arithry Stone. The Arithry Stone is now accessible. The customizable virtual battlescape provides Clive a safe location to test our new abilities and train against all manner of enemies. Additional options will be available as Clive progresses through the story. Wow. Oh, the Attack on Titan fanfic. We might as well, right? The Hall of Virtue is fully customizable battlescape that provides Clive a safe location to test out new abilities and train against all manner of enemies. Oh, wow. FF14 needs a thing like this. How do I exit, actually? I guess you can, yeah. Hey, how do I exit? Oh, I went into a thing that I don't know how to exit. How do I exit the training mode? Because I'm stuck for now. Yeah, I might as well learn some abilities. Oh, I actually thought I'd have more. How do I exit? True. You're right. Oh, and training. Triangle. I just didn't see that part of the screen. We've done it. That's pretty cool.
You all done?
Now I have side quests to do. Actually, I'm not done.
Leaving already, are ya?
I am.
It's you I'll miss the most, Lady Karen. It always is.
Don't stop you going, does it?
This should be fun.
Right.
Okay, let's... Right, let me do the side quest. Fast travel. Use the world map for it to instantly travel to previously unlocked locations. New locations are unlocked by progressing through the main story or discovering waymarks known as obelisks. The world map will open automatically upon leaving an area, but can also be accessed at any time via the main menu. Still have this side quest. Where is it? Here we go, we're gonna go get it.
Do you think we should go and...
Oh, the demo is over. This is the full game. Like, I'm playing the full... Are you saying... Like, I'm not playing a demo. I'm playing the full game.
Where to next?
For now, we rest.
Are you saying I haven't still went through the demo part? Are you saying I still haven't finished the demo part of the game? What was in the demo? Yeah, that's the full game. It's not a demo. I even have the... I actually got the... you know, physical version of the game. I do like how it smells.
Damn it. We'll be needing more wood. If I step away to fetch any, this lot will be down around our ears. Ah, you there. Perfect timing. Couldn't persuade you to fetch me some timber, could I?
Nice. Classic quests. I'd be happy to. Of course I would be happy to. I'm a warrior of light, even if in this game you're not really called the warrior of light, but I still am one in
I'd be
spirit.
happy to.
Of course.
Oh, thank you.
You'll be helping me and the hideaway both. Takes a lot of work to keep this place standing. More than we can manage, if I'm honest.
It certainly looks like you've got your hands full.
You can say that again. The fallen knew their craft, make no mistake, but not even their handiwork lasts forever. That's why the walls need shoring up. Can't have the vegetable patch crushed before our first harvest now, can we?
No, I suppose not. Alright, where can I find this wood?
Ask over at the White Ads. They'll point you in the right direction. Thanks again. I really appreciate the help.
You know what? I just might play some Gothic, yeah. Do you know what game I really wanted to stream and I've got it? Teen Agent. I'm gonna play the real quintessential Polish game, Teen Agent. I'm not sure if you know it, but if you know it, you will know what I mean. Okay, I'm gonna play Teen Agent. Ooh, so many quests. I'm just gonna finish this. So I might play Gothic, yeah. I've got so many games to play in so little time. I also have to fit in reading books. But everything for my beloved audience, you know? For my beloved audience, everything.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
The man working over by the garden sent me to fetch some wood.
Ah, that'll be Geoffrey, master carpenter. Luck would have it, we've just finished cutting the timber he's after. You take as much as you need from the stack.
I will take everything.
No, not at all. We appreciate the assistance.
Here we are. I better get this to Geoffrey, was it?
Joffrey.
I heard they escaped their masters in the Imperial camp.
Yeah. I'm having fun with this game.
Oh, you're back. Hope fetching that wood wasn't too much trouble.
Will this be enough?
This will do nicely, thank you. With a bit of luck, the walls won't be falling in on us just yet.
That sounds ominous.
Oh, it's not as bad as all that. And it's a damn sight better than the alternative. We're safe, we're warm, and we're hidden. What more could we ask for? Now stop fretting and take this. You've earned it. Welcome to the fold.
I'm not part
There's
of...
no need to.
That's not a matter of need, my friend. You're one of us now.
Quest complete. Wow, I'm one of them now. Nice. Meteorite and gill bug. Huh. Contrary to popular belief, this small insect does not get its name from its appearance, but rather from the fact that it's highly sought after by physicians for use in brewing medicines. In summer, when the beetles are most numerous, children across the realm will spend every waking hour collecting specimens in readiness to exchange them for a handful of coppers. As children have tiny hands, however, this amounts to fewer than one might expect. Okay, can be traded for gil. Just as drops of molten iron from smith's oven to the floor to cool, so too often they fall from the celestial foundry where the gods forge their divine instruments of war, or so it is believed. We call these otherworldly outcastings meteorites. Interesting. I might as well read up on all of the flavor text in this game. My greatest fear is when dreams no longer need their dreamers. Well, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Teen Agent might lack an English version. This is where you are wrong, my friend. Teen Agent actually does have an English version on the Good Old Games, and I did get that Good Old Games version, and I did actually check it out, and it does have an English version, so we are going to stream that as well. It is nice to see that you know of Teen Agent, but yes, it does indeed have an English version and a nice Good Old Games version on sale, so we can do that. Yeah, I wanted to also stream Polanie if anyone's interested in me streaming Polanie. I think streaming Polanie might be fun. We've streamed one level.
Yes? What? Go on then.
How do I? Oh. Okay, that's good. All right.
Finished, are you?
I am, yeah. Gonna do another quest. Who?
Yours is not a familiar face. Are you new to the hideaway, perchance?
Yes, I am.
You could say that.
Well then, allow me to welcome you. I am Harpocrates II Hyperboreus.
That's,
Quite a mouthful, I know. Which is why everyone here has taken to calling me simply Tomes, on account of the company I keep. And what varied company. I'm a collector, you see, not of bijou and baubles, but of stories. The history and culture of these isles have ever been a source of endless fascination to me. But alas, my days of wandering the realm in search of new tales are far behind me. And so I've taken to sharing that which I've gathered with all who might listen.
I will listen.
Perhaps you would care to listen.
I would, yeah.
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
The Thousand Tomes is a comprehensive compendium of Walishtian lore, covering everything from basic terms to important persons, geography and history. New information is constantly added as Clive progresses through the story. Past active time lore entries can also be viewed here.
I have a few new notes that might interest you.
This is so
If
nice.
you have a question for me,
Oh, I love
I should
this.
be happy to answer it.
Oh my gosh, this is... Wow. This is great. This is... I'm really glad that this is done by the Final Fantasy XIV team.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Thank you. This is like a big selling point for many people, by the way, that this game has been specifically made by the 14 team.
Ah, a new face. And, dare I hope, a willing pair of hands. The
Always.
fat chocobo is a demanding mistress, and we are too few to keep her on her feet. Might I persuade you to deliver a meal or two to souls in need of sustenance? For your trouble, I can offer you the contents of my strongbox and my enduring gratitude.
2.0, yes. The Naoki Yoshida team, okay? That should tell you everything. It's not the 1.0 team now. I mean, to be fair, Naoki Yoshida took many of the people that were in the 1.0 team, so it wasn't that the team was bad that made 1.0. The leadership sort of screwed up. The team, a lot of the team actually kept being the same, to be perfectly fair on a technical, on a technical side of things. Many of the people that were in the old team stayed and did a fantastic job on the new version of the game. I don't see why not.
I don't see why not.
Marvelous. And who exactly do I have the honor of addressing?
Clive.
Delighted to make your acquaintance, Clive. I'm Kenneth, and mine are the weary shoulders upon which the weight of this fine establishment rests. Now, I have 3 hungry customers awaiting their victuals. Take these if you would, and be careful, they're hot.
I'm hot. This is so nice. This game has a lot of those quality of life.
Your food.
I was hoping it might be. Well, doesn't this look fine? Thank you, lad.
True.
You're new, aren't you? Kenneth's running you ragged already, I expect, the old rascal.
Well, he did say he'd give me something for my trouble.
And so he should. We're not slaves anymore. Well met, lad, and keep up the good work.
True. I mean, Clive was nice to the enslaved people when he was a prince.
Well. There's so much more to farming than just seeds and soil.
Your food.
Just a moment. I need to finish this. I won't be a burden. I'm of no use to anyone as I am, but maybe if I can master this.
All right, but see that you eat it before it gets cold.
Of course. Thank you.
Aww.
Who knew dung had so many uses?
Wow. That is so nice. I'm doing a nice thing for people.
Yeah.
Such a nice quest.
Oh, my thanks. I hope you do not think me lazy for waiting to be served like a lord. Only my former master did not use me kindly, you see. He left me half lame, truth be told. That Sid took me in nonetheless. Now, the hideaway is the home I never knew, and a mighty fine one at that.
Oh,
That's the last one, then.
served as a lord. Huh? Quests like that are nice. They're sort of pseudo fetch quests, but also you get a lot of nice interactions, and yeah, I do like things like this. Even though technically speaking you're just going around clicking on things, it gives you a lot of nice extra dialogue and interactions, so
All done, I presume? Splendid.
They were bearers. Or 3 of them. Not slaves waiting upon their master's pleasure, but men waiting to be fed like equals.
Indeed, equality is the very cornerstone upon which our little community is founded. Beyond these walls, we are scorned as slaves, speaking only when spoken to, eating only what scraps our masters deign to give us. The first hot meal here is the first many will have known. In the hideaway, we are free, truly free to speak as we please, when we please, and to eat what and when we desire. More than reason enough to trust in Sid's vision, wouldn't you say? Now, I promised you something for your trouble, did I not? The contents of my strongbox are yours to do with as you will. Thank you, Clive. Do come and visit me again, won't you?
Using crafting most, this note strip lamp of rose. Here in summer is but a nuisance upon which to stop one's toe. To the blacksmith, however, it is much, much more, for the metal contained within may be fashioned into inexpensive yet durable gear favored by warriors across the realm. How lovely. Let's see what's inside. Countless treasure coffers lie across the realm, just waiting to be plundered. If you find one, don't hesitate to kick it open with X and reap the bounty. Go on. No one's looking. I mean, people are definitely looking. People are definitely looking. The strength of a city is defined by the guard that mans its walls. The strength of a city guard is defined by the pride in their hearts, the laurels of in their breasts. The patch provides its wearer with one of the two. Increases defense by 10. Jesus. The easy game accessories. When equipped, Clive will automatically evade attacks as long as they can be evaded. When equipped, complex ability combinations can be executed simply by pressing square. When equipped, Clive will automatically use a potion when his HP falls below a certain point. Potions will be used before high potions. Like, those are the easy mode. When equipped, time slows before an available enemy attack strikes Clive. No effect when equipped with any ring of timely evasion. Jesus. I think it goes without saying that we're not gonna be using the easy mode gear. Yeah. I guess, okay, I joke about the easy mode gear, right? But this is actually an accessibility option in the game. Like, we do need to keep that in mind as well. Like, there's this whole debate about Souls games and easy mode, etc. And the Naoki Yoshida team has actually literally given us an accessibility tool for people that like would want a thing like that, right? So I think that's a plus overall. Like, I'm not gonna use the easy mode gear, but I think it's good that it's an option that exists to use. You know?
There's a good girl. Hungry, are you?
Like, people are probably gonna cry about this, but yeah, I think it's a good thing that it's in the game. Oh wait, we can do a thing now, by the way. I forgot. Almost forgot. We're gonna go get an item. Gonna go get a broadsword, and we're gonna
I heard they escaped their masters in the
upgrade
Imperial
it.
capital. By the look of those bruises.
Where is the...
And what do you want? Going coin purse weighing you down? It's rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you?
I am, yes, thank you.
Fancy
Wait.
a mug of Kenneth Colders when we're done? Well, not St. Fornian, do you?
Even in the hands of an untrained soldier, the broadsword can prove a deadly weapon, which is why it remains a popular choice for armies across the Twins. It also doesn't hurt that the pig iron blades are extremely simple and expensive to forge.
Should last you a good while.
I could have sworn there was a...
And?
Oh, wait.
I see I'm busy here. So, will it be?
Here we go. We can do this.
Yeah, that should do you.
There we go. We have a broadsword +2 equipped. So we should be doing mighty well right now. Easy mode, cool. I think I'd need a remedial mode or something. What does remedial mode mean? Can you elaborate what that means? Okay, we're gonna learn some abilities now. I can't learn any more skills. I can. Wait, are these... That can't be... Like, there have to be more skills to learn in this game, right? I have not learned all the skills from the game. That's impossible. That would be pretty silly, wouldn't it? Oh.
Bastard blood flies everywhere.
I told you we should have taken the Crystal Road.
And I told you we're outlaws. And you want every bounty hunter in Storm harrying us from here to the Holy Capital. Besides, what's wrong with a shortcut through nature's splendor?
You know, the Deadlands claim more of the realm each day. But a place like this still exists is a miracle in itself. Blood flies and all.
We'll be back in Imperial land soon. You all right?
Never better.
Sounds like it.
Ah.
That there is a fine hound. Soon took to hunting. Fearless as you like.
It's
Like
good
a
to have you back, Torgal.
Dorgal.
No, we don't want to be caught in the forest after nightfall.
I suppose not.
Actually, funny you should say that, Lily, because one of the accessories actually does give you a type of slow motion. Torgal has joined party and will fight alongside Clive. Use the direction bar to toggle between item shortcuts and pet commands. The following 3 commands are available: sick, heal, ooh. Wow, okay. Ravage, launch an enemy into the air. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. The accessory known as the Ring of Timely Assistance, removes the need to give in Torgal commands. When this item is equipped, Torgal will attack and heal automatically based on the current battle situation. See? So this is like, I'm a dip. Have a nice one, Lucy and Chad. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and I hope to see you again.
Did I mention there'd be deadly beasts? There'll be deadly beasts. Nothing a trained assassin can't handle, though.
How reassuring.
You're welcome for that and tea shortcut.
True. So lovely. I love this. I was wondering what the left directional button was for. And it's for the doggy. Oh, you can pet? Oh my god.
Fetch.
Oh my god.
You like that, don't you?
Oh. Oh my gosh. One more time.
Get it, boy.
Wow.
Maybe they're friendly like Torval. Or maybe they're not.
Maybe they'll be friendly like Torgal. Get him, boy. Wow. Get him, boy. Level up.
We still have a way to go.
Okay, don't poo in my pudding. We're gonna.
This way, your lordship.
I feel good, boy.
Which way, your douche ship? My goodness. Damn.
What in good Grieger's name is he doing this far south?
Looking for food. No more wolves where he's from. The north was one of the first parts of Storm to fall to the Blight.
What is the blight?
I'd invite him over for a cup of tea if I didn't think he'd either done.
The Northern Territories, a bitterly cold region in the northern reaches of the continent of Storm. It was originally home to the mother crystal known as Drake's Eye, around which a series of small nations sprang up, nations whose belligerence proved troublesome for Rosaria over the centuries. In time, however, the mother crystal's power dwindled, and with it the power of these warlike nations. With the blight encroaching on their territory even more, the remaining tribes were united and pacified by Archduke Elvin Rosefield of Rosaria in the year 854. What is the blight? I don't think that's ever explained. We're gonna watch the combos a bit later. We still have a lot of time. Clive's faithful friend. The two were separated on the night of the tragedy at Phoenix Gate, yet reunited 13 years later in the depths of the Nissa defile. In intervening years, Torgal not only grew into a fine hound, but met with Sid, who trained him to work as a hunting dog. After meeting with Clive again, Torgal gladly returns to the service of his former master. I'm gonna have to check how to do the registration for the Demon Mama thing.
Let's try and stay out of its path.
Remember when I said that the deadly beasts? Well, the streets in these parts aren't much better. And you only think to mention this now. Over here.
My wounds, boy. A little help.
Well, that's the undergrowth sorted. I'll take it from here.
Aww, I got a trophy for petting my doggy. Goodness.
After you.
Thank you kindly.
The ruins. They're everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah.
Some say there was a time they blocked out the stars. Down was the only way left for them to go. There's probably a lesson to be learned from that. But it can wait. Come on.
I like it. I like it a lot. The Diablo 4 person is teaching me the lesson. Oh, the Great Wood. A vast forest in the southern part of Sambrequa. Wildfire thrives here, but the delicately balanced ecosystem has been thrown into disarray in recent years by the encroachment of the blight and the beasts driven before it. So dangerous has it become that travelers rarely venture here anymore. I do have a head, yeah. Boss fight.
A wyvern.
Seeker. Doesn't actually a friend of yours, does he?
Here's a good boy. Not this time.
boy. That's better. Get him.
I forgot about those skills. I forgot about the Phoenix skills. Okay, that's good. A Dragon Talon from Dragon's Foot L. Alright.
Must be a nest nearby. Keep your eyes open.
True. Oh my gosh. My doggy is here to help me forever. Oh.
Well, it appears we won't be going this way. I'll admit I hadn't counted on that.
What is it, boy?
Why trust in your own animal instinct when you now have an actual animal at your side? If you're lost, hold down the L free and let Torgal point you in the right direction.
At least one of us knows these woods. Thank you, Toggle.
This is stupid, I like both.
My one's boy. Well done, Toggle. A little help. Toggle.
We did what had to be done.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
No. No, it doesn't.
Oh, nice. No, it doesn't. It does not. It does not mean you have to like it. What he hides. boss fight.
That sword sharp.
You better hope so.
This shouldn't take too long.
So much for your shortcut.
It's still short, just not quite as quick. Don't say quicker if you help me.
My thoughts exactly. A little help. Not this time. My one's gone. That's already. Sick on Toggle. Too slow. Not this time. A little help. My one's gone. This time. There's a good boy. Too slow. Toggle. Not this time.
We're doing pretty well. So far, so good.
My one's gone. There's a good boy. That's how much more of it. Toggle. That's better. My one's gone.
Aye, someone's got the up. Where he stops, no one knows.
Toggle. Don't do that again. What if we kill him first? That's already. My one's gone. Not this time.
Ay, ay, ay.
A little help. Get him. We need to end this quickly. That's how much more of it. That's already. A little help.
Ah,
My one's gone. There's a good boy. ones, boy. My wands, boy. That'll help. That'll help. Toggle. Not this time. My wands, boy.
It's dead. Alright. Ah, we've done it. Pooh, pooh, pooh. I'm not super good at this game, as you can plainly see. Grounded scale, covered in the countless scars. These scales tell a tale of supremacy and survival, albeit one now ended. And everything.
Come on. Stand back.
Ramuch. Oh, he's Ramuch. Can it be?
You're dominant.
I am. Aye. Well, not by choice, mind. Old bloody Rome of strapping young lads. And it was this sorry sack of bones, Rome, who saw fit to home.
Sid, you say you want to help dominants and bearers. Well, what's in it for you?
What's in it for me? The same as for all of us. What we want and deserve. Save for our knack, dominants and bearers are no different from anyone else. The ability to use magic or summon great beasts should command respect, but instead has left us outcasts. Our kind are used and discarded like tools, yet we are men, so why must we die as less?
I see. So what you're saying is you want to start a war.
You flatter me, lad. But my days as a firebrand are long behind me. No, I only wish to offer our kind a choice. A place where we can die on our own terms. Okay?
You flatter me, laddie. It's okay. Are there any new skills for me? Oh. I have to replace it. I see. I see. I see how it is.
Clive, what exactly do you plan on doing when you find this dominant of fire?
What do you think? I'll show him the mercy he showed my brother, and cut out the tongue of any man who tries to talk me out of it.
All right. Forest dark enough as it is.
Oh my gosh. What if the dominant is your brother? Have you considered that possibility? Some of them I can master. What if it is your brother? I bet you did not think of that, have you? Oh, no more item. It's picked up.
See that river? We follow her upstream and we'll be in Lost Wing in no time.
In no time. Right.
Isn't there a way to go up here?
Torgal! My one's
Level up. Something's wrong. Huh. Oh? Well, I guess that's... Nothing's changed. I just had all the good abilities already. Oh wait. Can I upgrade anything? Okay, let's go. The way of the giggler.
Stay down! Fetch!
Interesting.
Quiet. The Royal Scout.
Someone's faster now.
Let's follow him.
And what?
They're just down that way. All of them. Grieger's my witness.
Excellent.
Are you gonna kill him?
We move.
I don't understand. Have I not proven loyal?
Kill him. My goodness.
It is true my liege values loyalty above all else. But were you not quick to betray your countrymen for the promise of coin?
Benedicta Harmon, commander of Walood's elite intelligences. If we can capture her...
You! Weapons on the ground, Imperials!
Let's get this over with then. At least they're not giant lizards.
Oh no, humans are so weak. A boss, okay. Ay.
A little help. That'll help.
Okay, this one has a lot of HP.
My wounds, boy.
When the screen flashes orange like this during a pivotal moment in battle, repeatedly tap square to either press or fend off the attack.
Behind you.
Damn.
Toggle.
Hello, Palm Dad. I gotta admit, this game does a lot of things well. Listen, Palm Dad, I had a whole brutal debate with Lonerbox, okay? You have to watch it back. I am brutal.
A little help.
The most brutal debate. I'm a vicious debater. What the?
My wounds, boy. Not this time.
I think it went well, although people might say that I was not aggressive at all. I don't know. You will have to watch and see. I guess I approach debates, quote unquote, more like conversations. I suppose I would have went a little bit differently if it was someone like, I don't know, Blair White. I'm excited for when you're on Demon Mama stream later. Yeah, I have to check how to register. I was with my sister, so that's why I'm like, hopefully I don't lose power from the storms. Oh yeah, damn. That does happen, sadly. Wait. Does anybody know when Demon Mama starts streaming, actually? Good night.
They thought we were Imperials.
Well, you do look the part. Though you fight like a true shield of Rosaria, and one blessed by the Phoenix at that. Speaking of which, I wonder, does the other icon of fire give blessings, do you think?
You don't believe me?
And lo, the Creator did make of the elements 8 icons to serve as keepers of the one law. Not that I've ever set too much store by holy doctrine, but on that point, it's clear. Fire has always had just the one warden, as of all the rest. A new one can't be born until the previous dies, and even that can take years. The thing is, you don't strike me as a liar. Which leaves but one person who might be able to shed some light on the matter. Their in-law swing.
True. 2 hours, okay.
As are our Waluga friends, I would imagine. We should hurry before it gets dark.
But what if someone discovers the bodies?
Well, and they'll be sorely disappointed.
Oh, sad. Stage replay and arcade mode. Stage replay and arcade mode are now available in the Hideaways arcade stone. Enter the virtual battlescape for details on each of the... Wow. Can replay the boss fight. We there a new side quest. Nope. But there are new items, I guess.
Look what the curl dragged in. If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it.
Ooh, I knew it. Oh. If you can swear you have seen this blade somewhere before, it's probably because you have. Long swords are some of the most common weapons in the realm, so it is no surprise the hot-tempered gate guard parking at Ubigon also has one stab to his back. We're gonna buy this.
You'll not find a better
We're not gonna
price than
equip it right away.
It'd better all
This
be
we
here.
will equip.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Oft gifted by a knight's paramour on the day of their beloved's first foray into the wild, travelers band are little more than pretty shells, broken glass, and shards of depleted crystal affixed to a leather band, but it's the thought that counts.
Finished, are you?
I am finished. It's true.
I see I'm busy here. So will it be?
Here we go.
No scratches, right?
Not yet. Now that's what I'm talking about.
Not best work, but it'll do. That it.
Now we're talking.
Fine.
I knew we could upgrade. At least our weaponry. Let me check something before we proceed. I'm gonna read this later, but I wanna check something here. Okay, so we might have to ask Demon Mama if she is on. Is she on? Homeostatic is not on, sadly, so we have to. Is Demon Mama on? Is Demon Mama on? Let's see, no. Maybe the server will give us some. Here we go. We have asked our question.
Hungry, are you?
We're getting busy with the streams. We're getting more and more talks. We're getting more and more things done. It is nice. We must keep this momentum, and then we will become the biggest Polish streamer in the world, in the universe. Well, by we, I mean I guess.
So much for arriving before sunset.
I didn't realise we were this close. Any idea what that is they built the village around?
The fallen ruin. I've heard some call it an airship.
Oh, airships.
Flying days seem to be behind it. It's a shame, that.
Oh, Sid talking about airships.
Dominance waiting for us in that village.
My scout has never given me any reason to doubt it. Which is why I think we should hurry. Come on.
I said talking about airships. That's sweet. So many new things. Attuning with an obelisk allows Clive to travel quickly to the location via both the world map and local map. Clive need only approach the obelisk to attune with it. That is 1,000,000,000% on Final Fantasy XIV mechanic. Attuning to the Aetherites. I love it. Let's get onto it then. Let's get to it.
This isn't the first time I've seen one of these. Perhaps I can use them as waymarks.
Oh, the attunement is ready. Lovely. Look.
Figures up ahead.
But are they friends or foes?
Froze. Foes.
is it they want?
You're welcome to ask the next ones we meet. Let me know how it goes.
True. Sid and airships, 2 peas in a pod. In a pie? Oh, I wanted to say in a pond, but it's pod. Oh my god. My duck ways are like ingrained into my brain. We have to continue playing Final Fantasy games. We stopped at Final Fantasy Tactics, and we also have to continue playing Resident Evil. As you can see, there's so many games to play on stream. And so little time.
No sign of the royalists.
Or anyone else for that matter. It's too bloody quiet. Even for this hour.
What do we do now?
First we look for my scouts. You start here, I'll circle round the back.
How do I let you know if I find him?
Good question. Shout.
Oh my god.
Subtle.
I do like Sid in this one. I do like Sid in this game. Very well done.
I don't even know what he looks like.
Shout. I do like Sid and FF. I actually probably like all of the Sids and all of the FF games. Although in Final Fantasy VIII, Sid was just a chubby principal of the school.
Can it?
You know? The Sid from Final Fantasy VIII, that was the most hilarious Sid. He was the principal. Was he also the boss of the orphanage from which Squall is? I don't remember that part. If he was also in charge of the orphanage that Squall was in, and Safer and all the rest.
You miss me? I'm flattered, but let's stick to the plan, eh?
Why are you wobbling like this? Why are you wiggling like this? Are you a Cafo's fan? This Cafo's reach has
That sounds like a child.
reached to Final Fantasy.
It's all right. I'm not one of them. My friend and I, we're with the Imperial Army, and we've come to help. Do you know where your parents are?
In the church.
Maybe that's the
I'm going
dominant.
to find them and make sure they're safe. Can you stay hidden here until then? To the church, then.
You're not the Imperial Army.
The bad men took everyone to the church and please help my mommy.
The church.
This man's gonna die if we don't get into a healer.
Enough of your barking, dog!
About time.
Stand back.
You could just kick the door. Never mind.
Who the hell are you?
Clive!
Thought you weren't coming.
You still alive, Gav?
Barely. Been doing what I can for the villagers, but...
I thought you were joking.
It's all right. He's with me. Is this everyone?
No, there were others. A pair of royalists came for the bearers just before you arrived.
Was a dominant among them?
Maybe. It's not like he was holding a sign.
Give me one guess where he's going. Clive, after him.
Damn, this game is nice. Nice game. Very cinematic, this Final Fantasy entry. Very cinematic game.
Any word from the scouts?
Not yet, my lady, but we are the dominant's companion. It's only a matter of time before we seize our quarry.
Very good. And what of the others?
The bearers have been taken to Caer Novent.
Some may still be worth keeping should the dominant elude us.
All is in hand, my lady. They will not be spoiled. I give you my word.
I bet the dominant is Joshua. That will be the twist.
A toast! Will you join me? My thanks. To Our Lady of the Wind. And the King!
Ugh. Imperials drink this piss?
Well, it would go some way to explain their breath.
Lady Benedicta! Imperials!
And instead of killing them, you lead the rats straight to us.
Mercy!
Wow.
Look what we have here, boys. An imperial bearer. Good. I was getting bored. Boo.
Another dominant. Garuda. Oh no, it's Shirada, it's not Garuda. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm.
If this means what I think it does, Sid has some explaining to
My one's born. my once born. It is good music. I will say that much. Really solid game so far. Okay, we will finish the boss when oh, it's done. Shirada is slain. Gonna have to pet the dog. What are these? Oh, skill points. Thank you very much. Cleric Medallion. At a glance, what appears to be a holy relic able to channel the power of the divine into curative energies actually contains the dust of a late aspected crystal known to be a catalyst for the restorative arts, increases healing potential of potions by 20%. Oh, that's actually pretty good. It's actually a pretty good item. I'm gonna equip it right away.
You've got some fight in you, even for a branded.
Clive!
Look who's here to save the day. Is this how you recruit all of your charges?
Don't recall you complaining, Benedicta.
So, Sidolphus.
Sidolphus.
Remind me, why was it that you betrayed your kingdom? I asked you a question, Lord Commander.
Why? Because I'd had enough of you and your king's antics.
And yet here you are, stealing my branded. What are you plotting?
As if I'd tell you.
Lady Benedicta, we have secured the dominant.
Holy something, isn't there?
I bet it's Joshua. I bet it's Joshua, the dominant. I'm willing to bet it's.
And she's gone. Did she say where she was going?
No.
Then we head back to Lost Wing. One of the villagers may have heard something.
But we can't just...
Which is why I sent Gab. The man has a nose for these things. Trust me.
Going.
So, it wasn't about bearers at all. They were looking for a dominant.
Yeah, that's right. I thought we were hiding the bastard. How can any of us would keep a monster like that under our roof? Oh, no offence.
When no one talked, they started rounding up everyone with a brand. And then everyone without one and all.
And locked you in the cellar, hoping sooner or later someone would break.
I'm gonna join.
Things might have been different if you'd accepted my invitation.
Oh, don't remind us. We were all saying the same thing.
This is our home, innit? Don't mean we won't out when we can.
And that, I'll drink to.
I will drink Pepsi.
Ones 1,000 unslain but tenfold, 100 full legions the young dragoon led, and watched as 1,000,000 foes turned tail and fled. His lance levels mountains, it spanned as the deep. The skies over storm breaks for
Listen, Clive. Revenge won't bring him back. It won't.
13 years ago, I watched a dominant kill my brother right in front of me, and I did nothing. But now I can. I can kill the son of a bitch and bring peace to my brother's soul. After that, whatever happens, happens.
Fate. You're content to be its slave, then?
Meanwhile, I'm still betting that Joshua is still alive somehow.
His radiance would have us believe the Imperial host invincible. Yet here we find the Empire's cornerstone teetering on the backs of a handful of cowards and cutthroats. Well, Bahamut may lead 100 full legions.
Bahamut?
Could it be that the young prince defends a house of cards ready to topple at the slightest breeze?
Who knows?
Tell me something. Why do you not resist? Within you lies the power to slay gods. The phoenix perished in your flames.
Oh no, I guess
But
not.
you do not fight. You do not flee. You refuse your gift. Perhaps you are distracted. My offer still stands. Join us and you will be treated with the respect one of our kind deserves.
But she's evil.
Lord Margrace, don't! I'll give you a moment to consider your options. Do be gentle with them.
She's like that character from No One is Perfect. She's like that character from FF14. She also had a pipe, by the way. Hey, this is speaking of zings.
Clive,
Wake up.
wake up. Gav's back.
Governor's back. I can take the controller once more. Also, I actually need to check something real quick. One moment, gigglers. I have to...
One of the Empire's outlying strongholds, though apparently not strong enough to keep out the royalists. The
True.
captured bearers are inside. I'm sure of it.
If Benedicta's orders are to stay in the shadows, she won't be travelling with many men. Meaning, she'll be keeping her prisoners together and close by.
True.
Including the dominant.
So, we find a way into the fortress and conjure a bit of chaos.
What about me?
Excellent question, Gav. You will wait outside the care and guide those I free to safety.
And miss all the fun. Why can't he do that?
Clive doesn't have your nose. He'd stumble off a cliff before he even found the men. Come on, Gav. You're the best man for the job.
Well, when you put it that way. Suppose I'd better scout ahead for any surprises. Don't you let him down.
I won't. Alright.
When are you going to fulfill the patron call here,
Not
Perk?
so fast. We wait until tomorrow.
What do you want to call in?
He's right there.
And if we leave now, we'll arrive just as the sun comes up. Maybe join the guards in breaking their fast. Come on, Clive. They only just took the place. They'll be there a while yet. We've got one chance at this. You don't want to waste it, do you?
No.
That's better, Clive. I mean, I'm open to call-ins. So you can call in. But let's first do registration for Demon Mama. The dead of night. Also, you have to go to the toilet. New stock. As the story progresses, new weapons and items will become available at the Hideaways trading post. Charon's and will new foraging recipes at the Black Hammer. Oh. I thought you meant the special call to talk to me perk, which is I have to, I have to schedule that. Okay, so the sign up for a new Google form. Have a sign up form. What? Okay, I have to contact the... Oh, has someone just subscribed? Thank you. Thank you for the subscription. Oh. I mean, we can work something out for the perk calling in. Okay, DM me, Demon Mama me. I shall have to go to the toilet soon. For now, oh, I'll just go to the toilet now. Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. And I will sign up for the Demon Mama thing. So don't go anywhere, okay? I'll be right back. We're almost at 800 subscribers. Okay. Okay, let's go to the toilet. Also, anyone from the YouTube chat join the page. Oh, you mean my jacket? You mean my jacket? It's sort of similar to a... It is similar to like this traditional Jewish jacket, which is why I got an anti-Semitic attack on me when I wore this. When I wore this outside, I got verbally attacked by an anti-Semite. That was something. I think I've told this story before. Yeah. A guy stopped me when I was on the way to the bus and started screaming at me saying that we helped you, we sheltered you, are you going to pay us? Are you going to pay us for what we did for you? We gave you food and we saved you from the Nazis, and why? Are you gonna pay us? I wore this jacket and I also wore something else. I must have one with me here. There we go. I also wore this. It is a custom. Every year, the Institute issues those yellow flowers. You know? The yellow flowers that were made in remembrance of the Jewish ghetto uprising. So I wore it on my chest, like so. Like I'm wearing the Ukrainian flag on my chest here. So I wore it like this, and I guess the jacket plus the yellow flower were enough to set the person off. Well, admittedly, it was also the additional context was that a Holocaust historian has said on public TV that the Jewish community has sort of a feeling that Polish people could have done more to save Jewish people during World War II. And that set up a whole spiral of things that led to the verbal attack on me. Which I'm gonna be quite honest, I think the person on the TV was right. I could get her on and talk to her. I could get an interview with her because she's an acquaintance of my mom's, so I could get an interview with the person that said that Polish people could have done more when the occupation was happening. So that's the thing that happened. It's a complicated time, and I think not everyone comes to terms with the fact that, for example, more could have been done, and for example, that some people were even complicit in the Holocaust. But you know, it is sadly what often happens when a country has a so-called genocide problem.
Now that's settled. There's someone I want you to meet.
At this hour.
He's the owner of the tavern, and our best hope.
And Poland is a country that has a genocide problem, an increasing genocide problem, which the author of the book to whose meeting I went talked about it at length. I think I might do a segment on the Holocaust problem. The Holocaust problem, to put it simply, basically means that when a country and its citizens has a problem of sort of with coming to terms with a genocide, if that makes sense. That is the so-called genocide problem. And the author says that it's a good thing that countries have a genocide problem because it means that the citizens of the countries did not just sort of get used to the idea of a genocide, which is a good thing. When societies don't just get used to genocides and treat them as like something normal. But it's a thing that I think I will do a whole segment on. Unless, of course, I can also get a English interview with the author of the book. That would have been even better if we could do that.
You haven't much, but you're free to look.
Already have a long sword. Upgraded one as well. Already have that. And of course, as I've said, the author made a book. I don't have the book with me. I left it with my mom today. He wrote a book about various genocides. Oh my gosh. I don't have that money. And he said that he could not, that he analytically and logically wrote about the genocides in history in many countries, but he said that he just could not write analytically and logically about the Holocaust, which was directly about his family, that he just couldn't do it. So he didn't. He did say that he wrote about the effects of the Holocaust. But the book focuses on many other genocides, like the genocide of the German Empire in Africa, or the Holodomor, and many others. It's a really nice book. It's over 600 pages long. And it has just premiered. I went to a meeting about the book. So that will be a very good read, I'm sure. The title is Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. I'm not sure if the book even has an English translation yet. I might ask the author if an English edition of the book is planned. Because I think it tackles such topics that it should be an international edition. And I also would talk to him about how the LGBT fits into what he writes about genocides. So I would really like to talk to him about that, about how he would position the LGBT and in particular trans people within that framework. So that could be a good conversation to have. And a good thing about it is there is a potential chance for me to get a one-on-one conversation with the person, since again, the author is a friend of my mom's, or at least an acquaintance, if not a friend. Okay, Cleric's Medallion. We want this. What else? Awarded to soldiers for unparalleled displays of courage on the field of battle. The feeling of accomplishment it enkindles in the recipient's heart is thought to enhance future performance. Increases attack by 7. Right, so that's not good. Oh, we're gonna go downstairs and we're gonna do something. One moment, please. This game is quite good with marking things, I think. Is this Sid? It is. Let's go. And now I'm lost, even though I've just praised the game for being good with marking things. We have to go where? How do I go back to the store? I really want to do something at the store. I don't know how to get back to it. Maybe, oh god. Forget it. I'm just gonna do the quest. Or, wait, no, never mind. I am actually going in the direction of the store.
What can I interest you in today?
Okay, that's not the... I don't think there's a blacksmith here. Never mind, we'll do it later.
Quentin, my good man, it seems we'll be spending the night.
I thought as much. Where'd you find that one?
Oh, him? You won't believe me if I told you. Quentin here is an old friend, one who is sympathetic to our cause.
Sympathetic. That he knows about your little sanctuary. I would never have guessed so many people were bent on setting us free. When last I checked, the mere thought would earn you a trip to the gallows.
I am well aware of the risks, as I am of the rewards.
And what could be more rewarding than your very own dominant of fire?
A dominant? Here? Now that I would like to see.
Meaning you haven't?
No, but nothing passes unnoticed in Lost Wing. Take your brand, for example. People will see that at once. And I need hardly tell you how they will greet the inquiries of a bearer. You are afraid your words will fall on deaf ears, as they have ever since the moment you were marked. Happily, I can provide a solution to your dilemma, as a favor to Sid, that is.
Oh.
Take this. You will find it has the uncanny power to loosen tongues.
You obtain. You accept the hangman from...
May the mothers guide you.
So let's
This
see.
might be Imperial land, but here in Lost Wing, it's his word that's law.
But how?
You don't need to worry about that just yet. Trust me. Everyone in Lost Wing knows what that seal means, and what it means if they don't take note. Now we can sit here counting our blessings, or put them to good use and find that dominance. Your choice.
Let's see if this thing really works.
Let's see. I'm gonna read your message now. 1 second, okay? Oh. Huh. This seal marks his bearer as trusted ally of Quentin of Lost Wing. Happily, I can provide a solution to your dilemma as a favor to Sid, that is. Sid. I think the whole misreading about the genocide argument are based on several mistakes. First, we have a cultural mistake to understand Holocaust as the template of genocide, instead understanding genocide that outside of the template. Second, people focus on the punishment of genocide more than the prevention, which is a massive mistake in my opinion. Lemking Institute said also so. The anti-trans movements fit well. Lucy, love, we got raid tonight. We're waiting for you. Oh right, yeah, sorry. That's true. We do have a raid. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the game and I'm gonna join the raid. That's true. We do have a raid. I do hope I will have to but yeah, that is why I do want to talk about it with an expert on genocides, you know? A historian and a journalist. Okay, so I'm joining here.
Streaming.
Might need to do a thing before I can actually turn on. I basically just started as well. So yeah, we will have to change the channel. I might have to because my computer went mad and I had to, how should I put it, disconnect some hard drives, and I'm not sure if one of them does not contain FF14. So I will have to connect it again, if that makes sense. So one moment, okay? I'll be right back with you. You can hear me still, right? Okay, one moment. I'm going to turn the thing on right now. I'm sorry, what? Oh my gosh. That's... You should... Maybe it's the perfect time to ask for a raise. It's like, you know, people are quitting. I'm here holding the fort. I became more valuable to you than ever before. Right. Oh, damn. So, how far have you gotten in 16? Wait, how... The demo is the childhood part, right? Like you can see that it's like it's not a spoiler for me, I think, to say that it has a lot of 14-esque things about it. Like, oh, if you want to fast travel, just attune to this quick travel thing, you know, attune to it. Like, sorry? I mean, you only attune to an aetherite once in 14. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I have noticed that. But still, it's a 14-ish thing. Still. Right? Yeah. Of course, it's the most gory FF to date. That's also true. Sorry? Oh no, I just, I just like I won't say spoilers, any spoilers, but yeah, there's I in the what I mean is just has more blood and violence and swearing. Right. And of course, it's a way to show, it's a way for the team to show what they can do when they actually create a game from scratch and not fix a project that was, okay. Those have been some really intense days, I will say, for me. For me? Wait, sorry, what's not a high bar? Gabrielle, what is not a high bar? Oh, let me see. Oh, no, it's the YouTube chats show. You can see you saying that it might be out of sync, yeah. It's not frozen. Oh, well, it's not a high bar, but it's sort of an innovation when it comes to the series. Sort of. Like, it's not a thing that has been done in the series before, and I'm just sort of noting it, if that makes sense. I'm not seeing it as like some high bar or anything, but it is a choice when it comes to visual language of a medium. It's like, it is a choice. Oh my god, wrong controller. I have to eat food. Oh god. Okay, never mind. I don't... Does that make sense? Also, the colors and everything are messed up on this. It does look very good. I do love FF14. I'm really giving you a Final Fantasy centric stream now. We can, but after the raid, okay, Karasu? Because I will literally not have time for now to... I will not have time to play a short now, unfortunately. But yeah, it's like you say, I do want to have a discussion with a person that deals with genocide on a sort of professional level a lot, if that makes sense, right? I want to see what this author has to say about the topic, about all of the things that sort of we were talking about. when it comes to the... Did I mess up? Did I mess up? Did I stand too close to the other person or... Okay, okay. Yeah, FF14 is a pretty awesome game, yeah. Swap mice. So what do you think, Karasu? What do you think of the ideas? Oh, this is interesting. Well, we'll have to watch it then, after the raid though. Because I think the other 7 people will not take kindly to me saying, let's pause the raid and watch a short. That is like the burden of having to be in a team, but it's also the blessing of having a team to begin with. But what do you think of the idea of talking to the author of the book that I showed yesterday and asking about the LGBT and other aspects? I'm not even sure where this author stands when it comes to the LGBT, so this might actually be an interesting conversation on its own, in its own right. Yeah, but those few seconds will require for me to set up the browser. I mean, technically speaking, I will have to take my hormone soon, so maybe I will set up the short when we do it. Yeah, okay, I will try to watch the short in the middle of the rating. Why not? I will do my best to provide the best possible thing for the audience. Oh god, I got lost in the sauce there. Yeah, great conversation. There's so many great conversations with people that I want to have, but I'm just not so sure how to approach the people themselves. Yeah, we could do a recorded interview. I hope the person speaks English though. But even if he doesn't, I can just translate it. The person is an acquaintance of mine, so we have a chance to actually make that one happen. If it's a recorded interview, then I can actually get questions from all of you and ask the questions that you want to be asked specifically. Oh my god, is it full of words such as civilization and other crap that's on brand for what I felt hissed? I'm not sure if I would have been so friendly. If I talked to what I felt hissed, oh crap. I might not be as friendly, probably. If I talk to what I felt hissed, you know? I think that's pretty understandable, right? Oh, he's friendly. He's quite friendly. Like, I went to a book meeting that he held, and he is friendly. I'm not sure what his opinions on the LGBT people are, because I have not heard him talk of those topics, but But so far, he's pretty friendly, in my opinion. If that makes sense. Unfortunately, being good on topic A does not always mean that a person will be great on topic B and C. I wish that was the case, but unfortunately it not always is. But I also tend to be an optimist when it comes to I tend to be an optimist, so I will try to be. What option? Sorry, what option? Ah, okay, yeah. Mhm. Where's the... Okay, so here, right? I died. So did I die before I screwed up, or did I die because of something else? We need to stand in the tower, Lucy. Because I sort of stood in front of it. So I have to stand in the inside of it. Wait, so which one was mine? God. Okay, there we go. Which is the towers? Skill pits. When someone say? Okay, it's tank, melee tank, yeah? At the front. Right. So it was basically my tower now, but I had to be in it before it appeared. Yes? Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. That makes perfect sense to me. Okay, are we ready, or are we still sort of working through anything? Oof, the streams are so jam-packed. I'm gonna have to also sort of follow the Demon Mama thing if it's ready to start. Oh yeah, I can do it now. Wait. I'm sorry, I apologize to everybody. Station, let's go. Where is it? Oh my gosh. I got too many tabs. And now I can look at the browser. Now I can take Karasu's link. Oh god. OBS is mad sometimes. I can take your link. And paste. Where's the audio? Where's the audio for this? AI generated what about his video? Does it have audio? Or oh no, it does. There you go. Jesus.
It has been tried in all cultures and all climatic zones, but no government has gotten me a girlfriend.
A few minutes later.
If communism is tried in North America, it will be the end of the world.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
The university system in North America is run by communists, and that's why I never graduated.
3 hours later.
I don't like saying this, but here's a list of Jewish intellectuals who ruined the world. I hope my audience doesn't misinterpret this as anti-Semitic.
5 hours later.
Here's a wall of text.
Many unbearable hours later.
Take this moment to have perspective on history and realize poverty is the default state of being, and wealth is what needs to be explained, not poverty.
Oh my God!
Never worked and never will work, and here's why.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. I'm loving this. I haven't done Galbez yet. I even, so it could. I'm not sure if I've even done the normal one yet. I'm here. I'm here, yeah. But I wasn't the one away. My God, that was a good. That was a good short. I have to watch it again later. That was a funny short. And accurate as well. I don't think I even have to watch any more What If Out Has videos. Whenever a new What If Out Has video will, be on, I'll just rewatch the short and, and that's basically the gist of it. That was good. Kudos to the creator of this wonderful, beautiful short. My goodness. That was something. That was very accurate to real life. You have to understand that poverty is the natural state of being, and you have to explain wealth, not poverty. I love it. You have to explain wealth, not poverty. Beautiful. I wonder if there's a new Waterfall has video to bash. But then again, it becomes such a painful chore to do. What? What happened to us? Oh yeah, I mean, I could not have went any more out without falling, at least. Isn't it always when you want to bash? Yeah, but it's not even fun to bash those. It's like a really tiresome chore, if that makes sense. It's like there's a statement that just gets repeated ad nauseum, non-stop. It has never been tried, it never worked, but also it causes things to fail. And there are Jewish people that just control everything, but please don't take this as an anti-Semitic statement. I love this. Please don't take this as an anti-Semitic statement. Oh my goodness. It is so painful that Destiny said that what if His is a well-read person who outclassed Vosh in the debate. No, it's not playing. We've already watched it. It's done. It was a short. The browser was not muted, so you should have heard the short when I've played it. Like I'm basically just quoting it now, but I've played it with the sound on. Just some time ago. I did play it on screen with the audio on. Don't worry, we'll watch it again. Don't worry. We will watch the video again. Don't fret, it's gonna be okay. Whatever you've missed, we can always watch it again. Nothing's set in stone. Nothing's forever. And we are here to get the full experience. So, what we've got here, have to also keep an eye on this. I can actually play the video again between polls. What's the... Oh my god, the controller just didn't work. I really hate the finicky nature of this cable. But you know, it's not even that important for me to do max DPS right now. What is important is that we grasp the mechanics and do them correctly. had a feeling. So I'm gonna play the video again between polls. Savage rating. Savage rating is one of the biggest difficulties when it comes to rating in this game. Above it you have the ultimate rate. I've totally messed up my rotation now. I've messed up. I went to the two donuts overlapping, which is a huge mistake. I'm watching it again.
Worked and never will work, and here's why.
I love it.
It has been tried in all cultures and all climatic zones, but no government has gotten me a girlfriend. Communism is tried in North America, it will be the end of the world.
No government has given me. Okay, I'm gonna make it louder. I'm sorry.
But here's a list of Jewish intellectuals who ruined the world. I hope my audience doesn't misinterpret.
I'm gonna have to make it louder between polls. I'm really sorry about that. I think it's the YouTube audio that's low. Actually. So we'll handle it between polls. I apologize for the technical mess-ups, gigglers. It is, however, a very solid video, so it's worth it. It's the best Waterfall Test video, in my humble opinion. I have to make the circles touch so they can form a bridge. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, we'll fix it. Don't worry. I'll fix it between our polls. And then we can all finally enjoy this video for what it is. Yeah. How do I make it louder? I don't know. Jesus, the short audio is so annoying. I can just mute it or unmute it. I don't know how to control its audio. I don't know how to set the... Can you tell me how to set the audio? When I click on it, it just mutes. It doesn't give me any way of making it louder. Like, that's a bit annoying, actually. Hey, the volume is set in virus will stick for shorts, but you can change it in shorts, so you have to go to a video, set it to the volume. How do I go to a video? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so this will... Okay, let's try it. Let's try it then.
Communism has never worked.
It's still quiet. It's still quiet. Yeah, it's still quiet. It didn't work. I refreshed. It's still... Oh, okay. I'll do it between the things. I'll do it between the things then. Hopefully it will work. Okay, I'll try it. I will try doing that for sure. That is so annoying. Me? Okay, the next mechanic. Good. Okay, so... Okay, so now we are on the same thing. I'm now making the... This should work, right?
Communism has
There
never
we go.
worked and never will work, and here's why.
Now, listen to the video.
It has been tried in all cultures and all climatic zones, but no government has gotten me a girlfriend.
A few minutes later.
If communism is tried in North America, it will be the end of the world.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
The university system in North America is run by communists, and that's why I never graduated.
3 hours later.
I don't like saying this, but here's a list of Jewish intellectuals who ruined the world. I hope my audience doesn't misinterpret this as anti-Semitic.
5 hours later.
Here's a wall of text.
Many unbearable hours later.
We need to take this moment to have perspective on history and realize poverty is the default state of being, and wealth is what needs to be explained, not poverty. Communism has never worked and never will work, and here's why.
So yeah, classic, amazing, love it. I love it. I love it, and I think all of you love it as well. I have to say, I think this is literally the best What If Out Has video ever made. Yeah. What If Out is literally insane. True. He said he doesn't use books made after the 60s when he studies because they were infiltrated by the global elite. Wait, really? Can you repair me, Anna, as a, can you repair me as payment for the mistake, I guess? Guys, how do I guess this? There you go. I have an accessory that was like 0%. Thank you. It's lovable, true. He uses like books about Russia and stuff like that made before the Soviet archives and stuff opened. Jesus Christ. Maho. I love how... Oh God, come on. What if all Hess is just an idiot, I guess? Jesus, but keep in mind that short is a parody. It was not made by What If Out Hess himself. Which is why it's the best What If Out Hess video, actually. Because it's not made by him. Because it does not feel like 10 hours or years. All of his videos should be like this short. Quick and to the point, honestly. I hope so. I liked it. Yeah, I like it as well because it's painfully... Oh yeah, that's fine. Liking it on YouTube is fine. He didn't make it. He didn't make the... You can even see on YouTube who made it, and it's not What If Out Hess. So that's fine. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. We're getting to that 800 subs. So we're getting closer to being 1000. I guess I'll just pop a sprint. we go. Easy. Easy as pie. There's a YouTuber named Freda that actually makes some good videos on waterfall tips and standards within historians. Can you link that actually? That could be very interesting. If you cannot, then if you could DM it to me on Discord. Either one works because usually YouTube is very bad about links, so if you could link it to me somewhat in some way. This was partners, no? I wanted to join with my partner and do the partners first. Oh, all right, okay. Never mind then. So who can be my partner? Or where is Aster? Ascatiel, yes? So which one's Ascatiel? Let me see. The crossed out one, right? Number 1. Okay, so I will. Okay. Okay, good. That's my partner. All right then. Sorry about that. It actually did go through Moho, so that's nice. Yeah, thank you, Moho. It did go through, so we're gonna check it out. That's nice that the YouTube links at least go through. Yeah, it went through. If there's a nice, comprehensive thing on Waterfall Hist that is not a drag and it's actually good, then I'm all for watching that instead of Waterfall Hist any day of the week, year, month, and all that good jazz. In 7 minutes, you will witness me undergo the hormone replacement theory, even though I'm out of blockers. But the doctor said that 2 days without blockers will not make any difference. Have to make those touch. As you can see, they will. What? So what did I do wrong? Wait, I stood still? But I moved and I sort of died mid-movement. That's... I see. Okay then. I'm not a big fan of these things, of sort of things happening. Well, we'll see. I have to keep looking at the Demon Mama thing to see if... I mean, we do want to talk with her today still, right? Oh, thank you, Demon Mama. Thank you very much. Did you know that I... No, I'm not limited. The question is, how long will I be allowed to... Ah, sorry. Question is, how long will I be allowed to go for? I'm not limited for time, but the question is, how long will you allow me to speak, so to speak? I have a lot to tell. I have a lot of stories to share. If that makes sense. It's been a very intense time in the Haze universe. Right, yeah. I will try to condense everything that I have to say within the 20 minutes. So there is no limit on my side. I will just adapt to everybody else's, if that makes sense. So yes, it will be a good time. It is like a thing that I have been preparing myself for. I've been thinking what topic to talk about, and then suddenly tons of topics have sort of presented themselves during the latest few days. So one thing's for sure, we will not suffer from a lack of topics to talk about. What happened here? So yeah. Fairness is good. Whew. I'm gonna tell you all that's happened lately. Some IRL things, some internet things. Everything will be revealed to you, and we can analyze it, I guess, from the perspective of the third party, which the third party is you. As a spoiler, I can say that it seems like I'm not as what's the term? I guess I'm not as great of a debater in a way as I had assumed. I guess I'm more of a conversationalist than a debater in a way. Which could be a fatal flaw, but I guess it could also be good depending on the circumstances. Goodness. Trying to do all the mechanics as we... There we go. I've avoided it now. Right, I guess. I guess we'll be able to talk about it when we talk on your stream. Yes, we'll be able to. I don't know if you know, I've had like I've had a conversation with Lonerbox today. So we had a small, not debate, but conversation about the good old subject of the genocide. It didn't it didn't really turn into an aggressive thing, but it was certainly a thing that has happened. Oh yeah, Lonerbugs did end up debating Karasu more than me. That's actually kind of true, yeah. I guess that is true. But I guess on my part, I just ended up stating my position calmly and thank you. We're gonna see each other soon. The pairing has killed me. I love the short, Karasu. Thank you for the short. Really, thank you for this short. It's just amazing. Right. Yeah, Emmanuel. Really good short. Emmanuel has a knack for shorts, for sure. I have no idea what to do now. Also, I've been once... Bad and Penada people called me aristocracy number 2, so maybe interviews could be my thing, considering that... Oh, yeah. Oh, I messed up. No, Karasu wrote in the chat. Karasu has the power to just... Karasu doesn't need to join chats. Karasu just needs write and it gets people's attention. That is Karasu's superpower, basically. There's no need to voice. There's just need to... The arguments are powerful enough to get people's attention even when not voiced in a voice chat. I'm just hoping that oh, you have a voice in writing which is powerful enough to get people's attention. Well, we've talked about in DMs about whether or not true. My voice is constantly in the internet and AI. It's you always enrich the streams when you are here, so I really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. We also always have very nice conversations in DMs. It's always really you know, I learn a lot when talking to you, which is always a great thing, you know? If you have people that you can learn from a lot, that's always really valuable. And Karasu is definitely one of those people that you can talk to and learn a lot. And Karasu is a really strong advocate for the Roma cause, which is desperately needed in our climate of rampant persecution of the Roma people. Oh no, it's just the truth. Ah, my goodness. I'm looking forward to our session, by the way. The Alien, which, wow. I think I've ever played an Alien tabletop. I assume you played as a human, right? I assume you cannot play as an alien, right? Yeah. Like, I have to ask, like, about what Moho just said. Do you think that anything that I've said during the conversation of Lonerbox resonated with any of the audience? Do you think? What do you think? I'm honestly not entirely sure. I mean, if it did, then maybe I did a good job. Right, human android. Oh god. If someone could hear me. Right, if you could give me some feedback on that, then I would be very grateful. I mean, you are here for it, Karasu, right? Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, you're here. You're not here for the blood sports, right? Okay, you're not here for the blood sports. Like, this emote thing keeps obscuring part of people's messages. Okay, if my style of conversation seems to be working. I mean, that is the thing that comes naturally to me. This sort of style of just stating my case calmly, and then listening to the other person, and like a conversation. Oh, nice here. So I'm sorry, what will this be? Oh, I died. Okay, it's called out. I am dead. So why did I die? Just damage, right? It's not okay. Alright, as long as it wasn't something that I could have done differently. Well, I could have just... Would second wind help me? Or would it... Okay. Oh, we're still in the game. Oh, okay. Which is interesting because it's considered a very not Polish way of debating things. Like, Polish people usually interrupt one another when they argue and debate. This is actually a type of debate that I've witnessed once when I saw Vietnamese people debate. The calm waiting for the other person to finish and then just responding, right? That's a technique that I've witnessed in the Vietnamese community. It's not like a... It's not a... Oh god. It's not a Polish thing by any stretch of the imagination. I was really impressed. It was many years ago. I was really impressed when I saw it. I was like, wow. Right, yeah. To be fair with Lonerbox, I appreciated later that he calmed down and could read properly what I wrote on Echo. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true. So I think that was overall a nice... And he did say that he was just kidding about hating you, so... For I mean, like, possibly even for that, I'm probably the type of person that would just wait for the entire thing to be finished and then calmly ask, could I ask you for clarification on the thing that you said? You know? I'm probably the person that will wait for the end and just ask for clarification then, if that makes sense. Oh, I'm from Lonerbox's community and I thought you did a great job. Thank you, Ivan Kohab. Thank you. Yeah, I probably would just wait for the person to finish their thought and then ask for a clarification. I think that's... Oh, okay. Hello, Lonerbox. Hello. We're doing Final Fantasy. It's true. It does. It would depend on the person I was talking to, though. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I still don't know. I suppose that answer your question asked earlier to me. Right. I mean, it probably would end up being a little bit of a different conversation if I talked to that person from the panel that was super anti-Ukraine, or Blair White even. If that makes sense. Streamception. Hello, hello. You have just caught me on doing a savage raid on FF14, which for some might not be riveting content, you know? But you know, I'm also a gamer. So I do the savage raiding with my static. A static is like a group of people that you just do content with on a schedule. It's like a job, but it's in a video game. My goodness. I mean, I'm joking with the job part, but some people do treat it like this, like it's like an obligation, like a job. Look, non-smoker seems to have these very in-depth knowledge of the neo-Nazi bands. Yeah, I'm not sure how the... I'm honestly not sure how my conversation with a person like a non-smoker would go. You know? Because it's one thing when you talk with a person that will listen to your arguments and sort of talk with you about them, right? Even if they disagree with you. And it's another thing when a person will just try to shut you down and insult you, which sooner or later will happen to me, right? And then I will have to be able to navigate that in some way and make it work with the type of conversations I've been having till now. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? I'm not sure if it's a raid. I think I have to select an option to be able to be raided by Lonerbox, I believe. Or is it? I'm not sure how YouTube raids work, quite honestly. I can't have super chats. I'm under 1,000 subscribers, but you can join my page and you can, you know, you can donate to me from the page. I'm afraid that you cannot super chat me. I'm under 1,000 subscribers. I am very much a micro creator. So far, for now, we have moved significantly in a direction of me having an actual 1,000, for which I'm very grateful. Uh-oh. Ah, thank you. I'm gonna send the link. Oh my god. Karasu, could you link the link to the page, Karasu, please? If it's okay. So that people can join and become possible subscribers and even donators. Because I do depend on the kindness of the viewers a lot. That is basically my main source of income, the page, since I'm under 1K. My goodness, that did not go very well. And by that I mean the thing inside of the game. Yeah, you have, yeah. You even double linked it. So thank you. if you like the way I engage in conversations, which I've had two sort of debates, a panel and a talk with Lonerbox, then do consider subscribing on the page and maybe even donating. It sort of works that you join the page and you become a subscriber or a donator. I don't know. Become a giggler, that's true. I don't know, it feels like talking just appeals to me more than debating in the sense that's usually associated with the word. But that also does require people to be open to talking, which will not always be the case. Oh, thank you. Maybe it is the thing that is needed more in the streamer space, a more chilled type of conversation / debate. I do want to get an interview with that author of the book, Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. That could be a great thing for an interview that I could hopefully get. Weed farm? No, it's it's not a weed farm. It's my custom page sort of thing. You know? I'm sorry for being in the midst of raiding. It's like my 3 times a week obligation. I mean, I do like raiding, but I do also realize that it's not a thing that will be exciting and fun for everyone, especially since raiding in Final Fantasy XIV is very specific. It's like a dance. Everybody has a role. You have to do the role like at specific parts of the fight. If somebody messes up that thing, then the whole party dies. And then you basically just start the fight from the beginning and you keep slowly progressing through the fight until you beat it eventually by learning what to do once everybody just knows what to do. Does that make sense? It's like that's why it's called progging, you know, in the lingo of MMOs in general, I guess. I just like hearing it, thank you. I've been working on my voice tirelessly through voice training. I know I'm there too. Well, you know. Oh my god, the tower. Wait, Shai, which character are you again? Oh my gosh. My embarrassment. Who are you again? Which of the characters? Your name is different from the characters, okay? You should be called the same as the characters. Okay, partner. Here we go. Ah, okay. Thought you were like, I'm in your party and the raid. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. You sound very nice. Thank you. This is all thanks to a voice trainer that I have. Her name is Savvy. She's been coaching me for a while now. I really want to make a public voice lesson on stream. I want to really, how to say, do a promotion of her. I know I'm not really huge, but I would like to sort of promote her work as much as possible. She does a really good job. She does voice feminization, masculinization, as well as beatboxing. For anyone that's interested in learning beatboxing, she's the perfect teacher. What system? I'm sorry? I'm sorry, what system are you referring to? Fake Alec Kyle Parker? Yeah, I think so as well. That's why I might just talk with her. There's a lesson coming, so we might just agree to do it, on stream. Like the biggest hurdle so far has been me being shy about this sort of thing, but then like when I started streaming, I did not speak at all. I just wrote. Then I got Sabi to help me and I started speaking, and now I even show my face. So I have to say that's like a huge... Oh, too late. I don't think I need any masculinization. At this point, my transition as if happened very naturally for me, but you would love to learn about it. Yeah, I think it's a lot about the way sort of one speaks, but testosterone sort of does. Unfortunately, estrogen does nothing for your voice, but testosterone actually does masculinize your voice. That's like one of the differences between the transitioning processes, which is nice. Which is nice that testosterone does help the voice to become masculinized, yeah. I do have to say that I do like that a lot, even though it doesn't really affect me per se. I still think it's a very pleasant thing. Bam. Like, as I like to often say, you don't really need to be affected directly by something to be able to be happy about it, if that makes, Oh. Yeah, I know. I think it's not just about it cannot just be about, you know, the deepness of your voice. It can also be about how you speak. So I think, yeah, I do think that there would be some men that would like to check it out, because there's more to speech than just the resonance and the pitch. There's also the rhythm of speaking, etc., etc. So, you know, it can get pretty involved. It is also quite interesting, all the theory behind it. It gets really interesting, in my opinion, at least. Becoming a woman, becoming a man. What a wild ride this fight is. Like, he like doesn't Fosh talk about how he trained himself to talk better? He did, yeah. You can like hear if you go back to his like very old video. Yeah, yeah, of course. Cis people train speech as well. Of course, yeah. Voice training is not just for trans people, it's also for cis people. And we're not even taking into consideration here things like speech impediments, which also oftentimes people with speech impediments oftentimes will get training as well. It's a huge field, voice training. It's a huge field for sure. There's also massive differences in speech patterns by language, of course, and within the class and gender. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's true. I also grew up listening to talk radio as my parents wanted to get rid of our southern accents. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Hungarian is told to sound monotone, for example, by foreigners. I think that's a thing that is also said about Japanese, Karasu, that it sounds, that it has a pretty flat tone, so to speak. Japanese is sort of described as being pretty flat. It is hard, yeah. Also, I will add, when it comes to passing as a native speaker in a language, there's a lot of bias. Keep that in mind. There are little weird biases in play. Like, you can have a perfect accent, a perfect pronunciation, but people will still say that your pronunciation is weird based on how you look, for example. So that's also a thing that happens. Although, in Poland, there were a few times, weirdly enough, oh God, that I've been asked if I'm not a foreigner in Poland. Yeah, I know, it doesn't. I'm saying what the characterization is. A characterization does not need to sort of correspond to the truth, so to speak. They wanted us to sound sophisticated rather than homely, poor, so we would be taken seriously. Well, that's a whole problem that I sort of spoke about during the affirmative action panel. If you're interested in watching that, there was a whole part when I sort of, you could say, pushed back against the idea of a standard language, of an objective standard language. I am super qualified since I am certified to teach English, you see. So in a way, linguistics is partially my field. I even studied it for a bit at university. So, you know, I am your expert. I can't believe I've only just caught on the fact that Lavas and Chrono Trigger is especially within its fiction setting as an analogy to the meteorite that is responsible for bringing the dinosaurs to extinction and ushering a new ice age. Yeah, it is. That was really a bad take by Wick. Yeah, I do believe so. Which is why I pushed back against it pretty... Well, I mean, I would like to use the word hard, but I pushed back against it in my own way, I guess. In my own nice, calm way. Because if I say that I pushed against it hard, people will have a certain image of how that looks like, and it's probably not what I did. True. I do love my references. I do love my references. At the end of the day, I'm a slave to reference. I'm also African American, so they had that to keep in mind, as well as they didn't want us to only know AAV and cornered of broader society as a result, right? Which it gets a lot more gets pretty complicated, since AAV at the end of the day is just as legitimate form of language as the so-called standard form of English. I think that works really, that calm way you put an argument out. I hope so. Otherwise I would be in trouble. I would actually need to consciously learn to change styles, which I would rather not have to do. Code switching. Usually, I believe usually people just sort of... Wait, I will listen to the call out. Right, so I believe people, when they have a specific way of speaking in Poland, at least they just keep to the way they speak. They don't code switch to sound more Warsaw, like from Warsaw, right? So in case of Roma, we almost can't talk of surviving an original culture. You have patches and some attempts revival, but was consciously destroyed by hundreds of years of attempts for assimilation. Yes, and it's all over Europe across the board. It is such a prevailing problem that it's ridiculous. I have more of a class-based speech pattern. Like, my grandfather used to tell me, my grandfather told me, of course, when he was still alive, that he can hear. He said that he could hear the difference between people from different neighborhoods from Warsaw, you know, because he said that spoke in a very distinctly different way. right? So this creates a whole thing like it's really artificial to try to force people to standardize language because people will just speak differently even based on things like neighborhoods, and you just cannot erase that. Like people that know what to look for will just hear it, and they will know what neighborhood you were born in, I guess. Which my grandfather said that he could, and I believe him. If that makes sense. I think it makes sense, right? And usually, as I said on the panel, when it comes to the language that is, when it comes to the quote-unquote accent, the language that is considered standard, the main sort of the language that is used is usually the language from the capital of a country. Countries usually take the language used at the capital and treat it as the standard quote-unquote language. And it's of course like it's usually like this crutch for foreigners when learning a foreign language, when they sort of get a standard. That is one of the uses, I guess, as this crutch for foreigners to learn the language. But it has its minuses as well, as we have discussed. Quite frankly, a lot. And linguists, which we have discussed this when I've been learning for my certificate to become a teacher, like as more as more people learn English all over the world, the more the so-called foreign accent is also considered just another legitimate form of English, if that makes sense. In fact, for many people around the world, the foreign English accent will be more understandable than the proper English accent. And that may sound counterintuitive to some people, but it is what happens, right? And that has to be taken into consideration. And it is by linguists, of course. I hope I am focusing on the fight a bit, so I'm not reading all of the... I'm focusing on the fight a bit, so I'm not super reading everything in the chat, but I hope I'm not like just rambling. I hope I'm making sense. Right. I will have to read up on chat, but I do also have to watch the mechanics. We've started a really involved topic and I have to watch the screen. Oh my gosh. Like, there were at least a few people on the affirmative action panel that were just Oh god. They were just they were just there were some people on the panel that were just straight up racist. Oh, too late. Sorry, I mistook my directions. Sorry, what? So yeah. Oh yeah, I might just turn it off. The waterfall has saying, there we go, boom. When are you speaking to Demon Mama? Hopefully in like soon. I have to see if the farm to in Demon Mama said that in 2 hours her stream will start and then I will sign up to talk. Oh, newcomers, we were watching the best ever waterfall hist video. Yeah. Like it was so shocking to see that people were just so blatantly racist on that panel. What do you even... I'm gonna be quite brutally honest. What do you even respond to a person that says that, for example, single motherhood is like a cultural value? What do you say to a person like that when they are so out of touch with reality, basically? Like, what do you say to that? Like, all you can say that it's basically a bunch of BS and, like... Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Kara, so this happens when it comes to Roma people, it just happens all over Europe. It happens everywhere. The racism against Roma people is so ingrained that it's just baked into the fabric of Europe, sadly speaking. Which is why it has to be a topic that we talk about a lot. Like, I even asked the racist on the panel at one point if he believes that poor people don't care for their children, and without skipping a single beat, he answered with, well, there's a correlation. So yeah, it's just shocking. Yeah, I know. Like, once types of races become, oh god. Once normalization hits when it comes to racism, then people really don't even realize that they are being, in fact, racist. You know? What is intelligent and knowledgeable is that tadpole is what I'd say to Lectoid. Yeah. I mean, I think Somiostatic did a good job at telling Lactoid what's up. The interesting fact that you find no nomadic Roma groups most in Central. What do you mean the groups that do not travel? I'm not sure about the whole Soviet bloc, but I know that when Poland was a Soviet satellite, like the Roma people were forcefully, well, they were forced to stop traveling. Yes, in Poland they were just forced to settle down with disastrous results. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a policy that was a thing along the whole Soviet bloc. I'm pretty sure that was a Soviet bloc thing. What do you mean for Poland? I mean the dates would be between 1945 onward to 1989. I know. I'm not sure about the policy for Roma people pre-World War II. I will say that I will have to read about it. I know how it was more or less during the Polish People's Republic. Right? So I would have to read about it. I will. I'm not shy to admit that I just have to educate myself more on the topic. After all, I do realize that I know less than I actually know. Yeah, it's recent, yeah. Like, relatively speaking, the Roma people had a pretty good, relatively speaking, like during the era of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Roma people had a pretty good, what's the word? Oh my god, I'm trying to think of a word. Arrangement with the nobility of the Commonwealth. So I think that was the best sort of time for Roma people in this general area. You know, when Roma people were allowed to travel and had the noble protector who basically was also their client. They received a permanent address, but they did not need to be in that permanent address. They were allowed to just travel, but they were required to appear from time to time in that permanent address to do dealings with the nobility, and that was basically the arrangement. Right. Demon Mama is going live, which means that I will have to register between polls. We're almost finished with the raid anyway, with 6 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun, and I hope you're having fun when you watch the streams that I do. And if you don't have fun, then I will do my best to increase the fun factor. Somehow, I will do my best. I mean, I always do my best, but I can always do my betterest than best. But yes, if you're interested in actually... Who had a thing? Was it me? Oh my god, was it me? All right, we're just gonna discuss the schedule and suicide, generational trauma renewed over and over. True. I'm gonna have to unmute. I'm also. What are the 2 days in a row? Can you once again say? So tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I'm okay with either. I will adapt to the group's wishes. That works. Thank you. I could also get a weapon if that's okay, but I assume it's better than the crafted, right? Much better. Okay then. All right. I will see you. Okay. Okay. I will see you. Okay. Okay. Bye bye. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna disconnect. Bye bye. Okay. I'll contact you. All right. See you. All right. I'm gonna be. So yes, that's true. If anybody's actually interested in working, if anybody's interested in actually sort of, how should I say, working on a project with me, there's actually government money to create a project aimed at Roma people. So wait, what do I do? Pronouns and pings. Calling streams. Oh, you think this is the phone? Yes, I'm in it. Where's the Google form? Oh. It's sort of closed, so it's if it's... We collected some resources. Sorry, I want to get through the black ID cards, Prigozhin, something. Yeah, that we've actually watched it. I'm gonna go to the general chat and add Alara. My goodness. Good fellow Hungarian YouTuber. We need more good fellow Polish. Need more good fellow Polish YouTubers. Okay, we're gonna be looking out for the Demon Mama thing. That's the most important priority right now. Also, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. As you can see, I'm pretty toilet heavy today. Doesn't Adam Something have a very high level of integrity? Like he manages to bring a lot of people left and not succumb to the temptation to say right-wing things to gain an audience? I think so. My own professor usually been told off by the union not to research. Oh my god. Yeah, the racism in Europe about Roma people is just huge. It's just gigantic. It's actually difficult to talk about it when it comes to Europe, actually. It's so normalized. I mean, I think maybe Karasu could DM with me some ideas for a project. Also, Adam Something did the whole video about suburbs, right? That was Adam Something, right? The video about the suburbs. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was Adam Something. The breakdown of why the suburbs suck in the US. Just recently went through an academic who talks about chattel slavery in areas what belong to today's Romania. We can cover that one time, Lucy. Yeah. Yeah, right. I think we should. And we should work on a project possibly. I think that would be a good idea. Because there is a lot of good to be possibly done. I usually see him being categorized as one of the leading anti-suburb channels. I posted that to you. You should link it again in a DM. Unless I, what's the term? Unless I've, oh my god. Pinned it, that's right. Unless I've pinned the message. But we can collect just that area a bit more, as I didn't know how bad it was. Proper childhood slavery with a similar one blood under. Yeah. We do need to talk about that, and soon. Because there are still certain streamers that like to treat the topic as a joke. Cough. Chud logic. Cough. were child of Roma born as slaves as white Romanian marrying a Romanian had to give up free status. A white Romanian marrying a Roma. Okay. How do I get rid of the emoticon window? How do I just get rid of this? Because the emoticon thing just hides the... It obscures the messages and it really makes me annoyed. I heard a Roma trans advocate too. I tried to revisit that academic. Oh, that's really interesting. Like if we could get conversation with those people on stream, that would be amazing, in my opinion. Came out something about LGBTQ plus and Roma. Like if we could arrange conversations on stream, that would be like the best thing ever. If we could just sort of blow the lid on the whole racism thing in Europe, which is prevalent and normalized, unfortunately. It's both, it's the double whammy. Sadly. Oh, I can, okay. Okay, I'm signing up for the Demon Mama thing. Lucy has that. She and her. What is her Discord name? Oh my god, my Discord name is Lucy Haza. I'm literally like signing up for the talk with Demon Mama. I wish, but I am migrant in training in UK, cut off Hungarian relations due to distance. But we'll see if I can get someone to interview. We had someone in the server, Rose? Yes, Rose. I remember. Rose sometimes drops in as well. We're gonna link the YouTube, I guess, and the page. And the page. I'm sorry if I seem distracted. I'm actually doing the sign up for the Demon Mama thing. Okay. What now? I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I hope I can speak to Demon Mama. I probably strangely might have better chance to look into Irish travelers advocates due to distance for interview. A topic I have less knowledge. I think it would be great to get actual Irish travelers advocates. Yeah, if we could get them on the stream, that would be lovely as well. All things considered, that we have actually talked about the topic a bit. I mean, you may have less knowledge about it, but there's always room to get the knowledge, in my opinion. Now we wait. So we wait for 20-30 minutes. The first batch of callers will be announced and brought into the waiting room in 20-30 minutes. Okay. That's a really neat system. I won't have to do. Also, thank you very much for the subscription. Pinocchio's nose. That's a nice name. Pinocchio's nose. We actually might get the one Chad Logic dunked on because that would be wonderful if you could make that happen. I would be eternally grateful to you. If you could make this interview happen, it would be the interview of the channel. My. That would be so good. That would be the best thing to ever happen. That would be actually amazing to discuss the topic with this exact person. Like, it would be really great for two reasons, because Chad Logic tried to make the person look really silly, and we could really shine a light on the fact that the person really knows what they're talking about, right? Like, they could have a longer uninterrupted time to speak about the topic, all the issues and all the things. So you might be eligible for super chat monetization now. YouTube changed rules. I'm not sure if the changes went into effect quite yet, but I will check it. I'm not sure if I can just check it during the stream though. But I'm gonna check it after. Where's the stream calling thing? Okay, stream nexus. Okay, I see. Okay, okay. Nice. Alright, I'll be waiting for the pen then. That was so annoying. She was presenting the topic very nuanced, actually, and not trying to hide the area of potential conflicts between majority population and Irish travelers. I really enjoy you and your opinions, etc. Welcome to the club. I wish you good luck. Thank you. Thank you, Shadow Boxer. I think it's important to sort of really allow people to highlight their expertise, you know? Especially when there is an attempt to ridicule them and their... And, oh yeah, when it comes to the topics of the... thank you once again. When it comes to the topic of the tensions and conflicts between the majority population and, for example, Roma and Travelers, it's important to note that oftentimes the tensions are a result of an incompetent governmental action, and that many times people are primed to blame the minority group instead of looking at the government and say, hey, you are not fulfilling your duty of creating solution that would be good for us as well as for the minority group. That should be the sort of attitude, but it usually is not. Usually the attitude is it's the fault of the minority group, and that's that. Yeah, The issue that there is this narrative to paint people working in NGOs or these orgs as idealistic people never really live close to Roma or travelers, right? Like there's like, it's an even easier case to make in England where the government literally is required to provide certain spaces for travelers and it doesn't, right? So, yeah. That was Chad's narrative. Yeah, I remember from the video, which is, it's the culture, which is ridiculous, really. Like, the government should create solutions that will work for all groups that are living in a country, right? Because they are fellow citizens at the end of the day, travelers as well, right? It has Chad's motto, I see. My goodness. But that somehow was above Chad. Well, we were supposed to debate the topic, but that never materialized. And that would have been something, that discussion, that debate. I really wonder now how that would go considering my debate style. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, okay? Just don't go anywhere. We're still doing a lot of things. And we're gonna talk to Demon Mama, so I gotta admit that lately the streaming days have been extremely intense. Oh, I'm just gonna read this and I'm gonna go to the toilet. Where can they park if legally they are not allowed while councils fail to do their legal duty to provide parking space? Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah, it's a failure on the government's part. Absolutely. Home delivery matters too. Yeah, I think so. I think it's like, I think if you're strong in your positions, then there is no need to be loud or and stuff like that. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be the toilet person for a second and then I'll be back. Oh, have I been... Wait. Oh my god. Have I been... Okay, I'm gonna wait here to see. Okay, I'll be right back. Once again, I'll be right back. I'm back. I have pissed, but I'm alas not pissed off, if that makes sense. I have pissed, but I am not pissed off. See, my humor is on point. I'm gonna read the chat. Wouldn't fairgrounds be an essay way to accommodate Roma, even if it's just dedicated section? Always make sure you don't let anyone push you off your track. Let's say it can be pretty vicious at times on here. Debates, especially, just always make sure you stay on topic. Don't let anyone derail you. That's a good point. That is a good point. Wouldn't accept locals often call police to get rid of. Right, yeah. Now some Irish travelers do circus or playground funhouse staffs. So they usually more accepted periodically into a place. The big problem that I see, and I have this. It's a bit different, but it's not really different. So I will tell you about the thing that I have discussed with my mom after the book premiere discussion that I've been on. And Jewish people and Roma people are more similar than people might think. So I will say this, right? To me, the big mistake that people make when it comes to discussing these things is more or less subconsciously. Sometimes it's very consciously treating Jewish people as the outsiders and Polish people as the sort of owners or hosts, so to speak, right? Jewish people are the guests and Polish people are the hosts. And I think there is this misconception when it comes to Roma and travelers all over Europe, right? This misconception is perpetuated that the majority group is the hosts and Roma people are just guests or outsiders, and this is a mistake, right? Like, for example, from my perspective, of course, as a Polish Jewish person, I'm gonna say that Jewish people are just as much hosts in Poland as Polish people, but I believe that to be the case for Roma people or travelers as well. Like in England, travelers and Roma people are not outsiders. They live together with other people and they are as much hosts as other people, if that makes sense. I hope this makes sense. Like, they're not those different outsiders. Yeah, they're not. And they are often treated as such, which gives many people a carte blanche to say the group deserves to be treated worse, deserves to have less, because at the end of the day, they're just outsiders and we're the hosts, right? So everything should be tailored to our comfort, tailored to what we want or need. And that is just not the case. It is just not the case. Things must be tailored towards everyone, because everyone's, like, when you decide to live somewhere or even travel around somewhere, then that place, that area becomes your home, and the government should accommodate you just as much as it must accommodate anybody else. Just because a certain group has a different style of living, a different culture, or a different way of life, it doesn't mean that they are the inferior other. So that's why I see this similarity when it comes to Jewish people and Roma people. And oftentimes Jewish communities are very close to Roma communities through, like in Europe. because of that sort of history of discrimination. You know? A pillow. So yeah, that is how I see it. Now in modern Central Europe and Eastern Europe, we don't even speak different lifestyle, but straight up poverty. And the different lifestyle often already erased by, yes, correct. That is correct. That is like, there needs to be a huge systemic push to change things, and I'm gonna be honest in saying that quietly there are like, how many political candidates actually within their program put, I will make the situation of Roma people better? Like, I don't think you will find many such politicians who will just say, as part of my program, I will lift Roma people out of poverty. Because Roma people are not considered even a voting bloc, probably, so. Oh, I am. I actually am, but I am working on the jumping puzzle still. But we're not focusing on that for now. Right now we're doing oh my god. Right now we're doing this. There we go. We're doing FF16 for now. Oh, you have some like Amy Hazan for right, which argues that sterilizing Roma will help them economically. I mean, right, but I mean, what I meant when I say that was people that actually do want to lift up the Roma community, not actually make the situation even worse and dress it up as improving the situation, right? Because what you're talking about is basically the far-right candidate declaring that they want to make the situation worse and dressing it up as making the situation better, which is not exactly what I had in mind when I spoke of the political candidates and their programs. So they use the eugenics argument to help, quote unquote. Yeah. Like what I meant was like, how many candidates do we have that actually do want to help? Like that actually say like, we're gonna implement programs that will enable Roma people to sort of get out of poverty. We're gonna like implement better access to education, better access to opportunity. I don't think you have many of those politicians, and I'm not even sure how we would go about changing that. Eugenics and genocide, frankly. I mean, those things often go hand in hand, right? Like, sterilization is like genocide, right? That is one thing. I mean, that is one of the things that Lonerbox agreed with us today. So yeah. Like if the only if the only pro-Roma position is the pro-genocide position from politicians, then we're in
friend of the
deep.
innkeeper is a friend of mine.
Then we are in deep trouble, aren't we? It should, yeah, absolutely, it should. Because it is a destruction of a people.
You drive a hard bargain. A little too hard. Keep fighting the good fight.
Sadly, not always count as one. Well, we're not the sort of people that will mince words about stuff like that. It is absolutely genocide. To try to sterilize a people out of existence, yeah.
That's all you can remember. Think hard.
I already told you.
There are no side quests. You won't happen to talk how Slovakia former Czechoslovakia attempted to erase Roma, or how our own far-right pushed that now. Yeah. Unfortunately, very true. So yeah, I think, damn, I really think that moving forward, we might need to make a lot more Roma-focused content, it seems like, because we managed to hit 800 on the sub count. And this is where I will DM Karasu a lot. I think we should do a lot more stream segments and maybe even a pre-made video finally, to sort of really drive home the severity of the issue, you know? I might not have a lot of I might not be big now, but I think it's pretty important for all of us to talk about it in unison. If we really want anything to change when it comes to the Roma people situation, we have to do it. Thank you. So yeah, I will definitely DM you about it, Karasu, so that maybe you've got the new glasses as well, so maybe we can start talking about planning more, talking about the topic more. I need to get more energy to do that translation and research to still adapt in my new glasses though. Right, yeah. Take your time to gather energy, and then we can really jump on the topic with full force. Of course. And if we could get those speakers, like that lady that Chad Logic mocked, to talk to, that would also be like an amazing thing.
Oh, Master Quinton took a liking to you, I see. And there I was, thinking you were in bed with Sid. Wonder what Gav will have to say about this. Speaking of whom, if you see him, tell him thanks for looking after us. Now, what can I help you with?
I'm searching for a dominant of fire. Gav seems to think he might have taken refuge here.
We see a lot bearers around these parts. But I do seem to recall one who commanded the flame. Now, whether or not that makes him a dominant, I can't say. But the Waluders certainly took a keen interest in the poor sod.
Did you get a look at him?
Didn't have a chance. One of the other bearers might have, though.
Thank you.
have to get into the waiting room. Oh wow, I'm being summoned into the waiting room. I might have to sometime, but I will try to reach out as I know the physical location of the. Yeah, those things, those things do take time. So, do not feel pressured to to try to you know what I mean. Those things take patience and time. So, in the meantime, we can just work on other things. Like we can just work on gathering and learning things on our own, on talking about it on our own, and when the opportunity to talk presents itself, we will just seize it. And I think that's the best way to approach it without trying to force it. Right, so I will mute the thing. So I will be moved, right? Okay. That do I sound okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. So MX Viv, a pillow, and finally me. Okay, so it's like, all right. Wait, what? But it says one Viv, two pillow, and then Lucy Hase. Oh, so I'm second. Okay, I will keep an eye out for everything. Thank you. All right, I will mute my microphone and continue FF16 for now. All right. Amazing. So we are second. We're second in line to become the speakers. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to like put all of my things forward in 20 minutes, but I will do my best. I'll do my darnest bestest, okay, to burp. But yeah, let's not try to force anything to happen quickly.
Think hard.
I already told you. He was gone before any of us could get a good look under that hood of his.
Let me see. Oh no, Maya Major. That happened to Pearl. That happened to Pearl very recently. Oh yeah, I have to ask actually. I do have to ask. I forgot to ask. Let me see. Oh god, I forgot to ask. That's pretty bad of me. So I'm gonna do it now. Okay, it's still not uploaded, so I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask. One moment, okay? I'm gonna. Where is Pearl? Pearl. There we go. There you go. I've asked. I've DM'd the question to Pearl. Yeah, that is a good way of doing things. Alright, I'm ready. Oh my god, tornadoes are scary. I often dreamt about tornadoes. and then coming by the house and then sweeping the house. Whew, my goodness. I had so many tornado related dreams. I think it's because I was my childhood animated series was the Wizard of Oz anime, and that really sort of put a big fear of tornadoes into my mind.
That a hanged man I see? Master Quentin must think you're important. It was a good thing you done today, getting rid of those bastards. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd be on my way to Ash by now. Along with the others.
Poor buggers. These others, was there a dominant among them? A dominant of fire?
Maybe.
Might have been, yeah. Royalists seem to think there was, anyhow. A thin bloke all swallowed up in his robes like one of Great Grieger's churchmen.
Do you recall anything else about him?
Only that he weren't alone. Was a young maid who went wherever he did, including the church, and wherever the royalists dragged them both off to before you got here.
I see. Thank you. I wonder if Sid's found anything.
Do they have tornadoes in Poland? I thought the US gets the vast majority of the tornadoes. You don't really have tornadoes in Poland, no. But the Wizard of Oz is a US-based story, so I was raised on watching the anime Wizard of Oz, which is actually a very faithful adaptation to the books. But so yeah, my fear of tornadoes is the US tornadoes, since again Wizard of Oz takes place in the apart from Oz, the Earth part of Wizard of Oz takes place in the US, Kansas. So yeah, I do recommend that anime, even though it's really old, by the way. I've had dreams like that as well, actually. Interestingly enough, I've had many dreams of open fields and like seeing the tornadoes in the horizon and being scared of them moving closer, of the house getting swept by the tornadoes, like that. A ton of dreams like that. Yeah.
Tell me that scowl means you've got good news.
No.
So, a shady lad.
I've actually heard of the Wiz.
And his
Yeah.
equally shady lass. Not much to go on. But, I've been thinking, if our friend is a dominant, why not just burn the royalists to a crisp? There's a reason he's holding back, and I reckon it has something to do with his partner.
What makes you say that?
One of the villagers I talked to said the two were separated. If the Waluders have her, our dominants like to think twice before starting any fires. Whoever he is, he's shown himself to have a level head. He's careful, cunning, and he doesn't want to be found. This could spell trouble. For us and the royalists both. Still, it'll be a whole lot worse if we set off after them with bleary eyes and empty bellies. There should be a pair of pallets waiting for us back at the inn. Shall we?
Right. There's a snowstorm instead of a tornado. I watched it growing up and terrified me. Oh yeah. Yeah, those things can leave an impact when you watch them as a child, definitely. Yeah. That's understandable, yeah. Like sometimes even when you're an adult, you have this sort of like you know that it's not as it was when you were a child, but you have this sort of lingering feeling, if that makes sense, from childhood. Yeah, I am familiar with The Wiz. I think there was also like the oh my gosh, a musical based on The Wiz, right? I think there was a musical, if I'm not mistaken. Right, yeah. But the numerous, some of them were crazy, others were like fights in anime where I do cool flips and stuff. Okay, let's go.
Now, about those beds.
Beds? I seem to recall your request being to spend the night. And for that, the floor will more than suffice.
Better than a wet rock, I suppose.
Jesus.
My thanks, Quentin. Next time you're at the hideaway, our floor's all yours.
No need for thanks, Sid. This isn't an act of charity.
You don't say.
In exchange for my floor, I shall be requiring your services.
Jesus.
The Royalists saw fit to erect a barricade across the road south when they occupied the village, and failed to remove it when they left. I expect it to be gone before you leave.
As you wish.
Jesus. I like storms, but the days when it's generally windy unnerve me, right?
Well, that took longer than expected. First time dismantling the barricade? It gets easier, don't worry.
I won't.
If we leave now, we'll arrive at the care when the shadows are at the deepest. Unless you'd rather wait.
No more waiting.
The road south then?
Unless...
I know of another shortcut. You should be so lucky.
Amazing. I've actually never seen it. I would like to. There is a tornado warning where I live. Warning. Looking outside, it looks like the storm is on its way. Oh, I hope you stay safe. I hope you stay safe and don't get caught up in a tornado. And if you end up being caught up in a tornado, I hope you will be in the eye of the storm, which means being safe, right? In the eye of the storm. I've been in the eye of the storm once. When on vacation, I looked out the window and it was just a blur. You couldn't see anything from outside of the window, just a big blur. That was pretty unnerving. Yeah, please stay safe.
My darling, I can't bear another night without you.
I see. I see how it is. That's hurricanes where it's clear in the middle of the storm. Oh. I guess I was in the middle of a hurricane. I mean, they did break trees and many other things, so that would track. That was a scary experience as well. That was many years ago, though.
The road here cuts through Lorbert's Pass to Care Northern. You're not thinking of heading that way, are you?
I mean, I am. By the way, speaking of things, like there's a prediction.
The Royalists were looking to take the care that had posted sentries to prevent any unwelcome surprises. At least I would have.
Well, you should know.
Like there's a prediction that at not a far future, every 10th person in Poland will be a foreigner because more and more places in the world are becoming uninhabitable, so more and more people will come to live in Poland. Firstly, there is no I in tornadoes. Hope you're safe though. Right, yeah. Hurricanes are terrifying. There's not usually a lot of tornadoes within them. That's hurricanes where it's clear in the middle of the storm. Right. Right. I hope you're safe. I hope you're gonna be safe. I think Demon Mama is still doing the warm-up section. Now let's see how long today's stream has been so far. We've almost streamed for 10 hours. Am I not the most hardcore of streamers? 10 hours. Usually people make such streams for special occasions, and for me it's just another day. We're gonna pet the doggy.
After it.
I think she's almost done with the warm-up. We're second in line. I'm gonna be the second person to talk. We can pause the game anytime, right? Yeah, we can. Level up. 14. We're getting strong. Here, boy. I've put my hand inside your guts. So we'll see how it all.
What are the royalists thinking? Why take a stronghold they've no chance of holding?
When they've no intention of holding it. The king is up to something.
The king?
Well, you don't think they're acting on a whim, do you? This is one of His Majesty's cunning stunts. And he sent his best to execute it.
This might take a while.
Get him, boy.
I'll tell your lady you tried. No, Vince. Hard nut to crack even when it isn't crawling with royalists.
I see.
I don't care who else is in there.
Ten gil. How's my gil situation, by the way? I don't see it. Oh, wait, let's look at the thing. The dominant of fire. A mysterious figure who was first seen amidst the chaos of the imperial invasion of Phoenix Gate immediately before the appearance of the second icon of fire, the very icon that saluted the heir of the ducal throne. Clive believes this man to be the dominant who murdered his brother and has sworn to take his revenge. If this is Joshua, that would have been a big twist. I'm still holding up hope that Joshua is just alive somewhere around there. Holy Empire of Sabrequa, a nation occupying the northeastern reaches of the continent of Storm, with the great city of Oriflamme as its capital. Sans Brequa is the realm's largest theocracy and home to the Mother Crystal Drake's Head. Under the rule of the Holy Emperor, the people of San Brequa enjoy a life of plenty thanks to the crystal's blessing, which they believe to be a gift from the goddess Gregor herself. The sole surviving nation in Ash, Valot has its capital at Stronhir, home to the Mother Crystal of Drake's Spire. A warlike land and its considerably military might serves to keep neighboring countries at bay, while Valot does maintain a national alliance with the Dalmatian Republic in Southern Storm. It is very much a marriage of convenience. There we go. We've learned a lot of things. I guess you cannot swim in this game. Ah, pillow. My gosh, I'll be right after pillow. It's happening, oh my god. I'm going to have to prepare to like I swear I'm gonna have to prepare to set up the camera and stuff. My order in line is I'm second after pillow. I'm gonna be right after the person that is speaking now. So I have to be prepared. It's gonna be 20 or more minutes of talk, and then it's me for 20 minutes, and then that's it. We might cover other people's talks later. As things are, depending on how I will be feeling after the talk, we might actually go to, I might actually go to sleep after the talk with Demon Mama, since it's been like 10 hours of stream. So I think that's time for exercise. So I think that's fine for me. Oh! A chest! Oh, that was underwhelming. It was a pretty underwhelming. Oh, finally, okay. A nice little map. Finally. Perfect. Even for me, it's exhausting. We'll see. True. It's been a long stream, but I sort of made it like this on purpose to be able to get both of the talks with Demon Mama as well as the one with the, with Lonerbox, to get them all in, sort of squeeze as much into the stream as possible, and also games. I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna have to deactivate my own camera as well. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, that's good to upgrade. I'm gonna wait for this. And once I get in, I'm gonna be able to pause the game. I'm gonna have to be swift with putting everyone on. Hello, Arkael. I am giggling a lot. I've been giggling for 10 hours, 3 minutes. We've been giggling for 10 hours, non-stop giggling. It's true. I should shamelessly ask Demon Mama to react to my quote-unquote debate and review it. That is a thing that I should do. As I'm shameless. I have no shame. Shame is for cowards. Let's see if I can pause this. I can! That's amazing. Which means that we will not be interrupted should we be brought in mid-cutscene. Which I'm sure everybody in the audience was just afraid of, that we will miss out on a cutscene. And now you can rest easy. The storm is here. Oh no.
There's an old sluice that empties under the bridge. It should see us through to the lower levels of the care. Sid. We both know why I'm here. But what is it that you want? Why would you risk your life for a handful of outcasts? If anyone ever learned what you've been doing with their property...
I got my head in a box. But this isn't just about dominance and bearers, it's about all of us. What I want is to build a place where it doesn't matter what you are, but who you are.
Aww.
But our world isn't ready for a place like that. So, until it is, I use the power I've been given to show people there is hope.
Hoppe. Shame is just a light that they tell you to keep you down, to keep you from reaching your true power level.
So, tell me about this, Benedicta.
The best and worst decision I ever made. Don't underestimate her, Clive. A fight with her icon is not one you're likely to walk away from.
Garuda. Warden of the Wind.
True, Garuda. I've beaten Garuda many times. Wow, what a map. I think this is the beginning of the game, I'm not sure. You could go to the hideaway and see if there are any new quests. No shame in the cloud game. The cloud game? What do you mean? Are you referring to FF16 or? Wait, let's see.
Look what the girl dragged in. Go on then.
Oh wow.
Is that all?
Well, what do you want?
Okay, let's go with this.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
True, not bad.
And make it quick. So, what'll it be? Yeah, that should do you.
Shamelessly plugging your convo of LB on DMs. Ah, I see, okay. I mean, should I? Maybe I should, yeah. The big debate. But what did you refer to, Arkael? The ally they kill you to keep you down. I'm not sure what you referred to. Maybe I'm just tired after the 10 hours.
And how am I meant to do that then? Bring me the materials, and I'll think about it. You can thank me later. Not my best work, but it'll do.
Alright, we're upgraded.
And
we are fully upgraded. I might save the game now, actually. Ah, doggy. Oh my god. Look at this. This is good. This is so nice.
Do you think we should go and help?
Yeah, we can continue. I think we can continue the road to... It seems like the weapon does not change its look. I'm gonna actually... I'm gonna check that theory because that would be a shame. No? Okay, that's good. The weapon actually does change the... Okay, that's good. I would have been a disappointment. I'm already a bit sad that your looks don't change based on what you're wearing in general, like the armor and stuff, but... You know, at least the weapons At least the weapons change, so that's a plus.
There's a good girl. Hungry, are you?
A bit sad that the entire look doesn't change, but you know, you can't have it all.
The land has fallen. The Eastern Territories all but belong to the orcs.
I'll have my men ready to depart by noon.
No bother.
But what of the mines? Without adamantite...
The blight would have engulfed the mines ere long. Besides, you already have your orders.
Yes, my liege.
The dark swallows more of the realm with each passing day. The land starved of the ether that gives it life. And as the fringes fade, the people flock to the mother crystals, desperate for their blessing. The war we wage for possession of that blessing, it breaks us from within, hastening us to our own destruction.
And so you do what must be done.
I unite the dominants, that we may bring an end to the strife and found a new order to see us unto tomorrow.
I see.
The world must be restored, and I will see it so.
You might have already had Sidolphus not betrayed us.
Him again. Lust you still for his embrace?
But... of course not. My liege. I serve you, and you alone.
Is this safe to stream?
I remember well the day you first entered these halls.
My God.
Your pale hand pressed into his, as if you would never let go.
That was a long time ago. Yours is the only hand I need. Now and always.
She resembles the mom of the protagonist.
Soon, my dear. Soon all will know whose hand it is that keeps them from falling into the darkness.
Hold me, my liege. Never let me go.
My goodness. This does not seem like safe for family or something.
One of our sentries has failed to report, milady. Your orders?
Pull the men back inside the care girl.
He is here, then.
Have them lead Sid and his little pet to the chapel. I shall entertain them there.
Why do you hate Final Fantasy more and more? What's wrong with this one, Mo? My goodness.
All clear.
Headwind.
That's a nice trick. You'll have to teach me sometime.
That's a thing that Joshua did. Interesting, Joshua did that when you control them. Oh, it's new. It's been released the day before yesterday. It's a brand new Final Fantasy game. 16.
We should start with the dungeons. They may be holding the bearers there.
Sound plan. As long as we keep ourselves on this side of the bars.
I see. I'm actually enjoying it quite a lot so far.
In here. They're all empty.
And you're gonna give up?
Sid, this gate.
Need some help.
What do you think?
I'm doing most of the lifting. At your leisure, Clyde.
I haven't played much of Final Fantasy 13. 13 was one of the only FF games that I haven't played. I played all of them except for 13.
Did you hear that?
I'm pretty sure this game is better than 13.
Yes.
I'm confident that this game is better than Final Fantasy 13.
May already be in the clear. Find him and kill him.
Good news, lads.
Your search is over.
Your search is over.
You know what to do, boy.
So, where to next?
We move forward. Not left, not right, only forward. This place does not have a minimap. Oh, I'm sorry. So Sid shares a voice actor with the Diablo 4 character. Does it like... Alright. Wait, I'm on now? Oh, sorry. I'm up now? Alright. I'm gonna have to do the thing where I get the cam. I'm gonna turn this off. Deactivate. Alright. It's done. I'm gonna have to activate myself. I'm gonna have to activate myself in the camera department. This, and then add. I can't. I have to. I have to do it once I'm joined, and I'm gonna do it once I start talking. If that makes sense. Okay. How do... Sure, yeah, I can. How do I test it here? I cannot. You can stream into this channel. There's no permission. I don't have the permit. What do I do? Okay. Drag me in the... Where? Okay. This is I. This is I. This is me. This is I. I'm already... Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. I'm gonna make myself louder. Or you, I should make you louder. It's true. I'm on. My face is on. Yes. I am here. Up. Now I also have to get back. It's true. It is true. It is all true. It's true. All of it is true. Hello. It's true. That's true. Yeah. It has. Yeah. Yeah, it's always a pleasure. Well, it's been a pretty intense time lately. I've been on that panel about affirmative action. Well, basically, I did that debate strategy of just calmly waiting for people to finish and then saying my thing whenever I had the chance, which apparently was very successful with people. Interestingly. Yeah. Well, this one wasn't, but when I got the chance to speak, I think I managed to put my point across. And basically, I was told that people did not really have any strong counters to what I said. Ah, thank you. Is that it? That's it. Right. I have to... Thank you. Right. Also had a today a talk/debate with... That's true. Correct. I am. As... Yes, I was thinking of shamelessly just asking if you could not. Like, if if you would not. Like the shameless... No, I do. That's the thing. The shameless ask if you could... where's the... Mm. Yeah, it didn't. That's because I utilized the same style from uh I utilized the same style as in the panel. So I just calmly responded. I made my case. It was pretty. We actually continued after that. Anastasia from Ukraine called in, and we did some more stuff. Like, yes, yes, yeah, yeah. Right. My main sort of line of logic was that we can see the steps before the actual genocide, which would be in this case killing. That we have those building blocks, which, in my opinion, sort of go under the broader umbrella of the thing. Like you get the building blocks, and they lead to the building, basically. You know. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take my... Yeah. Right. Thank you. Yeah. Although I did the argument of, because to me it goes pretty early actually. Like, are you familiar with Marian Turski, the survivor of Auschwitz Birkenau? Yeah, he does a lot of a lot of speeches. His main motto is "Do not be indifferent." I did a whole reaction to his speech, and he did more of these speeches. I bought a whole book of his speeches. It's actually half in Polish, half in English, so English speakers can read it. It's very accessible read, and he basically says that Auschwitz did not fall from the sky. I mentioned this in the talk with Lonerbox that, in his view, the genocide of Jewish people basically was like this slow walk of normalizing certain attitudes towards Jewish people. It started with excluding them from, in Germany, from public spaces. Then, like, it was like this: Jewish people cannot enter the park anymore. Well, it might be inconvenient, but we'll just go somewhere else. Jewish people are not allowed to go to the public pool anymore. Well, we can swim in the river. The Jewish children are not allowed to play with the German ones. And it's escalated slowly until, yeah, exactly. So that's like, even did like this comparison to like a bank heist, which I said that a bank heist is a bank heist, but you also have this process of getting the crew together, getting the gear together, and that, in my view, this preparation process is sort of also part of the planning. That it's also part of the bank robbery thing, right? It's not outside of it. Right. Right. Yes. Yes. Right. Oh, sorry. Actually, I'm performing the HRT on during our talk. So it's done. But thank you. But it's a thing that, like, even if a person decides to get off the social media, the thing is also follows people into real life as well. So that won't change much considering that it's like a real life narrative as well. And it also, because the Republican Party is like this guide for other right-wing parties in Europe, including Poland, the anti-trans narrative has entered Poland with full force. The government is speaking of protecting children. The de facto leader of Poland has spoken of supporting a special law for protecting children from the trans agenda, and gave an anecdote how in a certain kindergarten, children were just allowed to wear anything they wanted, and that mothers cried when they learned that the little boys had the option to wear a girl's outfit, and it's just horrible and traumatizing for the parents. Which, yeah. For a day. It's not even like, yeah. Yeah, in reality. Yeah. Yeah. But there has been a positive development in Poland because the private media is basically anti-government, and one of the big reporters in the private media has quite recently learned that he has a trans daughter. And yeah, and basically his reaction was to go in with full support and create a documentary which sort of gives advice to parents on how they should support their trans kids. So it's a pretty big, yeah. And there's been a whole thing recently because the reporter and someone else was a guest, and the guest joked, "Oh, I wonder what is the gender of your child today," and the reporter sort of indicated that was not a very funny quip, you know. And then the joker went on a full thing on how his life was ruined because, you know, of the hate he received because of this innocent joke. And it's, oh my god, the wife of the person was also like this reporter does not think of how our lives were just ruined by the hate. He does not care. So, yeah. Yeah, the hate. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. True. Yeah. 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 And or no. True. The person who made the joke was like, I did a few songs that were pro LGBT. How could you say that that the joke was bad and that was actually laughing at the de facto far right leader because of what he says? And I'm pretty happy that there were a lot of people that were saying, you frame yourself as such a progressive person and yet you do stuff like that. You basically showing your true colors right there. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a whole thing. I can't believe. Yeah. 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 Thankfully. Right. It's, it's sort of it's sort of what I said with the talk with Lonerbox, that when you push hundreds of bills and it's basically impossible to just address every one of them individually. Oh, it seems like I've messed up somewhat. There we go.
Messed up? I don't
Yeah.
think you've messed up.
Okay, there you go. I've messed up because you were not audible for a long time for my audience.
Oh no! Oh, I hope they were able to at least catch it over here.
It's okay.
So we are approaching the end of our time here. I know it's so short. I'm so sorry. I know, but we want to make sure that we get everyone in, and we don't know how many people we're going to be getting. So we tried to keep it to just 20-minute conversations.
But I will finish like on this sort of like it's what
please,
I told.
And also please tell people before you go. We have a little bit more time, but please tell people before you go, like where they can find you, what to expect when they see your channel, stuff like that. I know a lot of my audience is already very familiar with you, which they should be because you've been here for a while and you're wonderful. So
Thank you.
Yeah, Anyway, go ahead. I don't want to
have like a Lucy Hazeh YouTube, which is called Lucy Hazeh. And I also have a lucyhazeh.org / I think it's just .org, but it's /live when it's live, the White Forest page.
I'm so happy you got a White Forest page.
It's true. I was happy as well. It helps me tremendously, I must admit.
Yeah, it's the White Forest pages are like one of the few tools that we have as streamers to like actually make a living that's fair.
Yes.
Because you cannot just do it on YouTube. You like, I know that a lot of people out there in the audience think that like YouTube is like you just make money. No, you guys don't understand how hard it is to make money on YouTube. And these websites that we have, the ones that you see on the screen, the chat here, like mine, demonmama.com, Lucy's, lucyhazeh.org, right? You said?
Yes.
lucyhazeh.org. Those are lifesavers. They are the only thing, because of the way that revenue shares work out. These sites are how you support us directly and how you make sure that you don't have to watch boring stuff and can instead watch awesome stuff that you like, is by supporting us through these ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I might have to swipe your stream for the double audio. My goodness.
Oh, but it's okay. It happens.
But yes.
It's okay. Sometimes audio happens.
Yeah. The leftist audio. Thank you.
You know.
But yeah, as I've said, like to Lonerbox, when you push hundreds of bills, some of them will pass. Maybe like even 3 out of 500 will pass. And to the broader group that wants to push those things, that's a victory basically, because with time, 3 will become 6, 6 will become 10, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's wild too. Like there was a couple of months ago, I covered the organization that was an anti-abortion organization of doctors that was stood. It dressed itself up like a legitimate organization, but it was a bunch of activist doctors, highly politically motivated.
Yeah.
It started as a couple of dozen who were completely in disagreement with academic consensus, completely in disagreement with medical consensus, and they did the exact same tactic of just spamming things to try and fight abortion was what they started with, and now they've moved on to anti-trans stuff. But it's wild how there will be these highly funded tiny organizations that's entire job is to just lobby.
Oh yeah, there's whole like lawyer groups, organizations for that, and I think Poland is actually a case study of what happens when the right wing gets what it wants when it comes to abortion. Have you heard of the Polish situation with abortion?
I have not. I mean, I've only heard a little bit from what you've mentioned, but I haven't been updated in a while.
As I've said, it's like the ban on abortion when fetuses are damaged. So we have a situation where women die in the hospital because the doctors are afraid to abort. They wait for the fetus to die inside of the womb still, which can cause a shock.
Extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and it does cause women to die. And there was this whole rhetoric of super far-right people that would say during women's protests, don't worry, we have the means to just kill the child painlessly once it's born, which betrays the actual logic behind the whole thing. And of course, the de facto leader of Poland who said, a child with half a brain missing should just be born so that it can be christened. The famous,
amazing Christian mercy there.
Yeah, it's a case study of what happens when the right wing actually gets its way. Like people like to say, oh, the right wing is just worried about life. They're just worried about, children. And sort of Poland is like an example in practice of how it actually looks like, the whole abortion thing. Yeah.
It's terrible, and it is about control. It's never been about child welfare or anything like that, or kindness. It's always been about control, and they bury their desire for control in what they think are more palatable messages. It's very manipulative, and I find it disgusting.
Yeah. And the pushes for more, of course, for a lack of divorce, of course. Like
Which
it's
isn't that wild that that's been. I don't know if you've been in American political spaces. There's been this, like,
I've
especially
been.
among right wingers.
Yeah.
There's been this new anti-divorce mentality. Even on Ethan from H3H3 had a conversation with. I saw a little bit of it with this Just Pearly Things person, and who's like a red pill person, and she was like super anti-divorce.
Oh, that
It's like the
person. Oh
weirdest
God.
thing. Yeah.
But
Anyway, not to
yeah.
get off on another topic, we do have to wrap up here. I'm so sorry. I know we only have limited time today, but
It's okay. We
real
can-
quick, please do shout out your channel one more time, and then
All right.
wrap up. I want to thank you so much for coming on. Seriously.
Thank you for having me. Like, okay.
Of course, it's been wonderful.
Lucy Haza for YouTube, you know, and lucyhaza.org for the page.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much for coming on, and we will talk again soon.
And I will have to do some magic with the audio because right.
Well, if you need any help, just get in touch, and I'll try and get you in touch with my editor, and we'll try and get you the file you need and the audio you need, okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Okay. I apologize I apologize profusely to everyone about what just happened. Apologies. Wait, why am I still here? Why has Demon Mama moved to? Wait.
I don't know.
She accidentally joined the dark side.
My goodness.
One of us.
Maybe I was the host now. I was turned into the...
You magnetized her back over here.
Hold on, let me go check in just a second.
I apologize. I really apologize for what happened. Of course, it's okay. We're gonna fix it. We'll fix it in post.
I know. Go
or
ahead.
something.
By the way, I want to be lovely and real quick.
All right. So I guess.
Thanks, Lucy. You can hop out now. Tom, thank you for coming
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm gonna see you later. All right. So that just happened. I apologize for this. I'm really sorry. I muted my. Wait, I have to. I muted the party in FF, and it ended up me muting the Demon Mom for most of the conversation. My goodness. Okay. We will figure it out, don't worry. It was still a good conversation, even if nobody could hear it. My goodness. Goodness gracious me. Where did I put my phone? I have disappointed everybody. It's okay, computers are hard. That's true. That is actually very true. Combo video time, no worries. Yeah, it's true. Where's my... Have you seen my phone? Has any of you seen my phone? I could have sworn that I... Oh, okay, it's here. See, I'm a mess. But it's been quite a few hours, so... 812! Oh my god, 812 subs. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you all. So, what shall we do now that we have had our big talks for today? What is this, Maya Major? Oh, the combos. But it will spoil the skills for me. So I think we should wait a bit more. No? Yeah, it spoils the skills. So I think it's too early for me. It might spoil the skills. Demon Mama Mod here. If you need or want help setting up your white leaf site or anything or of that nature, I'll gladly help. Oh, thank you. I do need some help with that actually. I don't even know how to change your custom icon. That's true. Thank you. And also, if you... I think everybody knows Somiostatic. Somiostatic is like a editor of the Lucy Haze experience. Thank you, Krova. That's how I will read it because it sounds like the Polish word Krova. Thank you for the subscription. So yes, that's right. You can also like talk to Somiostatic. Somiostatic is great, and Somiostatic is going to have to go through the pain of how do I raid? I'm not sure how to. Well, I guess we will learn. My goodness. This has been such an intense stream. Yeah, just add me in Demon Mama Discord when you want help. I have the same username. Okay, I'm gonna write the name down in my special name notebook, which I'm gonna... There you go. The notebook that has the Aleph Bet on it. You see, it's like the Hebrew notebook, the Aleph Bet notebook. It's pretty cool because it has both the I'm gonna have to make myself full screen for this. It has the printed as well as the handwritten version of the Aleph Bet. Okay, I'm writing down your name. Metroplex Asylum. When I see the name Metroplex, I just think of the Transformers. I'm not sure if this is what you had in mind when you chose your name. Not sure if you had Transformers in mind when you chose your name. Did you have Transformers in mind when you chose your name? The Metroplex? Oh, nice. See? I know my Transformers. I know my Transformers stuff. Very nice, very nice. You're the only person who got the reference. I see. See, this is why I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer. Because I like get the obscure Transformers references. I'm surprised I'm the only one, actually. I'm genuinely surprised that I'm the first person who got this reference. Interesting. I guess I am the one streamer to rule them all and in the darkness bind them. Look at this. We are getting closer to having 900 subs. 814. So we might have lost a sub, but that's okay. That's okay. We've gained so much that, you know. So shall we play a bit of Final Fantasy before I go to bed? I've had the name for like nearly 10 years and you're the first like ever. Wow. Damn. Thank you. One day we will purge your white name, by the way. We shall purge your white name. So many more gigglers, it's true. I'm actually in shock. It feels like only yesterday we were still at 748. and then we quickly just bumped into more. By the way, how do you raid people? How do you raid people on YouTube, by the way? If anyone can tell me. If anyone can explain the process of raiding to me. Thank you, MPX Asylum, for... Oh, MPX Metroplex. Thank you, Metroplex Asylum, for... Your channel is growing fast. Yes, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, that's like, I need to figure out how to raid into other people. I'm just gonna Google it. I'm just gonna use the Google tool. Okay. How to raid people on YouTube. No, you cannot rate a channel on YouTube. Rating is that activity that is only available on Twitch. What is this to? What? Using the raid feature on YouTube. First things first, boot up a live stream from your desktop. When live control room, click on the edit button. Redirect. Okay. Alright, now I understand. I now understand. Yeah, we're gonna raid President Sunday, I think. Now I know how to do it, sort of. So, we're gonna do it in a moment. We're gonna give our thanks to President Sunday for always raiding us by raiding him. 11 hours. 11 hours of streaming. I've been streaming for 11 hours. So, if you want some more Final Fantasy 16, then write FF16. If it's time to finish and we should raid President Sunday, then type PS for President Sunday. I will wait a few moments for... I will await a few seconds for the reply of the both chats. Maya Major says FF16. I'm still a bit upset at myself for the whole audio fiasco that I did with Team and Mama. Ah, my goodness. P.S. You should get some rest. Well, it's a draw for now. One person said FF16, one person said rest. I need tiebreakers. Gigglers, give me some tiebreakers. P.S. says Palm Dad. Okay, I guess we'll rest for today. The tie has been broken. So, let me see. I'm figuring out the rating right now, but if anybody else wants to vote, then you still have time. Everybody still has time to vote. I changed my mind, PS. Oh, okay. Okay then. I will edit. The chat in the stream thing is so late. Edit. Hey, how do I do this? I have no clue. What do I do? God damn it. Now all of a sudden I'm not even sure if I can. I don't see the option. I'm gonna look at the instruction once more. Because jeez Louise. Customization tab. Customization. Wait. Edit. There is no customization tab. Can someone help me over here? Can someone help me? Does anybody know how this rating thing works on YouTube? God damn. I guess I am as well. Oh. Before you can rate other streamers, YouTube has stated that the live redirect feature is only available to creators with more than 1,000 subscribers and no community guideline strikes. Additionally, you'll need to make sure that other channels approve you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I cannot. I can't do it yet. But there is a thing that I can do and I will do, okay? So before, what I can do and what I do want to do is to simply type in President Sunday manually. Take the link and there we go. Boom. Exactly. This link number 1. And I'm also going to link this on the page. Boom. So just follow the link and join the President Sunday stream. Yeah. That's another way to do it. Go and click the link, you know? Let's raid President Sunday that way, the old-fashioned way of just clicking on the link. And write in the chat that you're coming from the Lucy Hazeh stream. Alright, I'm gonna finish the stream for now. I'm gonna go to sleep as I actually do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and the doctor's appointment will be about the trans related healthcare stuff. You also chat with Demon Mama later. Nice. Sadly, I have screwed up the audio of Demon Mama, so I will have to use magic to fix that in post. I sincerely apologize to everybody. I sincerely apologize. Wait, why? Well, why are you thanking me? I screwed up. I screwed up with that Demon Mama conversation. My goodness. Have Metroprex, the great Titan Transformer, to help. That's true. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I think we can fix this in post. I have faith. I have faith in us all. Okay, so I will now finish the stream. Thank you all once again for being here. And I press, oh yeah, I have to press the, my gosh, love and solidarity. Boom. Have to finish up the stream on that note as always. There we go, here. Good night. It is 2 a.m. It's pretty early, but okay. I press end stream.